We're live. Hello. We are back. So quick note, or I guess quick little thing that I have. Now Michaela and Trinity are currently absent. They're just putting their daughter to bed. They're going to be back in just a little bit. I think Trinity might be changing something for the stream. I'm not entirely sure. But for now, we're just going to jump into our recap of last week and then get started with today's session. Hopefully Trinity's back before we actually start, because he's important to the start of this. So yes, last week you guys had carried on from your encounter with the champion of Talos. After dealing with the lightning elementals, better said, you then encountered the champion of Talos, who had sent you into the what appeared to be a temple dedicated, or at least in part, dedicated to Siluri. Some of it seemed dedicated to Riveron, but you all had elected to go into the temple of Siluri. You guys went through, you saw some visions of the past, ended up choosing different portals to partake in your own versions of what seemed to be Siluri's trials of Ascension, but for some of you, they seemed more normal. Siluri interacted with you guys in what seemed to be his standard form, or it seemed that he had a plan for it. However, it seemed that some of the other trials were influenced by other entities, whether that be Bane from some individuals, or
Riveron himself,
or even what appeared to be a dragon for Cain. After going through and passing, or at least moving through the different trials that you had, you then made your way into what was effectively a worship hall for Siluri. You again saw what appeared to be a vision of the past, of Siluri interacting with who you know to be Talos, even though he referred to him by a different name. And following Siluri getting sealed into following Siluri seemingly passing off his power to the Gravekeeper seemed to be sealed inside of what you guys know as the Cube of the Infinite, as it is something that you possess. And Talos, using a familiar short blade to you all, seemed to take the life of Siluri. From there, you saw the gods interact with Talos in a little bit of a condescending way, almost as if Talos had not earned his seat quite yet, but he was taking steps towards it. While you did see all of the current Pantheon, the degree of cooperation that they were having was debatable, but amongst them. Specifically, you saw the Wild Mother crying. You saw some of them seemed disinterested, and while some, such as Tiamat and Morden, seemed much more up for the plan, or like at least pushing for it. Yes, gung-ho would be another word to use. After after having a brief conversation about that vision and kind of what that might mean, you were guided. Guided is probably a stretch. You were then transported to a different chamber where you encountered Seth. Seth offered you guys both help and told you a little bit more information. He claimed to at least have to be the architect or be part of creating the Cube of the Infinite, and that Talos had betrayed him. He is willing to help you guys, but you kind of got the idea that while he didn't seem that he was lying, very much so seemed that he had his own goals in mind, not necessarily that he just wanted to help you for the sake of helping you. You guys elected not to fight with Seth, and instead decided to pseudo accept his help, and then you, upon leaving his chamber, were actually seemingly transported or teleported back to the material realm. Upon arriving, you guys had a little bit more of a conversation before you were greeted quite quickly by this help that it seems Seth recommended, or said that he would send to you. As after a little bit of poking and prodding, we'll say, you were able to determine that it seems Rickshaw has been sent as the helping hand to you. Some debates were kind of had on what you were going to do, but I believe what you guys had kind of decided is that at least as far as the Cinder Isles, you're okay traveling with the Rickshaw just to, I guess, kind of see how it plays out. From there, you decided that you'd visit Heffelburn before really finalizing on your decision to leave, and I believe stop at Zoppercar, but at that point it's going to be kind of up to you guys. So, as we're starting, you guys are heading to Hethelburn. Is there anything that you guys are looking to do on the way to Hethelburn, or are we just moving to Hethelburn?
So, was it a short sword or a dagger? Because what we saw was daggers.
It's a dagger. It's like a long dagger.
Okay.
Same blade. It is the blade that was used to kill Zestaria. And technically, Cain hasn't seen it, but it was the same set of blades that were used on Zestaria and Liliana. But yes, with that, are you guys doing anything before moving to Hethelburn? Any other things that you guys want to finalize, or are we just moving into Hethelburn itself?
I would have mentioned something to Tiku, but she ain't here.
We're going to say that Tiku is currently cleaning up from a meal that she has prepared. Okay, so I assume with no one having anything, you guys continue down the hillside that leads to the sea that you're currently on, moving towards Hethelburn. And while the storm is still there, the storm is again still prevalent or still around, but it is definitely not nearly as intense as it was before. As a quick reminder, in that regard,
it was still intense, just around us specifically was diminished.
No. So the intense part of the storm seems to be moving north. So it's like almost, it's very much so like there's still stormy here, but the storm is the heart of the storm, I guess you could say, seems to be moving north. Almost, it looks to be a little bit in the direction of Zoprakar, if not maybe a little bit off.
More so in the direction.
So like, is it like a teepee or a wigwam? What type of tents is it in?
You're stupid.
I'm not going to give a response to this. Moving towards Hethelburn, Zephyr, is you're the one who would be... I'm not sure if you'd be excited or what your feelings about Hethelburn would be. You definitely would be the one that would be the most focused on it. And you're the first to notice, despite being a few miles off, you've been in storms, and this is really, you might say, your preferred environment. Even with the light rain and the lightning, you still notice that Hethelburn has smoke coming from some of the buildings.
Smoke?
Like chimney smoke?
No. Gurgle, as you actually have the high perception, and you kind of notice that smoke as well, you can see what seems to be the remnants of... It almost looks as if the town was recently on fire, and the rain is now kind of putting that fire out.
Did your home get zapped by lightning? Did Ryveron get mad?
I don't know about Ryveron, but maybe Talos. Let's hurry.
Yes. On a different note, do you want me to send use one of those paper birds and send requesting aid from my good best friend Theric?
He is very adamant on his best friendship.
I mean, it shouldn't hurt.
Well, I know. I saved his life many times.
He wants to prove to Zephyr that he's not a fake because Zephyr thinks he's a fake because Zephyr hasn't heard of him and Zephyr's heard of all of them.
Oh, no. I'm not worried about him thinking I'm a fake. I know he's a fake fan because he's never heard of me.
Oh, okay. Of course.
I'm not
I
a
will
fan.
say the amount of stories he told were very in depth. He has me convinced, at least. Which is bullshit because I rolled a 19.
But like we can discuss that later. I'm trying to push the party to get there quickly.
All right,
Zephyr picks his pace up a little bit and starts to almost like...
Into a jog.
Yeah, very much so. He's picking up enough speed that he's almost starting to separate from the group.
But he's also not very athletic, so anyone that is
light
keep up
jog.
pretty easy.
No, for him it's like he's actually trying to speed, but for those that are athletic,
I like turn around and start running back.
So how do you determine being athletic? Are we talking strength or constitution?
It's definitely strength for
Okay.
athletics.
So I'm not going very fast, but I could go fast for a long time.
You are not a dwarf. You are not dangerous over short distances.
No, but I can go long distances longer than normal people.
Okay, so just due to this being your hometown, I would say you have a little bit more urgency, and I'd kind of put you at the front of this, Zephyr, for you being the first one to start to actually make your way to Hethelburn. And you guys notice this as well, but this is definitely much more... The details of Hethelburn sink in a little bit more for you, Zephyr.
When looking about, do I see any bodies?
Kind of.
Well, I mean,
That's what you want to see.
Right?
That's
so,
what you want to hear from the
to
DM.
explain this, and again, Zephyr, you'd be the one he's the again, the one who would be sinking, these details would be sinking in the most for. The first structure you see, which is just an old townhome of a family friend, you see that the structure itself, while everything in Heffelburn is actually made out of stone and rock, just due to the location, to allow it to hold up against weather. They didn't want to build out of flimsy materials or anything like that. There's probably about a third of the house. The roof has been seemingly collapsed in. The bricks, rather than seeming like something hit it and broke it, it almost seems like they're shattered. Even with the light rain that is falling, you can see what appears to be like, it looks like almost like piles of dust. Like these bricks have been almost disintegrated, spread into naught but ashes. In terms of what I meant by you see some sort of bodies, the bodies that you see are, you can't see many, but you more so see pieces of individuals. As you're looking at a structure, you first see someone who seems
Just
to
like
be
Terrence.
seems to be leaning over like a small pile of rubble. But upon getting a little bit closer, you notice that it's really only like the upper portion of his torso, as in a similar fashion, the lower half of him, or like the lower 3/4 of him, seems just disintegrated.
I already know there's no helping this man. I move on quickly. I'm trying to find my family first.
Okay. As Zephyr, again, almost like starting to go into a run, makes his way quickly into Heffelburn. Unless you guys make an effort to, it would almost be like he would be running into the city, almost like separating off from you. Do you guys wish to keep pace with Zephyr? Or
I
do you wish
immediately
to
just go
start-
on caution, trying to figure out
Well,
what happened or if I can piece together any
I
information.
will keep up with Zephyr,
Um,
as I feel he is the leader of the group, and I'm to aid this group.
I'm going to start just entering the nearest buildings looking for survivors.
Okay, so you're going to be investigation. You're going to be perception.
I'm not investigating. I'm looking for hostiles, or like, is this area that my immediate is surveillancing? Like, is this area still safe?
Okay, you're going to make perception. You're going to make investigation.
Can I make a perception instead?
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just looking for
yeah.
a
If you're not
survivor.
like actually trying to find like I would say yes, but it's going to be more of like what you're doing is you're like popping into buildings to look inside and kind of see for any structures that are still standing what might.
I would be much more likely to spot them still.
Okay, that's fine. So you both can do perception checks while you're
26.
looking for different things. And then what'd you get, Gurgle? You haven't even rolled it. 12. Okay, so yours is going to take a little bit because you're starting to move to different buildings and look. Gurgle. For you, as you quickly start to look around, the first thing that you notice that, and you kind of started to notice this a little bit, but even just after focusing, you get a better assessment of this, and you would actually see this as well, Kane. You notice that the stone on like the brick on these different homes is
Singed?
staticky.
Scorched?
You can see little bits of lightning that are like periodically. As you kind of like look over, you see what appears to be a familiar wagon, at least for most of you, near the entrance here. The top of the wagon, it quite literally looks like it was struck by lightning. It looks as if there's a large like hole in the canopy that has almost like broken. It looks like it likely caught on fire and burned for a moment before being put out. The materials that you guys had bought for Heffelburn to ideally resupply and trade with Heffelburn have not been unloaded, and for those that are still together, the vast majority of the supplies in the carriage have been just
to pieces.
shattered, incinerated, seemingly caught on fire. The smell that hangs in the air is that of burnt fruit and like burned hair. It's definitely not a pleasant smell, and it stays despite what is the smell of light rain in a storm.
I'm gonna call out to everyone. Don't touch the buildings. They are statically charged.
Okay.
Burnt
I'm going to say
banana.
for the sake of this, you did not actually hear that as you're running into Heffelburn. The rickshaw is keeping pace with you. I actually need to know what you guys are doing.
I'm pacing with Zephyr.
Okay, so Razu also, upon seeing Zephyr pick up speed, elects to run into Heffelburn. What is Tiku doing?
Zephyr, are we not helping any of these other people?
Is the storm still like above us?
Yes. It is
Yes,
still
but it's
currently
weird
raining.
Storm.
It's not as
Zephyr seems
It's not as intense,
fairly,
but it is the same
fairly
storm.
focused
One at a time.
on what he's doing.
It's
Apparently not.
it's not intense, but it is the same storm that we've been following. The
Yeah,
weird
so
one.
this
The-
storm
the
is-
one that we know is off.
Yes, this just so you know the size of this as well. Like I can show you.
Yeah, I assumed it
This
was, like,
storm
hurricane
size is like this big.
So
It was
are we
originally
in-
down here, and now it seems to be pulling up this direction.
Yeah, so it's like hurricane size.
Didn't
but
it
are we-
originally start just below Zupakar, spread down?
Yes.
And now is going up.
And now it is a massive storm. Like quite literally would be like
I heard.
nearly hundreds of miles in length.
Yeah, a big ass hurricane. Are we on the edge? Are we in the center?
We're in
Well,
the
I guess
center.
first off, do we know how storms work? Would we know that the
You
center
had someone who knew how storms work.
would,
The
would
only
we-
two people that I would say that would actually have a fundamental knowledge of storms would be Zephyr and Satharin, who is no longer with you.
And segue.
Who is
Rest
also
his
no
soul.
longer with
Would
you.
I not have like an innate knowledge of storms?
No.
would we know the difference? I guess the question is,
Make a nature
would we
check.
know the difference between like a tropical storm and a hurricane? Because
I can tell you
different.
100%. You would know that this would be closer to a hurricane. Exactly what this is in terms of, it's like a light hurricane.
You
It's
already
weird to
confirmed
say.
this isn't natural from both Satharin and Zephyr.
Right. But I'm saying, would I know to look up and see if we're in the center, and would I be even be
He's
able to
asking
piece
if
together?
he knows what the eye of the storm is.
You are
Because I know a
Make an
hurricane in
nature
real
check.
life. I know a
Make an
hurricane.
nature check.
A hurricane it's under 10. I know a hurricane in real life has an eye. But 7.
7. You have no idea. You know that currently the storm seems less extreme.
I'm from a part of the world where I'm not very familiar with storms.
Dryson Woods would not have that many storms.
It's the dry.
Okay, I'm gonna go you, and then I'm gonna go to Zephyr.
I mean, it's
Okay.
still wet, but
So-
different kind of wet.
When you were describing the city, it almost seemed to me you were describing it as abandoned.
Oh no,
are there
it's more-
people in these houses like shit are fucked up? They're trying to
all
save.
dead
You are not seeing any people, but you are seeing.
pieces.
You are very much like even at a quick glance as you're starting to look through before I go to Zephyr, and you're running past this as well.
Where's our merchant dude?
Oh, he
Um,
dead.
You have
carriage
not
is
found
hard.
him, but the
Is-
wagon that you guys got,
okay.
it literally
carriage is
looks like
totally
it got
I
struck
missed
by
it.
a
Okay,
lightning
I
bolt.
missed that. Sorry.
Yeah, his
The
carriage
answer is you are finding evidence of people, but the way that you find evidence is you saw the individual who seems almost incinerated almost below the chest. You, as you kind of go into another building to kind of give you an idea of what you guys are seeing, as you go into another building, what you see is quite literally looks like a shadow on the wall.
Oh, like a nuclear.
Like an extreme source of heat literally incinerated someone at a quick enough fashion that their essence was baked into the wall. And that is what I mean when you
God.
say remnants of people.
So I was
The
gonna
actual
say,
civilians seem entirely absent. You have not seen a single sign of life yet.
yeah, I was wondering if there's like alive people that were like trying to save shit from their houses and shit.
You
I
guys
would
have not-
follow Zephyr until we see someone alive, I
Okay.
guess.
So for you, Zephyr, your family was fairly involved with Heffelburn. Your father himself would effectively have been the assistant to the mayor of Heffelburn. And so you would know that you need to make your way effectively for town center of Heffelburn in order to actually find your home. As you're continuing and, again, almost like picking up pace, you're losing details. At first, you were a little bit more focused, but now seeing what very much so seems like an attack to Heffelburn. You do, with the intelligence that you have, you are able to determine this is recent, like probably very recent. You especially being more inclined and in tune with lightning, seemingly even more so now. That static that's on the buildings, you understand that is a trace of magical current from like recent magical strikes or what is to say not normal lightning that is currently, and this is all throughout Heffelburn, to the point that like you had noticed it on like buildings and stuff. You can actually see even like the ground where the dirt almost seems to just be moving on its own because it has so much static in it, and it almost seems to be being pulled like a magnet. You quickly make your way to the center of the town. You find what is the city hall, and you would know that effectively if you just were to go around this and just go 2 buildings down, you're able to find your home. But as you're passing the town hall, you see your first sign of life. The doors of the town hall are currently, one of them seems just broken open and almost just like hanging on a single hinge. The other door, oddly, seems entirely intact. There's an individual who is currently leaning on what is it's kind of got the metal handles that come down with like latches. Seems to be an individual who's seemingly still mostly together. He's wearing a light brown shirt. His trousers have holes in them, and he is currently holding on to it and just seems dazed, almost like an explosion just hit, and he's just seemingly kind of like looking around.
Zephyr initially runs past, pauses, takes a deep breath, turns back around, and walks back to the individual.
Okay. As you turn and walk back to the individual, this is also, so you two are also with him. This is the first sign of life you see as well. You at this point know that you can you recognize this man. This is actually the mayor of Heffelburn. His name is actually Heffel. The city was founded after his family, and he goes by his last name. But as you kind of like as you come up the stairs and you approach him and you look inside, it seems that the distinct lack of people within Heffelburn is likely because they were all in this hall. As you look inside, and at first you start to see signs of life and there's a bit of hope until you realize again, these are shadows baked onto walls, baked into chairs. The chairs almost seem like there's a section of the wood that almost seems like it caught on fire again for a time, but then stopped, like put out somehow. Inside, there is a group of 3 people that are actually people that all seem huddled near the front, almost at like the podium that the mayor would typically speak from. And he just, again, seems completely dazed.
He's holding his hand. If you want to.
I was just going to ask, could I make like some sort of check? Is this from the lightning that hit the temple that was going to attack us?
You can make a nature check.
All right. So,
18.
before I enter the building, I call for my familiar, Aerith.
Okay.
Finally, she comes back. It's been a long time.
Thankfully, for the first time, she does, almost like in a flash of lightning. Just
I stroke her for a moment. Look around town for any survivors. Leave them to me if you can. Tell me if they cannot. And send her off. And then
takes off.
How can I help?
To make a check for him, actually. Oh, he actually. So as he's kind of like looking around, you ask how he can help. He seemingly like, almost like looks at you, but almost like past you, like he's looking for you. And then he just continues to look. And at this moment, you notice his pupils seem completely almost like whited over. It seems that he has lost his vision.
Man, I don't think I have anything for that.
That said, in response to your voice, he, with a really high roll, he goes, "Zephyr, is that you? Is he still here?" And he tries to stand up, and as he tries to stand up, you see that his left leg seems to be broken.
Now that he says,
As-
"Is he
as-
still here?" I'm gonna just start looking around.
as he stumbles forward, I catch him and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay, so go ahead and roll for the actual spell. Also, after you roll for the heal, roll me a perception check for Aerith, and that's going to have advantage. And then you can make a perception check as well in response to him asking if he's still there.
18 on my nature check.
9.
This man's not getting a lot of health. 3.
There's no one here. He's like,
I don't know what
that's
I'm
actually
looking
like.
for.
I would
Oh,
actually
you
say
got
that's
a three.
enough to almost completely heal his wound. He's
I-
Heffel is a normal human. He has 7 HP.
I thought for a second you got a 3 on
He's one of
your
those.
advantage perception. I was like,
No. I'm gonna roll the perception now.
I don't think that's possible with Aerith.
I think she has a +3, so yeah.
Try again. Okay. It's been a long time since I looked at Aerith's stat sheet. +4. So dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. Aerith is looking around town, and as you cast Cure Wounds on him, the bone itself doesn't seem to actually heal from the spell itself. However, the actual cuts around his legs the almost like the singed, like as you notice, he actually getting a little bit closer. He had burns on his face, especially around his eyes. It seems that he had almost like, it seems to almost like spread out from like just around his eyes, 3rd degree, 2nd degree, 1st degree, just across his entire face. Those burns they do seem to quickly fade away. However, just looking at his eyes, you can definitely tell it not enough for him to regain his eyesight.
Theric. If we really want to help this man...
Theric?
Oh, sorry. Zephyr.
He's
Zephyr.
getting too far into it. Show.
If we really want to help this man with his wounds, since we don't seem to have the appropriate spell, we have to use a combination. If we kill him, we can then use mending on his bones and then revivify to bring him back.
Mending takes a minute cast time, first of all.
So we have to be quick.
We're not going to do crazy experiments on the townsfolk.
Okay, it was just a
Now,
suggestion. Was going to
the
do
leg will heal,
without permission.
and I'm sorry I can't help you with your eyesight. Maybe if you can find a high priest at some point, we can help restore that for you.
As you've kind of like caught him, he almost seems to like use his hands and touches your face a little bit and your shoulders, almost like he's trying to confirm who you are. And he goes, it happened so fast.
What did you see last?
There was I don't know what to say, the pillar of light. And he turns his head like he's again looking for something, like forgetting that he can no longer actually see. And he stops and he says, it was towards the shoreline, the cliffs, not too far from where you used to play when you were a child, if I'm not mistaken. There was a flash, and for me, that was the last thing I saw. The sound was that like I've never heard from thunder. It drew my attention, and from what I understand, everyone who looked lost their vision. What happened after that was... And he very much so you get the idea that it's likely that he was suffering from some kind of a concussion, and his memory seems almost like kind of hazed over. He says, from there it went to screams, explosions, maybe, bolts of lightning, or it's almost as if I could hear thunder, but everywhere. Even from inside, it seemed as if it was all around us. And then almost as if the lightning could talk. It said something, but he starts to look around again, confused. And he says, I feel as if I heard it, but I can't recall what it said. But I know it said your name. This wasn't you, was it?
No. But I believe that flash of lightning was meant for me.
He kind of like,
They missed.
what do you mean was meant for you? Did you bring something to Ethelburn? This is the first time you actually see that the grief there's almost seems like a twinge of anger in there. Like he seems to be attaching this tragedy to you.
Just it was Talos. He had tried to erase what was left of an old history he had. It's best I don't tell you more. It would just put you in further danger.
He again like almost lowers his head. It seems like he's trying to think, but he's still struggling to think.
Rest assured, this is no fault of Zephyr's. We are here to remedy all of this, and unfortunate as this tragedy is, we will see brighter days. Trying to persuade too.
Yeah, you can make a persuasion check. As you're making that persuasion check, you both hear, technically all three of you, because Rosie's there as well, you hear from inside, one of the few individuals in there, you hear what appears to be the voice of a small child. It says, I know what it said. is he kind of like stands up from the group of three. As you kind of like, or as your attention is drawn inwards, you see.
Okay, yeah. I walk over to him and kneel down to it.
Okay, the three people that he's actually with, the two seemingly adults that are with him seems to be a technically middle-aged in this world woman, so early 30s, and then a younger woman as well, likely early 20s, still both adults, and then a small boy. Both the girls have that same almost like glossed over whiteness to their eyes, giving the idea that they lost their vision. The boy, however, does not. Instead, he has bright blue eyes. Before we jump into that conversation, actually, first, what was your persuasion check?
11. I rolled a 2.
Unfortunate. So the way that I'm gonna play that out is you effectively start to,
Not reassured.
as you start to console the village mayor, speaking with Hethel, Zephyr kind of makes his way in to start to have a conversation with this young one, and then before that conversation starts, what's up, Tiku?
You asked what Tiku did, but then we didn't get to it. Tiku is going around collecting all the body parts and looking for anything that's mostly alive.
Make an investigation check, because you're actually like
What she
searching
means by
through-
mostly alive is ready to die, so
I was
she
gonna
can
say
cook it
edible.
fresh.
Is the word she was going.
She wants to cook it fresh.
Or
Right
if
after
it's
it dies.
close enough, it can be healed. Tiku's non-judgmental. She'll heal it, maybe.
Or she'll promise to eat you right as you die. Right as you breathe your last breath,
That's
she'll be
when you
like,
taste
don't
the
worry,
best."
your meat won't go to waste.
It's not great. I don't have a plus, so that's a 3.
You're excited at first as you find that same like upper portion torso, which is like the upper body from the chest, and you're like, this gives me an idea. And then Tiku starts to wander the village, looking for potential food or potential people she can heal.
She's also like collecting the body parts, and she asked, "Where's Gurgle?"
He's with us three.
I'm slow. I'm actually not with you. I'm not with you either. I'm walking behind him. I'm just cautiously walking behind him.
You
so I'm
definitely
slow.
would have fell behind Zephyr. You would be a bit closer to them. He would have.
I thought
branched
I
out.
would be like somewhere in between at this point.
Do you have a bag or a
Right.
box or a storage thing? Yeah.
Hmm?
You have a storage. Zephyr has the amulet. You have something else, right?
I have a bracer that has a 5-foot cube that I can carry things in.
Yeah. Let me borrow that.
No. There's still stuff in here that I don't know what's in.
What?
I don't want to just throw things in it. I gotta figure out what's in it first.
Tico feels really bad asking Zephyr for the amulet. He doesn't seem like he's in a good place.
Well, put him in a normal bag. You're a tough little creature. I've seen you carry around things.
There is a wagon that was just effectively destroyed that would have like bags and crates and stuff inside of it.
Tico grabs the wagon and starts gathering the bodies.
She puts the wheel back on.
I think it'd be more likely that you grab like a bag from the wagon and kind of like empty it out.
She
so that you have
moves
to
the
carry a
wagon.
bag.
She just picks up the whole wagon, puts it in the center of town, and then she starts.
I could say you could
collect-
drag it, but you physically proportionately you can pick up a wagon. This wagon was big enough that all of you rode in it with materials as
She
well.
tries, and then she realizes she doesn't have enough like.
Effectively,
height.
what she does
She
is
gets into the
she goes to
wagon
pick it
with
up at the front of it and goes and snaps the wood off it, especially because it's currently brittle
it,
from the bolt.
and then she pushes it instead.
That actually works. So Tigu starts to push this wagon into the center of.
And then
into
she gets the
center of
bags
town.
out, and she starts going to collect all the body parts.
Okay. So with that, going back to Zephyr in the actual town hall, this little kid kind of like looking up at you. He seems excitedly focused on you. It's odd. Whereas you've seen on the mayor almost like this shock and very much so pain at first before you cured him. On the on the two women in front of you as well, both of them, it's a combination of like shock, trying to fathom what's going on, confusion. This little kid seems strangely focused and has a smile on his face as you approach and kneel down
Oh,
to talk
kill
to
it.
him.
Ain't no one supposed to be happy about this.
What did you hear?
He spoke. He spoke on the thunder. He spoke to all of us. He left a message for you.
Okay.
He said that. There's like a moment of him trying to perfectly recall what this message was, and he says.
He said it was something on the lines of, I'm sure that won't be enough, but don't worry. I have a way to ensure we'll meet again. And then the reason I know it's for you is afterwards. He said, Zephyr, tell me how much do you love your family? And then everything started.
I'm gonna get ready to kill this kid.
As the smile on him, you do with a little bit. Actually, real quick, what is your passive insight?
Passive insight is 12.
12.
That's nice.
You are, even with a 12, it's still fairly obvious what they're doing. The smile on this child and this what you first mistake for excitement is very much so. It seems he's trying to put on a brave face. This is very much so a terrified child. As he thinks through it, he says, he also said I needed to show you something.
And what was that?
At this point, the kid kind of takes his shirt. It's kind of like a small tunic into a light button up. He unbuttons the top two buttons and kind of pulls the shirt down, and you can see a now familiar symbol to you as well, with a cloud with lightning bolts that are seemingly just shooting out from every direction. Ryveron's symbol is with the 3 lightning bolts coming up. This seems to have lightning shooting out in every direction with an extremely large lightning bolt down from the bottom, almost like the symbol of Zeus if you're familiar with it, but with more lightning bolts, but still that larger center pillar. You do recognize that as it looks to almost like be a perverse version of the symbol of Talos. But as you look at it, this isn't just like a tattoo or anything like this. This has been burned into his skin, and the skin, rather than being burned like a 2nd or 3rd degree burn or anything like that, has turned blue and seems to almost be emanating like a rune.
How would that happen?
He stops and he kind of like buttons it up to almost like hide it from the older girl behind him. You can kind of get the impression that it's either an older sister or mother or something like that. He seems to hide it. He says, he didn't give it to everyone, only to some of us. He said that if you didn't do what he said, then it could activate. And he kind of like looks down and he says, you should know as well that, and he turns around, and at this point as he starts to tap the older woman, and she almost like startled starts to look up, and you're able to pretty quickly determine that this girl is deaf now as well, likely from the same thing. As you notice, there's blood that seems to trickle down from her ear. The other girl just right next to her has a similar fashion, but only from one ear, and you can tell seems to be able to kind of hear you. It's likely that she has hearing at least in one ear, but she likely blew out her other eardrum as well. As the kid kind of taps her on the shoulder, he grabs her hand and almost like tries to point her hand in a direction. After a few seconds, probably about 15 seconds of him seemingly trying to communicate a message to him, and him almost like mumbling, trying not to cry while he's talking to this girl, he eventually ends up to get her to point towards what is effectively a side room. This would be effectively just like a meeting room that the mayor would use to break off from the town hall. And she just nods her head. He turns and says, Mom says that she thinks you should see. Come, I'll show you the last message he left for you.
Okay.
And the kid walks off to this side room that currently is cracked open.
By the way, I'm convinced this kid's a bomb.
I am prepared.
Freaking like Suicide Squad status. Like they all got chips in their necks.
Okay, so I assume you go with him. You said
Yeah,
you prepare what?
Counterspell.
What's the trigger?
the spell going off.
Whatever this spell on his chest is,
Yeah.
I assume. Okay. So with that, we'll say Rickshaw has kind of followed back in with you. The mayor is making his way into the town, closer into the town hall. A little bit of like a hobble going across the chairs is, even though he's healed again, his leg is still broken. What are you doing in this time, Razu?
I ask the not seemingly deaf woman.
The third person.
So this would be the early 20 girl.
Are there any other survivors?
She can, even with the one ear. She kind of like stops and she starts to look around, very much so seemingly scared. I'm going to have you roll a persuasion check, but what this persuasion check is going to be is if you do not beat her passive insight, she is going to fear you due to the sound of your voice.
Natural 20.
All right. As you come up, we'll say that you mimicked a more kind version of a kind version from like a guard that said it in order to kind of not have it be nearly as jarring for her. She stops.
He just mimics Zephyr.
That would also work. She stops and says, I don't know. It happened in a flash. I know. And she kind of like reaches out until she finds who, at this point, you're able to determine this is likely a single family, that all three of them seem to have miraculously lived. As she taps her and says, I know my mother and my younger brother are alive, but I don't know where my sister is, or uncle, or I don't know where any of them are. She, at this point, she almost like seems to start to go into a mild like panic. She starts to breathe fast, almost as if, very much so looks as if she's starting to have a panic attack. She seems to catch it, starts to breathe, and she says, we haven't had a chance to venture out into the city. The mayor found us. We were all in our house together near the outskirts of Hethelburn. I don't know if there's anybody else. At this point, right before you guys get to the room, the mayor actually talking to you says, yes, I've been looking for survivors myself, but it can be difficult when you can't see. I'm thankful to still have my hearing, but if what your friend said is true and you are truly here to help, I would greatly appreciate it if you could help us look for other survivors throughout the town. I am, at this point, he turns his head kind of semi in direction of the front door. He's looking a little bit off of it, giving you, again, the idea that his directional sense seems quite scuffed right now. And he says, but if you have things to do, I understand.
Do you have a safe word?
I don't understand.
Like a word I could say, so they're not afraid of my voice.
He himself seems a little perturbed, and he says, if you're truly a friend of Zephyr, then just tell them that. Zephyr's family, that is to say, Dajix, he's a great friend and a huge help to our small town. If you reference yourself as a friend of Zephyr, you'll at least be able to have a conversation.
I'll just go out and I look for alive people, and I will call out in Zephyr's voice, but make it like deeper to make it maybe what I think his father would sound like. So like some kind of performance check.
I would say make a performance check. I'm going to say disadvantage is you don't know what he sounds like and you're trying to guess based off of Zephyr.
So, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to say,
If you can hear my voice, make any sound that I may find you and bring you to the shelter.
Did you leave the town hall?
yes, and I would just be
Okay, so you're going to make a
saying
performance
this
check at
throughout
disadvantage.
in like every house I go into. I would basically say it. So if it was someone I
Effectively,
couldn't
Eric's
see
already
somewhere.
looking for people.
Yeah,
so
I know.
it's
So
kinda-
this is effectively he's
Several
going out and
people are
just doing it
searching
himself.
at this point.
yeah.
This would be you contributing to it. Roll the performance check. I'll probably keep you in with the perception because at this point most of your party is looking around this village. What's your
That's an
performance?
8.
An 8 is a little bit closer to Zephyr than you would like. But with that, as you enter into this room with this younger boy, he kind of like pushes the door open. As he does, it kind of creaks. The door itself not being set right, whether that was from the result of whatever this caused all this destruction is, or if it is the door itself. Not entirely sure, but as it kind of pushes it open, scraping along the stone floor. As you go inside, you notice there is 4 separate people that have been piled in here. They're laying down in a line. 2 of them seem to be breathing, sweating. 2 of them seem to have passed. One has what appears to be, it almost looks as if like a brick had fallen on their shoulder and like collapsed in part of their chest. You're immediately under like that person's probably not savable. The next one's not quite as bad. It looks as if they had something fall on their back, and it put a large gash into their back. And while they don't seem to be breathing, it's like maybe that one's healable. The other 2 that seem to be still alive, one has a tourniquet over what is a missing leg just above the knee. Their arm also seems to be broken and kind of haphazardly stinted. It almost looks as if the immediate thought you get, based on how the tourniquet is applied and how the stint is applied, it's likely someone that was maybe proficient in medicine, as it's actually decently good, that either was in a big hurry or had something impeding them, such as like the loss of hearing, maybe loss of hand, something like that. Those 3 individuals, you don't seem to recognize any of those 3 from the time that you've been in the village itself. However, the 4th one, who is a younger human, female, seems to be about 14, and you immediately recognize the face of Lucina, who is currently lying on. She is laying on the ground with her hands across her stomach. She's sweating, but she doesn't seem overly hurt. While the other individuals here seem to have like collapsed part of their chest or severe wounds.
I first go to the one that looks savable, but pretty much dead.
Okay.
Not the one that is dead.
One of them is for sure dead.
I'm gonna go over and cast Spare the Dying, and then Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Spare the Dying is probably irrelevant in this case, but I'm just doing both.
Yeah. This individual was not dead though. So as you cast your spell and then
Spare the Dying just stabilizes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But then they cure wounds, depending on what you roll.
8.
8?
Yeah, no, sorry, 9. I have +2.
Either one is over her HP total. As you cast cure wounds, that wound on her back, the skin itself seems to almost like seemingly stitch itself back together. Miraculously, despite it being right on her back, didn't seem to damage like her spinal cord or anything like that. And as soon as you cure her, she actually seems to immediately kind of gains consciousness. This is another human. This is what appears to be another like mid-20s female. As she kind of like in a almost, it seems like she's responding something, kind of snaps up, looks around and just.
I lay her back down.
You lay her back down. She kind of stops for a moment. You notice her hair is very much so burnt and singed.
Try not to move too much. There may be other things I can't heal wrong with you.
She kind of like looks around.
And I get up and walk over to my sister.
Right before you get up, something that you notice as well, her eyes are also the same, like the exact same, almost like light blue going on white that the young boy's was. But with that, as you get up to walk over, she opens her mouth as well, like she's gonna talk to you, but she doesn't seem to actually say anything. And she just kind of holds her throat, almost like starts to feel around on her neck. With that, as you move over to your sister, unconscious, and again doesn't seemingly seem wounded, but now getting a little bit, focusing a little bit more, you see a rune, same rune on her neck. But yeah,
her eyes are also blue.
Her eyes are closed. She is unconscious.
Oh, she's unconscious.
Yes. So all 4 of these people were unconscious. The one you just healed seemed to wake up and can't seem to talk. Lucina is unconscious, has the same symbol on her neck, and she's just laying there with her hands over her stomach.
and I will use my last first level spell and cure wounds on her
Okay.
for 4.
4. Okay. The scratches, as she still has some wounds. So like the scratches on her face, on her arms, all seem to heal and mend, but the sweating doesn't stop. Nor does she wake up. At this point, the young boy, still standing next to you, says,
Where's this message?
He said that she has it, and I was told to, and he points at the symbol on her neck. He says, he told none of us to touch it, but said you might find it interesting.
I will cast Identify on it, I guess.
Okay. This is, I think you're technically having to do the 10-minute cast, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
While he's doing the 10-minute cast, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on the other 2.
Okay. One of them you're able to tell very quickly. The one where they're seemingly the right side of their chest has been concaved, they are dead. They definitely did not make it. However, the last one that has the tourniquet and the semi-stint, that one you would be able to, you know that Cure Wounds would be effective on. Likely wouldn't heal or fix their broken arm, but you could stop the bleeding in their leg and definitely keep them out of the danger of losing their life. Okay. Do go ahead and roll for it, just because I'm actually checking different stuff for each of them.
9.
Nice. That's definitely above her HP total. She does not regain consciousness, and you're able to tell pretty quickly that she is very clearly under symptoms of shock. She's much more pale. She's lost a lot of blood. With the heal, the tourniquet, rather than almost like that cauterized and cut off blood, it's almost as if the skin starts to connect and heal over. And same thing with her arm. It seems that the extremities on the outside of her body are able to heal, and she'd no longer be any danger. For you, Zephyr, as you're casting your spell, and then after I tell you what it is, I'm probably going to jump out to what everyone's found on the outside. As you finish casting your Identify spell, this is, I believe it's called Sigil.
Okay.
Let me real quick double check. I spelled it wrong. There we go. I apologize. I had this up, and when I restarted my computer, I forgot to open this tab because I was having some issues. Why is my computer struggling? I know what the spell does, even if I can't. I don't remember if it's called Glyph or Sigil. And
Probably Glyph.
with this one, it is apparent to you that whatever the effect of the spell, you're not 100% sure, but you're quickly able to determine that the trigger seems to be touch.
Because how Sigil is not a spell, most likely Glyph.
Indeed. I also ran into that issue. It's like that.
I'm going to be right back.
Cool. With that, jumping to everyone on the outside, Gurgle, you were the first one to tell me what you were doing. So as you're going through and exploring the town, and you're specifically looking for signs of danger, yeah?
Symbol.
It's called Symbol, yes. I apologize.
Yeah, probably visual marks left behind, magical residue, people.
Okay. While at first it seemed that there were no sense of individuals, and this is actually for all of you as you start to look around, there are survivors. As you're going through and you're finding, however...
I will use every spell of Cure Wounds I have.
Okay, so I would say for the sake of this, there's going to be enough survivors that you would be able to. So I would actually just utilize your...
use every single spell.
Something you notice...
It's going to be real awkward if we get attacked.
Something that you guys, that each of you notice, you kind of, Gurgle, you were the first one really going through here, is the first one to notice this. Everyone you find has a sense that has been lost. So some of them it's eyesight, some of it's hearing, some of it they seem to have lost their sense of touch, like their nerves have been destroyed somehow. in parts of it, you're like, okay, I can make sense of how this happened, but for some of them, it's almost inexplicable how they seem to have lost these senses.
Like they
But
looked at a
without
nuclear
fail-
explosion,
Yes, that would,
and we
again,
don't know what that looks like.
I do have 3 casts of Greater Restoration. If I find people that I don't need to use Cure Wounds on, I would use that instead.
Okay, that would allow people to that doesn't allow you to regenerate limbs, does it?
It does
Repairs
not.
broken
That's
bones.
it's
Regenerate specifically is for
One
generating
effect
limbs.
that charmed or petrified the target, one curse including the target's attunement, any reduction to one of the target's ability scores, or one effect reducing the target's maximum hit points is technically what the spell does.
I would count this. You
You
would
can
be able
also
to
remove
restore the
exhaustion.
senses. The answer is I would allow you to restore the senses of 3 individuals.
I will do the most egregious.
Okay, so we'll get back to that in just a bit, and I'll kind of pull from my
do you
individuals.
think?
Gurgle,
The
is yours
question
specifically?
What do you think is the most important?
I'm actually going to give him a
Yeah.
list of different problems that I'm actually going to have him tell me. But for the time being, as you specifically are looking more so for dangerous aspects of this city, Gurgle, there is definitely traces of magic. Even though magic isn't typically something that can just be seen unless it's a spell being cast, you can't just, I guess, feel an essence of magic unless you're very close to it. You can very clearly tell the entire town seems to be giving off magical energy to the point that you can feel it. And
But like hostile magic energy or magic energy like you walked into an aboleth's den.
destructive. In fact, as you start to think about it and you start to focus on it, you realize it's not that hard to feel. You almost feel as if you've walked into a spell circle. Like, as you look at the air, you can, that as the rain falls, it doesn't seem to fall quite right. The water seems to blur. The way that things are sparking with static electricity, despite what should be dissipating through the rock bed floor. It's not only that there's traces of magic, it's like an active magic field that you're standing in. In addition to that, as you're going around the town, you specifically find on some of the buildings the same symbol that I had described as Zephyr, which is a cloud with basically lightning shooting everywhere from it with a large bolt from the bottom. You find that symbol carved into the stone of some of the houses. And this isn't like a magically went through. It's quite literally like someone almost like took a blade and carved it into the stone or chiseled it out of the rock.
And it is lit up.
No, these ones are not. The symbols that you find, it's just something consistent that you find. And with you just having the shrine and everything where you saw the symbol of Talos, you would recognize this again as a perversion of his symbol, or a different version of his symbol, I guess I could say.
So almost like somebody went around and prepped these in advance, and then somebody came and activated it all.
Something like that. That's one of the ideas that you would have for sure.
And I assume the ones that are not dark there's a lot of destruction around them, as if they had been activated.
Almost every single one that you find up front, actually for the sake of this, I'd say make an investigation check as you're looking for more. I will say that the ones that you have seen so far with just your perception are cracked, and none of them seem to be glowing. But all of them seem to have something wrong with it in terms of structural integrity. It's been cracked through. Symbol isn't perfect. 6. You're not able to find any full symbols. Again, though, it's almost like odd. Every symbol you find seems to have cracks in it, but these are common enough that like 1 in 3 buildings here. And even though Hethelburn isn't that large, we're talking probably about 20 to 25 structures total. 1 in 3 of those have them, but every single one that you find, the symbol seems cracked or broken. That's the only thing that you're able to get with hostility.
But
apart
mostly
from-
I was thinking of, like, is there destruction around the darkened symbols? As if something went off around these symbols.
all of the homes that they seem to be etched into in the ground, whenever they're etched on the ground,
They're
very much so seem
destroyed?
destroyed. Almost to the point that like a lightning bolt struck in very close proximity to or hit the symbol,
So
but for some reason the symbol stayed.
My character would be thinking that's like it's like a magic trap.
It very
And
yes.
it looks like it's already gone off. I can see the symbol that left over after.
Yes.
But it looks like it
This
went
looks like
off.
a pre-planned, prepared. Like you would definitely you could think of traps that you would employ, not necessarily using magic because that isn't exactly your forte, but traps that you would utilize
I know
like
of
this.
magic traps.
Yes, this very much so gives you the idea of magical traps that have been that was set and then activated. With that, lastly, going back over, and just so you know, you actually kind of were doing the same thing they did. So you would also be finding, just helping to find different civilians. In total, across everything, with all of you guys looking, this would be over the course of the evening. There are 13 survivors, and that is including all of the ones in the town hall. So you have the 3 that you guys have in the room. The 1 is definitely dead. The family of 3, the mayor, and then...
What was the population? What, like 100?
Heffelburn was probably a bit closer to 200.
Okay.
As they had a large farm. Also, there's effectively a small trade route that goes down to the sea that they were able to trade with merchant ships and things like that. So it's like 13. I'd probably say 150 actually. Probably like about 13 out of 150 people.
I assume he doesn't find his parents.
He is still currently in the town hall.
Well, I'm just saying, like
don't
we would not find them among the survivors, or
Not
Would
that
we
you
know his parents?
Not that you know of.
we don't see anybody that resembles Zephyr.
No. I mean, as of right now, or for all of you, you have not found someone that resembles Zephyr. For you, as we go from heart-wrenching scene to, you're able to get like body parts that would equivalent to about 3 humans worth.
Ooh, that's enough for a flesh golem.
Only 3? Whoa.
Again, most of them are... I feel like Deku's first thought upon finding some of these, you'd be like finding an arm and be like, oh, it's already cooked. That's the kind of body parts you're finding. Very much so super heat. Parts of the body have been disintegrated, not like smashed and broken. And you're able to find some of them. Like, as you're going through, you find like a larger stone, you pick it
sniff
up.
a couple of them. Oh, it smells horrible.
She's got.
Don't cook with
I
lightning.
was actually thinking she's got no practical sense. She just walks up to the town hall, chewing on an arm like a steak, like a piece of beef jerky.
I would be directing or bringing all the survivors that I find to the town hall, as
Sorry.
I would think that is the most
Is
structurally
anybody
sound
still alive?
building that would exist, because that's usually the case.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely say that's fair. And with Razu also being there, for those of you that are looking for civilians, I would say you're kind of corralling them into the town hall. But in the meantime, so again, you have 3 bodies worth of individuals. You're also able to find all the materials in Heffelburn are not completely destroyed. You might be able to salvage some stuff in this city, some stuff from your wagon. We can get to what you guys are actually able to salvage. But in terms of what you were looking for, about 3 humans worth.
You guys going to...
I kind of felt bad for the merchant because I'm like, gosh, I sent him there. But at the same time, like, no, he'd been fried even more where we were at. So he was doomed either way.
He is unfortunately one of the people who died. I rolled to see if he lived, and he did not.
Tiko's gonna prep the meat. So like start like cutting off like the charred parts and prepping it for like deboning it and stuff to get it ready.
All right.
What is our party?
Now, as you, Zephyr,
It's not
you've cast
cannibalism.
it. The spell is symbol. I apologize. It's the 7th level spell. Basically they set a trigger. It's very similar to glyph. The triggers are very deadly. I'll just read you the spell. You inscribe a harmful glyph on either a surface or a structure, or within an object that can be closed. The glyph can cover an area no larger than 10 feet in diameter. If you choose an object, it must remain in place. If it's moved more than 10 feet from where you cast the spell and the glyph is broken, then the spell ends.
Okay, I'm assuming, by the way, we're using an upgraded version of glyph.
It's called symbol.
Or symbol, sorry, of symbol. Okay, so because technically as written, if you move
The body.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what I
It would
to
disappear.
add
it
on
doesn't
to
go
that.
off.
Yeah, no, it disappears, yeah. But I think we're doing
To
it
add
in a
on
way
to
where
that,
it-
symbol is a 7th level spell. This is a 9th level spell
Okay.
that has been cast on.
I'm
her.
just make sure we're
So, yes, this
making
is-
the tweak I think we're making.
Yes,
Okay.
there is. Not only would I say from your identify spell, will you be able to determine this is an upgraded version that seems to be able to cast on people, because you can't cast symbol on people as well. It has to be cast on objects or structures. But in addition to that, it seems that the effects of symbol, which I can just read these to you again, it's death, discord, fear, pain, or sleep. you get the impression that those are likely an enhanced version of those as well.
Enhanced version of death, huh? Super death.
Death does 10d10 necrotic damage.
Oh.
This
Super death.
this is 10d10 in a 5-mile radius.
It casts Circle of Death.
When Tickler's done, she just puts all the meat together and then goes to find Zephyr.
With the meat?
Okay.
It's a peace
Yeah.
offering.
She leaves the meat in the cart.
All right, so I'm gonna
Message
say
from
you've effectively made a crate of the most gruesome meat. It's like someone opens this up. They're prepared, but it's like a crate full of dead bodies.
Rickshaw. I think
Deboned dead bodies.
if I'm understanding this right, I think the message is almost hostage situation.
Yes, like they're taunting you, trying to lure you into a trap. But the good thing about that is we know it's a trap. So it's not a trap, it's a standoff.
But what is it they want me to do? I don't know. Probably.
Well,
Touch the body.
well, let's look at the context clues, shall we?
How much do they know?
you.
Other than the sweating and stuff, my sister seems fine, right?
Yep. She does not. Actually, real quick, make a medicine check.
Okay.
I'll tell you, even at a glance, there doesn't seem to be any extraneous wounds.
And I had 21.
21. Yeah, she definitely seems fine in terms of like her well-being. It doesn't seem like her life is in danger. One thing that I'll add though, and I'll say that over the 10 minutes of casting Identify, you're kind of like learning this while also inspecting her. Something that you're able to determine about this version of symbol, one of the enhanced features of it, it seems that the target also suffers the effects. It is not, as it seems to be cast on a person, the trigger likely would affect both the triggerer and the triggered.
I'm triggered.
Gosh. What was the trigger? I'm sorry.
The trigger for this symbol seems to be touch.
Well, we can remove this person from the vicinity. And
It's
then
on
I
you.
can cast Mage Hand, send it forth, and touch it to see if that would work and set off the bomb
I-
without any other casualties.
It's on multiple people.
Right,
No.
but if we only touch the one.
It's only on the young. Oh, yes, it is, but it's on the young boy and then your younger sister.
Oh, I thought you said it was on like multiple people.
No, the only two people that actually have the symbol on their body are your younger sister and then the young boy.
Do you have Dispel Magic? I'm afraid I only have Counterspell.
I do, but the magic's so powerful, I'm not sure if I can dispel it.
I believe in you.
And I have a feeling if I am unsuccessful, it may trigger the effect.
Well, here, let me cast Guidance on you.
Thank goodness guidance makes no difference.
I think I have to make a choice. I don't want to choose either. God damn it. Zephyr goes and ponders for a bit.
Okay. As I would say, you kind of go off from the room. As you do, the little kid just seems to go back to his family and starts to talk with his. He seems to try to start to talk to his mother, and who appears to be his older sister, starts to almost like converse with him, and
Stop
tell
it, Hiram. Stop it.
and explain to him.
Don't make me
that
feel feelings for this
their-
kid.
that their mother can no longer hear them, so they're gonna have to figure out a different way to live their life. I'd say at this moment, when you kind of come out into the hall and start to ponder,
Could be considered a mercy.
at this point when when you come out into the hall and start to ponder, this is when some more so familiar people from the village start to be brought in. There are some survivors you recognize, and as you greet these fellow villagers, and some of them seem to recognize you. Some seem to recognize you. Sorry, some seem not to, but you almost like find yourself like this building anticipation, hoping that maybe one of your party members is going to bring in your family members or maybe one of your closer friends from the village. But without fail, every person that's brought in seems to be someone that you barely know or were not close to at all.
So while he's off contemplating what to do next, I'm going to seize this opportunity
Oh God, no.
to start proselyting nature's children
Oh, okay.
to these disenfranchised
Still
and
terrible,
downtrodden
but-
people.
Caleb was like, he's gonna touch the symbol, isn't he?
Yep.
Make a persuasion check. Also, are you hiding this from the party, or are you just
Preaching.
I'm just preaching. Unfortunately, I rolled a nat 1, so 10. The dice gods are not favoring me today.
I would say
Good.
that, so Rickshaw is very, very good at speaking, and especially in this, he's a proclivity towards spreading nature's children. However, the way that I interpret this is not necessarily that you are doing less good with your sermons. It's these people are so rattled and so confused and disoriented.
You know what I'm going to
that-
do? I'm going to start burning some pesh.
As he pulls out a pipe and starts to smoke.
More like a censer
Uh,
to get it in the air.
I would say that you guys notice that immediately. You guys have been around drugs being burned in the air, and you know what this would be. Pesh is a relaxant drug, though. It is similar to like weed and how it would function. So do with that what you will. I would say at this point, this is kind of where you guys group back up at the town hall. You've gone through, you found your 13 survivors. All of you have kind of come back and grouped up in the main hall. For you, what I'm going to say, effectively you have variations on in greater restoration. Is it all effects or is it one?
You imbue the creature to undo a debilitating effect.
Okay, so effectively you just have to pick what you think is the worst. There's only 3 conditions that seem to be inflicted on the citizens of Heffelburn: blindness, deafness, and I don't know what it's called when you can't feel something, but effectively the loss of numbness, the loss of touch.
And they only have one per person?
No, some of them have more than one for sure. In fact, here we'll do some rolls.
I'll definitely do the people that have multiple effects.
Deaf,
first.
blind, and concussion.
There are 4 individuals that have all 3. They have lost touch, so they are deaf, they are
4?
blind, and they have the loss of touch. There are 3 individuals who are blind and deaf. There are 2 individuals that have lost their sense of touch. And funnily enough, there's 2 of them that are okay.
Apparently it's anaphia, is what it's called.
Well,
How does lightning cause one to lose their sense of
That's
touch?
what he was saying. Even though it makes no sense, they still don't have it.
yeah, again, not able to quite understand. It makes sense in terms of the lightning for the visual and then the sound, but the sense of touch is not something that any of you guys would be able to piece together.
Is
So-
it better to restore eyesight or hearing? I assume it would be eyesight, right? But I've also never been without either.
I would argue this. As humans, our eyesight is like critical. We developed lots of things, and we base most of our life around eyesight.
All right.
Like, you can at least read.
The
with
kid, the young boy, is one of the 2 that doesn't seem to have any conditions, for what that's worth. And apart from the young boy and your sister, all the children are gone.
All the children are gone.
You guys, not only did you guys not find any children, you guys didn't even find
Pieces.
Body parts.
like even the shadow, any kind of thing that would lead you to believe there were children here. So either this village had no children, or they were completely destroyed, taken. There's no remnants of children other than the young boy and your sister.
I guess we're gonna do the 3 that have no senses, and we're gonna restore the 3 of their eyesights.
Okay.
As he's doing this, I'm still preaching. I'm reading
Just
from
their
the
eyesight, huh?
Book of Reclamation, chapter 8, verse 4.
I feel like
The
hearing
evil
would be more
gods
useful.
That's what I thought. I didn't
spread
know
their
which one, and he
corruption
said I
into
said
the
it.
hearts and minds of the primitive races, and they begin to forego the counsel of the chosen and begin to take and give back nothing. The evil gods made the primitive races fearful and jealous of each other. They refused to give of themselves and took from others, and they grew angry with each other and fought wars and burnt lands. And they begin to spread lies and gather influence and beginning to call themselves kings. They forget the teachings of the chosen. But we are here to deliver you from this corruption and return to you, restoring your sight and your health and your homes.
Yet the people he restored sight to can't hear what he's saying.
Still,
there's three people that are like,
hey,
Don't even care.
he's just preaching. He's just preaching.
A preacher does not
can
care
we
if
all
they are
hear this?
heard.
Yeah.
Yes,
we
you
all
guys.
hear
You guys would hear.
Can I make a new persuasion check?
You could make it for your party.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh, that was almost a nat 20. Okay, so that'd be 23.
So for the sake of that, I would say that you guys would, it'd be weird enough or interesting enough that you would start to, you'd at least hear the things that he was saying. I'm not going to say he's converting you guys. For the people,
But it's
people
making
of the,
sense.
not even necessarily making sense as much as, I've never heard this. This is something new that I would be unfamiliar with. But you wouldn't be able to make a new check for the people just because, again, for them,
Even
for
under the
one,
effects
they
of the
kinda
past.
just
a
got
lot of them
kaboomed.
literally can't even hear.
Should I use thaumaturgy?
Would not help.
Listen
Actually,
to
might
me.
make things worse. As ear damage is cumulative.
What's up?
When Tiku comes
They all come
into
in.
the
Gets another lightning strike.
town hall, she's gonna go find Zephyr. Okay.
It's fairly easy. I would actually say Zephyr's like sitting near. I'm just gonna put him at the front near the podium, so that he can see people who are coming in. Very much so seems deep in thought. I would say you also are able to catch pretty quickly that he seems to be looking off to the right to a room, and then looking to a small family of 3, 2 older women and a young boy.
He's like clenching his fists, but he's like halfway between anger and fear, and you can't tell which one. Or
Tiku's-
anger and sadness. Sorry, not anger and fear. Anger and sadness. He's like almost gonna cry, but then he's all like, "I'm gonna punch somebody."
Tiku's gonna
But
come
then
up.
he's almost gonna cry again.
Tiku's gonna come up and hop up on the chair or up on the bench with him, and sit next to him, and then put her arm on her little hand. She's gonna reach up and put it on his shoulder,
Just put it on his toes.
and then realizing she can't reach his shoulder, she puts it on his back.
It's like the lower back.
And she's gonna rub his back.
What are you doing, Tico?
Tiku tried to find as many bodies as possible, but Tiku could only find 3. But Tiku is prepared to send them off with a proper send-off.
You're not planning on eating them, are you?
I was planning on prepping them for the village to nourish themselves one last time.
We bury our dead here, not eat them, Tiku. I would appreciate if you respected our customs.
You don't want Tiku to cook them?
No, I do not want Tiku to cook them. But if you could put the remains together, we'll...
Are we making a flesh column?
You're preaching.
Sorry. But I'm just out of game. I'm excited.
We'll see if we can identify any of them. And
There were just arms and stuff. There's only 3
Or you can't
bodies.
identify them anymore, Zephyr.
Worth. All very separate. Very different places.
We
tomorrow
can make a new
I'll
golem and
do
call
a
him
ceremony
Brad Shack.
for them, so they can pass.
Okay. What do Tiku do then?
Could you gather the others from me? And meet me outside.
The others is in the group, or
Yes.
everyone that's already here?
Just everyone in the group. Just the party.
Including the snake man and the homeless man, or the...
Yes, they're probably going to get involved in this too.
Okay, including the homeless man and snake man. You look sad. Is there anything else Tico can do?
Unless you can...
I can make you another meal. Tico needs to still make cow as a send-off to
Unless you can dispel
Uncle
magics of a
Terrence.
god. No, there's nothing you can do.
If we free the god killer, we could maybe do that.
There won't be enough time, I don't think.
Sorry.
And
Tico's not a champion of the death god yet.
I
Death
want to do...
God killer yet.
I want to try to find... So I'll do identify on the kid too.
Okay.
And I want to try to find... I'm specifically looking to see if the two spells are linked in some way. Do you want
Okay.
an Arcana check as part of that?
I would say yes. So I'll tell you that the spell is the same spell. It is, again, this seemingly higher version of symbol.
I'm pretty sure they're linked. I just want to like...
And go ahead and make an Arcana check.
All right. Did I get anything with that 18 nature check on the lightning spell? I know you already said it, but did I get anything more?
You are confident that that spell, based on the degree of what you saw and how big it was, if it functions in the way that normal lightning would, definitely would be enough to blind people, and the sound from it would definitely be enough to deafen people. Again,
But the
touch,
incineration?
you have no idea. The incineration, lightning doesn't give off heat in that much of a proximity.
Yes, it does.
It
literally incinerates the air around it. That's what thunder is.
Like right around it. But even if you have a bigger bolt, it doesn't have that doesn't increase the extra area. The area around the lightning bolt would still be there, and you saw signs of that on the hill itself. It is unlikely that that large lightning bolt caused incineration in the town, because also, if it was enough to do that, you would see more signs of that in structural damage or in the way that things seem to evaporate. In town, it's more of like, and especially after I'd say meeting up with Gurgle and talking to him a little bit about it, when you find these shadows of people, it's more like it almost looks like individual casts. Like it almost looks as if the town was ransacked, and then that's a way that they had killed people, I guess is the way that I would describe it.
Did we find out if this was multiple people or one single, maybe red-skinned orc thing?
You have no idea.
Okay, we haven't figured that out yet.
As of right now, everyone that you guys have talked to, and I'd say you guys have had kind of brief conversations with some of these people that can actually still talk and hear.
Nobody saw anything.
No one knows what happened. It was bright light for those that are blind. Those that didn't see the light still saw a flash. They just didn't happen to be looking in that direction. For a lot of them, sound died, and then it was. They would describe it quite literally like almost like a wall of a storm, of an extreme storm hit the town. They had weather that was seemingly impossible. Lightning streaking through town rather than coming from the sky, coming through town. Weather that would blow with the wind and everything. It would take off sections of buildings, but wasn't everywhere. It was almost in gusts. Very much so. You get the sense from your experience that some powerful magic user likely came through and did this, or some version of magic hit this town.
Would if I asked Orlevale for help, would he care? I know he's like a dragon.
Oh, no.
Okay.
He wouldn't give a fuck.
Okay.
Not about a normal town. He's not that kind of guy.
By the way, friends,
give a fuck is a stretch.
on the topic of things getting blown up, we might want to vacate this area. There's still a lot of magic going on.
Okay. So, you do your
Go
thought.
through him first.
It's 23, by the way.
23. So his is actually going to play into likely what's going to go next. So I'm actually going to do yours before
I'm continuing proselyting, moving on to teachings of the Book of Reclamation, chapter 8, verses 6 through 8.
Okay. As Zerkshaw is continuing to preach, I'll give you one more roll for those that can now start to hear, as you guys would almost be looked at as pseudo saviors right now.
Okay,
in a sense.
so we are taught to give in order to receive. If you give of your bowl, so too shall your bowl overflow with abundance. As we give of ourselves, so too shall we receive of others, and none will go without. If you are asked to give of yourself, do so with a kind heart and joyful disposition, and give freely, for you shall be repaid in kind. Ask not of people for that which they do not possess. A shoemaker will have shoes, a baker will have bread. And asking of someone for what they do not have is of the evil gods. For then they will say you owe a debt and entrap you.
As he continues to preach. I'm going to do your, and then I'm going to go to your thing, just because I think yours is going to lead into...
24.
Tiku's gonna hop off the bench after her talk with Zephyr, and she's gonna quietly make her way around and tug on everybody's robe and like
Yes, Miss Gold.
cloaks. Zephyr wants to meet outside. Something important.
That's it. That's all she says. She just
I'll
goes.
make my way outside.
Tiku is going around and gathering people to meet outside.
I save him for last.
With 24, it's the same spell. It's not even connected. It is the same spell.
Damn it. I go outside to meet everyone else.
Okay. Everyone would listen, especially because being cooped up in the hall, seeing or hearing or whatever the sense that they have. would
He
be-
said only the party.
Did you?
Yeah, just the
Yeah.
just the
So-
part.
Oh,
Yeah.
apologies.
So it's just
Yes.
us.
Apologies. I definitely
Go
misheard that. I
around.
thought you were gathering everyone.
No.
So
Because this is a decision party is going to be involved in because they're going to deal somewhat of the repercussions of what happens here.
okay.
AKA Trinity can't make a decision and he wants us. he
Apologies.
needs someone else
Tiku
to
is
fill.
able to kind of separate it off and still able to get just your
He doesn't want to feel the guilt of this choice by himself.
just your group. So your group kind of makes your way outside as the individuals inside are going to start to. They're effectively trying to comfort each other, dealing with what is to them the most catastrophic event of their lives.
So,
To
Ga-
most people.
So guys, Talos is playing a game with me, and I don't want to play, but I also don't want to lose the only family I have. You've seen the small boy and the girl on the bed, right?
I have.
Then
I have.
the girl is my sister, and she has a mark on her neck, and the young boy has the same mark. They are linked together, and I believe I'm supposed to touch one or the other to
Save them.
save them. Yes, whichever one I touch, I assume will kill that person. Probably will hurt me as well. But I can't bring myself to hurt an innocent boy. Can't. I don't know what to do here. But I don't want to lose my sister.
Isn't it 50s either way? If you
I-
touch them, it could kill them. Or it could save them.
You think Talos would make it that easy?
No.
Could you describe this?
I think
spell
what
that-
Razer's saying is that you don't know if touching them will save them or kill them, so you could pick one and then intentionally try to save them by touching them, and then unintentionally kill them.
He most likely knows how the spell works.
I've looked at it extensively, and the trigger is touch. I can't tell what the other
But the spell,
the spell itself
based
is.
upon what I know, is that if you touch the person, the adverse effects happen to the individual you touch, based upon how
That's-
I understand the spell.
That's what I understand as well.
So if you were trying to save your sister, you would touch the boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, that sounds whole different type of problems here.
Context, Trinity. Context.
Stay in scope. Stay in scope.
I don't. But I think my sister.
Wait, Kane was invited to this?
You guys were all there.
Yeah.
You're there too.
Yeah.
You're
I
there
thought you
too,
said- I
Rickshaw.
thought you just said just the party.
The
Yeah,
party.
You're
part of the party right now.
not the
because-
villagers, is what he meant.
Oh.
You are there.
Okay.
Unless you didn't come because you're off spouting gospel.
Perhaps I could propose a third alternative.
Actually, that
And
might be a
I
better
assume
idea.
you are capable of unraveling magic.
It's possible, but I fear that's also a trap if we fell.
Correct. However, it's the thing of like if you can't make either option, you choose a third one. Yes, it could fail, but anything we do could fail.
You are confident based on your identify spell that if you fail, it will trigger.
Bolt will die,
Yeah.
probably.
I
Yeah.
I suspect if we
I, for one, personally know my magic works against this god, you being my example.
What if we just ask them?
could try
Hi-
one thing.
His sister is unconscious. She cannot be asked.
Strictly
Well, if we
speaking,
had speak with dead.
if he asks his
But
sister,
he's
she'd
not
probably
dead.
tell him to save the boy.
Yet.
I could try one thing. It would be dangerous.
You're kind
And
of
I also need
psycho.
to check if the DM will let me do it.
Pragmatic.
It's. I
We
could
kill
try
her
to.
so that we can ask her if she wants to die.
Yes, and if she said yes, then, well, there we go. If
Wait.
she says no, then we can use Revivify, bring it back.
What are you talking about?
You were saying.
I
I don't know about the snake dude.
Keep interrupting him, dude.
I have one idea, but you'd probably want to evacuate the town, including yourselves.
You know, on that note, Zephyr,
Is
I
it a-
think that's a good idea regardless of what we choose.
Is it a bomb?
The
The whole town's a bomb.
well, the magic that's around is seems to be, I'm assuming, the same magic Talos, right? And I appeared to be able to open a line to it to bring it in, but I don't.
Can you control this line?
Sometimes,
So you're going to use the line to break the spell.
yes, to try to break it on both of them, if possible.
That
But-
runs into my plan of highly likely chance of not working.
But I think it's the best chance I have.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your magic, but I'm just going to say, last time I thought you had control of your magic, you blew up Terry, so...
That's why I'm
Who's
saying.
Terrence?
That's why I'm saying to get back.
Well, I said Terry, not Terrence, but...
It's unfortunate for what happened to Terrence. But he also kept trying to touch that bowl and
He was our friend, but he
halfway
was kind of
killed himself
stupid.
anyways.
But are you capable of withstanding if you do kill your sister?
I'll accept it. I've always accepted the outcome of nature. I would assume.
Does this count as nature?
I think it does in this case.
You know that there's magic traps all over this town, right?
I don't really care too much, as long as no one else gets hurt in this process.
I don't
I-
know if it's.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
I have to.
I don't know if I see that as nature. If you cast a lightning bolt at somebody, that's not really nature, is it?
Tiku.
It is in a way. It's.
Tiku doesn't
I
want
think
to
you're
lose
saying
another
that all
friend.
things will come about, no matter the interactions of mortals or not.
Tiku doesn't want to lose another friend. If between
And I
boy,
just met you all.
Are we talking about killing the snake?
No, I think the snake is just self-conscious.
I think I'm going to take the chance to channel that power if I can.
Are we even certain the people can be moved? Some of them had very egregious injuries.
I think they need to be moved, Ken.
If you're in character, you can just chime in.
Dude, too many people are talking over each other. Try not to do that.
Yes,
Just
Razio?
say,
I have one thing to say to you, Zephyr.
Yes.
I won't help you make this decision, but if you kill that boy to save your sister, I won't do anything, but you'll be just as bad, if not worse, than Cytherin.
I'm going to go up to Zephyr, and I'm going to whisper in his ear.
Whoa, shots fired.
You all already think I'm a villain. Why not let me do this task, and if the boy dies, then you are saved.
Rickshaw, this is my responsibility, my fight. I appreciate it. But I'm not doing a deal with the devil.
Oh, I'm
Then he would be Cytherin. She couldn't say that 'cause she didn't hear it, but.
Double like sit there.
So, what I'm going to do for the next little bit is I'm going to. You can let me do an Arcana check on this. Effectively, I'm just going to do a really big Dispel Magic and try to do both of them.
He's gonna try to channel the god
But
power.
I want to try to
and-
channel all the latent energy that's floating around the town
But we are going to evacuate first for clarity.
before it happens.
We're gonna evacuate first for
Isn't there
clarity.
like a homebrew roll thing where you like giga success or you giga fail?
It's called succeeding with failure, or yeah, it's just-
Rolling with
yes.
emphasis.
It's
Rolling with emphasis, which
I completely forgot about.
I'd be down for that for this, assuming that is the plan.
that's Zephyr's plan. As long as everyone's okay with it and get out of the town.
Can we move
Zephyr?
the villagers?
Yeah, so they're hurt, but
You just said multiple of them had broken bones and stuff, and
Yeah,
that's
you'd have to
terrible to
carry them.
move.
yeah, and so you would be
find some random
going.
piece of wood they can use as a.
Yeah, like,
It's just-
Tiku can literally push a wagon that you could put people in. Like I think Tiku can. If
I
I
was just
recall
saying
correctly, by
it's
your
not a
strength
good
modifier,
idea.
you can technically push like 2,000 pounds or something like that.
I was just saying because it's not a good idea to move people with broken bones. But
So the idea behind this is, as you guys were taking them into the town hall, you were with the help of the villagers that are there, and then with your group as well, you'd effectively been like applying stints and getting them to a functional level.
I gotcha.
I would, as far as to say that within like an hour of mending wounds and things like that, if they were to get further help, they would have to go to like Zoprikar would be the closest one that you know of. Maybe if you found like a hermit that's really, really good, but realistically, they would have to go to like Zoprikar to get further treatment, or they would just have to kind of wait it out, which is what would commonly happen.
Tiku's gonna tell Zephyr before she leaves the town with everybody and pushes the wagon out of the town. Zephyr, Tiku has one request. If you're gonna risk another friend, Tiku has a request.
Yes, Tiku?
If you die, don't blow up your body. You told me I get to eat you.
And then Tiku's gonna leave. It's stop away.
I'll try not to, Tiku.
Okay.
In an angry huff, and she's gonna push the cart.
How are you actually going to try and convince the town folk to evacuate? Because they actually do not really want to leave Hasselburn. Especially the town mayor. Effectively, his stance would be, my family's been here for generations.
This is just temporary. I'm going to. The whole place is effectively seems to be a bomb waiting to go off.
No offense, Mr.
And I believe it's linked to my sister and this boy. I need you to leave so you don't get caught in case things go bad.
But you might not have a town if
I'm
we don't
gonna
leave.
start proselyting against the evil and false god of Talos, and how we need to evacuate because of him.
Take
Okay.
anything that you need to, just in case the town doesn't make it.
Okay, so for the sake of this, I'm gonna say go ahead and make a group persuasion check, as you guys are kind of all trying to convince these.
Oh,
town
Tico's
folk.
not trying to convince nobody.
I'd say you could sit out.
17.
Tico's angry. She's just waiting on the wagon, like, in it, just like.
Waiting on the
like,
wagon that's in the middle of town.
Yeah, waiting for the body people to get on the wagon so she could push it
Oh,
out.
I'm
'cause
not
she
very
told her, she was
convincing.
told she had to do that.
Okay.
I would go to the cart, waiting for us to leave, I think.
Well, I need group persuasion. I need you to roll persuasion.
Group
My bad.
persuasion.
Yeah,
bad.
you're helping.
I didn't hear that.
The persuasion.
Uh,
Good roll.
I got a natural 29. That's a nat 20.
8?
8, 29, 17,
21.
21,
19.
19. Okay. You are able to convince all but the boy's older sister to leave.
Not even with my 29.
Nope. If effectively what her stance would be is, as she's starting to get back a little bit back towards her senses, she's able to convince her mom that her mom should leave, partly because her mom doesn't quite understand what she's going on, as she's blind and deaf. But
You do realize you may die along with the rest of us.
as she kind of like looks down to her little brother, this girl's name is EI. And as EI kind of like looks down to her little brother, she goes, Harriet's been scared since everything happened. I don't intend to leave him now. I understand the risk. As she kind of
But-
just like takes his hand.
If you're gone, what of your mother? She would have lost 2 children. Do you
I'll
think
let you
she
make-
would make it?
I'll let you make one more against her.
Oh, I'm trying hard on this. I'm doing guidance. Is that?
Yeah.
Oh God, why do I suck so bad? Okay, be a good guidance. Uh, 8.
So what I'm going to do for the sake of this, I'm going to let you roll with advantage, because her little brother, who you would have probably figured this out, but she also identified him as Herod. Herod also chimes in and basically saying, "I'll be fine. You got to take care of mom." So I'm going to give you advantage via him.
Oh, that's a nat 20 for a total of 23.
Rickshaw
One more.
positioned himself behind the daughter, raising his staff until she decided, then he lowers it down.
I would say this is not a short conversation. It takes like a good 5 to 10 minutes actually to convince her that it would be better for her to go, between making sure her mom would be care of, and then also giving her some assurance that you do believe that you could do it, even though there is a risk.
Freaking yeah, you can play this freaking brutal game too. Freaking, I'll make your NPCs feel bad too.
True. Okay. Again, after a few minutes of trying to convince her, she finally decides that she will go with the rest of the group and exit town. How far away are you guys going?
Until we're
1,000
of
feet
the
out.
Zappy range, like the Zappy field.
We don't know how big that is.
Can Gurgle identify it?
Nope.
Because he knows what it is and he's seen it.
I would say like 1,000 feet minimum.
Couple miles.
A couple miles is like an hour walk.
It is.
We best start
20.
running, brother.
Like 30-minute walk.
With
miles.
injured people? It takes about
That
15 to
is
20
true. You
minutes
are
to
pushing
walk a mile.
people,
On a wagon?
things like that. Yeah, but you don't have horses or anything. Tiku would
Is a
effectively be
horse.
pushing this through. I would say that if you guys wanted to go a mile out, you
I
probably
can
do
help
like
too.
40 minutes with the injuries that you
Browser
have.
can help too.
Yeah,
I guess we
Roz
could go
is
a
also
mile.
above.
So is Gurgle.
I was just
Oh
saying
yeah,
1,000
like
feet
we
because
have
we could
3
do
buff
that in like
dudes
10
here.
minutes.
They can all freaking take the wagon.
Yeah. So
Casually, probably.
you guys I think everyone but Zephyr is leaving town, right? So Zephyr, Lucina, and Herod are staying in town, and then everybody else is leaving, right? I understand this correctly? Okay. As they all leave, and you're effectively left alone, Herod kind of accompanies you to go into that side room where Lucina would still be unconscious, and I'd say they took the other three, including unfortunately the individual that was dead, and took them out as well, so kind of leaving you guys alone in the city hall. As Herod after you guys have waited, I'd say about 30 minutes as you're trying to make sure you're waiting an adequate amount of time, kind of a little bit of small talk. I'd say you gave him a little bit of an idea of kind of what your plan is over those 30 minutes, as you guys kind of hit the end of your 30 minutes, and he says, okay, so what do we do?
Just stay
Unfortunately,
right here.
we get away from him and we wait.
I'm going to try to channel the energies that are around here and use it to break the symbols from both you and my sister. Try not to freak out. Close your eyes if you must, and pray. And
He sits down and effectively, seemingly, you know when you see a kid who's trying to pray and they just kind of close their eyes and push their hands together really, really hard and start to almost like squeeze their hands together? That's what Herod starts to do as he sits down.
and before I start casting, the final thing I say is like, the storm will be over soon.
Okay. So for the sake of this, the dispel magic is just going to be a check against the spell.
Yeah.
But in order to actually harness effectively to try and utilize the power of this magic circle and almost like convert it to your will, I actually wouldn't say that's an Arcana check, as you're effectively trying to utilize that connection you have to Talos, that fading one to Talos or everyone. It's going to be religion. So religion to channel, and do the religion first, because it could impact the...
Okay. So I can use guidance on anything? What can I use guidance on?
You could not use it on the dispel magic.
What is the...
Yeah, I couldn't use on the dispel magic, so I can use it. Can I
On the
use
religion
it
check
on the
is the
religion
only
check?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, right.
Because I could...
Empowering
Technically,
yourself.
it says you make a check, but you've ruled in the past that you can't do modifiers on it.
Okay. I'll
Okay.
just...
It can definitely only be used for one. This is actually something that I saw before as well, just so you know.
Can I do it on the religion check? I assume that's...
Yes,
Yeah.
but
okay.
with the way that the concentration works, because it's a minute, it's
Minute
one action,
concentration.
but then it's a
Yeah.
minute concentration
Mhm.
against one check. So you wouldn't be able to do 2 checks in the same sequence
yeah,
together.
that's what I figured. Yeah.
But any religion check that you had would have guidance on it.
Okay.
But yes, you can use it on your religion check. And then...
Fuck my life.
Nothing could go right. could it?
Natural
Nothing.
one.
+3, and then... I mean, I still have a plus...
For what it's worth, it's a multiple level DC.
So, I mean, it's a 13 still, with a natural 1.
Are you serious?
+3 from his crack check.
And
Okay.
Yeah.
this is the end of Sever.
Go ahead and give me the...
More likely the end of his
13.
sister and
Go ahead and give me...
the kid, which might make it spiral.
Okay.
give me the dispel magic.
You get a plus
That
Roll.
dice is dead.
Roll a d6 with it.
a d6 combined.
What's your intelligence
Was it
plus?
13, which is not so bad?
No, d4. Apologies, not a d6.
You do get your guidance.
Roll the d4. Roll a...
Choose
The
your
guidance is how
Trying to
severely it
analyze
it.
activates once he fails.
No, so
Can the audience give him?
I was saying
what dice is his destiny.
She already used her inspiration last week.
Oh, it doesn't reset.
No, it
It does
resets week to
reset.
week, but she would have had to have done it before
We're
the roll.
voting.
Alright, here we
we
go.
actually made a poll for it. It will go live during break.
Oh.
So there is a poll for inspiration
We need
voting.
to go on break real quick, guys.
That'll be done during break.
Oh, they both jumped out of the freaking dice tray. This is boding well.
Oh, not terrible. Not
Okay,
terrible.
so what
Pretty
is...
good.
So, I mean, it's just
You
my
add
modifier,
your
right?
intelligence. That's it.
Okay. Which is fine.
I thought it was your spellcasting DC.
I thought
No,
it was
it's
spellcasting,
just
yeah.
the stat you use to cast spells.
So...
So the
So
d4 is a minus, by the way.
Okay,
Oh.
so it's 18...
Wait, that
No,
was
the
bad?
d4 is a
Minus
minus.
1.
It's an 18 minus 1 for 17.
17.
Okay, so I need to look at one thing from my notes real quick.
He's channeling Ryveron, maybe. Maybe. You gotta learn.
Oh no!
I don't know what happens. I mean, it's whatever happens happens at this point.
Okay,
The dice have been rolled. It is in God's hands now.
Okay, so for those of you on the outside of town, Gurgle, you're the one who notices this the most. The answer on not a mushroom cloud. The answer on the radius of this is actually 1,000. It's 1,000-foot radius.
I was right.
So even from a distance, you guys can see as you look at the ground, lightning. Rather than the small trickles you can see, even from a distance, as you guys went a good mile away, you can quite literally. It almost looks like the ground turns alive for a moment as white lines just static going to the center of town pretty clearly. Even though you guys can't tell from this distance, exact details, but very clear that it all goes towards that center town hall.
Who wants to take bets whether or not this was a success or a failure?
She says she's watching.
I mean, that would all happen, and then he would say that.
For you, Zephyr,
I feel like this would all happen pretty instantaneously.
Yeah.
as you cast the spell, and the way that I would kind of do this is you're kind of trying to dispel all of it, is you kind of take your hand to both the mark on Herod's chest as well as the mark on Lucina's neck, kind of just above it,
Trying to
casting
channel it through
the
him. Yeah.
dispel magic. And then the one thing I needed to check with the spell magic.
It's 10 plus the spell's level is the DC.
All right, cool. Okay, so as
Should be a 19.
as you focus and you cast the magic,
If it was a
There-
+1, you would have got it.
you have the moment of almost like where everything seems to stop.
If you only succeeded the religion roll.
Chill. In that moment, everything seems to stop for a moment. And as you kind of your eyes kind of close and you open them up and you look at the symbols, the light in both symbols fades and seems to almost go out, and you very much so have this sense of relief as
I don't like
you
this.
feel this
calm before the
similar
storm.
influence from when you were up in the storm from before, where you almost felt shielded. And in this moment where you realize, as you look at them, the symbols almost they seem to have gone out. They almost seem to start to ignite. It's more of they went out to detonate. And in that moment, you realize that you do not have enough power to actually dispel this magic, and is about to activate. But you realize you have a thought. You have a lightning, effectively almost like a lightning shield that was put up that Ryveron gave you. And you can sense power, even in this instant. Again, time almost seeming to slow. You can sense the power for this sigil is coming in. And if you just let down that shield, you could probably control that lightning, likely be successful in your endeavor.
So wait, so it's letting down the shield that's on me.
So
Your immunity
when
to lightning.
Ryveron effectively seemed to fuse into you, he gave you this shield almost.
Doesn't
And
it just block all damage on one turn? All single damage from
It
one
also
hit?
makes him immune to lightning.
I thought it just...
No, so this
all
lightning
single.
shield specifically, this is more of this was the one where I said that it seemed to block Talos's influence and ability to see you. It's almost as if Ryveron was hiding you from Talos.
I fucking
But as this magic is coming in, effectively in this instant, what you realize, either you can effectively keep that up, and the magic will go to the source that it's currently going for, which is the symbol spell. Or, if you were to let that down, similar to when you were in the storm, and you for a moment let it down, there was... effectively you were able to control it. You think you might be able to harness this magical energy to utilize yourself. What do you want to do?
Be like Uncle Iroh.
Harness your inner firebender.
Channel the lightning.
Go with the flow. I mean, I'm going to drop the shield.
Oh no, he did it! No, here it comes!
As the lightning from the city just, and in that moment where, for you, it seemed to slow, but this would be like an instant of you just. The only option is to drop this. That shield drops, and you immediately. The easiest example I have of this is like when Frodo puts on the ring in Lord of the Rings, and it seems as if there is an eye or
The eye turns at him.
but rather than
blaze.
that exact sequence, it's more as if for a moment the buildings around you seem to disappear, and again it seems like you're in the sky, the storm all around you, and in this glance you see red lightning as it travels throughout all of it, and you realize. You also, in this instance, realize that red lightning isn't just lightning. It seems to have a will as it turns and looks towards you. And you hear, marvelous. I was worried that wouldn't work. Suppose the game's going to get a little bit more fun now. And in that moment, you again are back in town. The lightning kind of surges into you yourself as you immediately feel yourself welded up with, or filled up with power, instantly dispersing that into both her neck and the mark on Herod's chest, as the symbols seem to, and the light in them completely seems to fade. Now it actually looks like a burn, like a scar. It did not completely go away. It does seem that the magic was carved into their flesh. As Herod kind of reaches down, kind of like taps his chest, and looks over it and says, "So did it work?" And then you see like a little bit of lightning seems to over him, almost like a little. It almost looks like a suit of armor. As it, and then, so Herod, up to this point, had always been smiling as he, for the first time, seems to lose his smile. And he says, "Seems not," as almost like as if you were to take a defibrillator and hit a body. He just and collapses to the ground. And that's where we're going to go to break.
Not gonna lie. I was half expecting when you were saying.
Did you
that
roll
were
with
touching-
emphasis?
So yeah, we're going to go to break
we
for
just-
this should only be like a 10 to 15 minute break. I want to get back in the habit of always imploring those. But we will figure out what actually happens as a result of this and what the plans or the next steps are moving forward in just a little bit.
Yeah.
We're back.
Vote on
Hold
who
me
you
up.
want to have inspiration during break.
True. Vote on who you want to have inspiration. We'll put a poll there. I'm pretty sure that's just you, Jasmine, so you just got to pick someone. We are back. I think you can see it on the stream, just in case anyone didn't see it. Zephyr did win. So Zephyr does currently have inspiration, so you can go ahead and add that. Woo! And then, jumping back into our current sequence of events, as Harold again, it almost very similar to like when you hit a body with the defibrillator. He seems to pulse with lightning. It's very clear as you see the lightning all throughout his body. You see the effectively the light blue, almost white in his eyes, almost just immediately fades to that same white, almost like blindness that you were seeing in all the others, as almost in response to Harold just and hits the ground. Lucina seems to open her eyes at this point and kind of sits up, looks about the room, confused for a moment before seeing you, and she goes, Zephyr? Worth noting, in the instant that she says Zephyr, there's something off about that.
I guess I'll try to insight it.
Go for it.
Do we start making our way back at this point?
I have a 12.
12? Okay. I actually want to hear the answer, your guys' answer to that before. You guys just saw the lightning seem to pulse into the town. At this point, like, this would have just happened. What is your guys' response? Are you waiting it out? What are you doing?
I'll kick up my staff and I'll start walking back.
I'm a little bit sketched out about walking back in right now.
It'll take us a half hour to get back anyway.
The townspeople can wait here. Wait for word. We'll go check it out.
Okay, so the two of you are going to make your way towards town, or Razu and Rickshaw, are you guys going as well? Or you want to wait? Or you guys want to start making your way back towards Hethelburn?
And then I guess, if everybody's going.
Okay, so you guys start to make your way back. As
These
you
mountains
insight...
aren't safe, though. I guess I'll stay behind.
Okay, so Kane is going to stay back with the townsfolk. With your insight, there's definitely something off, yet oddly familiar about Lucina. As you quickly start to think to yourself, Lucina was actually she's a timid, for her being early teenage years, also she had a strong sense of admiration for you. Even in your choice to actually go and start to pursue your religious journey, it is something that she deeply respected. And one day she wanted to leave herself. This, as Lucina...
I cast Dispel Magic.
Go for it. As Lucina...
I'm guessing I had a roll in it.
If it is
I'll cast it straight up 5th level.
If it is
If
fifth
you cast it
level,
fifth level...
6th level even. We're figuring this out.
just fuck that spell. Whatever it was, it's gone.
You're doing 6th level then?
Yeah, we're doing 6th level.
Okay, 6th level you would not have to roll for.
Okay.
As again, the smile and just the way that she said Zephyr were immediately off to you. As you almost like in response quickly cast Dispel Magic, as what very much so does seem to be an image that was pasted over a familiar face, as you see familiar kind of brunette hair, slightly pointed ears, as Zestaria has a new tattoo on her right cheek.
I was gonna
It's
say
a book that has a dagger stabbed through it. As she kind of places her hand on her neck and feels the burn on her neck, she goes, "Well, at least now we know what you're willing to do. This will be quite helpful in the grand scheme of things."
So
It's
5th level fireball.
Okay.
Let's just do lightning bolt. Well, we're just gonna try to focus it. We'll do lightning bolt, 5th level.
Okay.
We're maxed out everything. I don't give a shit.
So-
Zephyr's pissed.
For the sake of this, as she would immediately be cautious to you, and as you cast a spell magic, I would kind of count that as your
Yeah,
starter.
no, for sure.
And then you start to go into your next spell. You actually do get to roll initiative against her.
Oh God, I'm here alone.
You are here alone.
Oh God, and I rode bad on initiative.
Now you get to know how
I
I
just went back
feel.
there. I should have
Your
brought
surprise
the map,
round
apparently.
means nothing.
Oh, my surprise
Oh,
round was
what?
Dispel Magic.
That's what I mean. That's what, and then you fail, and then you rolled lower than her on initiative.
Yeah,
So
oh, yeah.
your surprise round is nothing. That's what I'm saying.
I still gotta go first, technically speaking.
Okay, now where is Zephyr? I saw you take the.
He's right here.
You
Gosh,
go
I
all
need,
the
I
things
need
right
to
here.
finish painting him.
Dude,
Zephyr,
before he freaking the instant he said something was off, I was like, dude, you just need to say this is a star.
Right.
Every time.
It's either that or malice. It's a 50-50. Or Mollis, not malice. Mollis.
All right, so I kind of had this as the side room. You guys
I just killed this bitch.
Just literally on our way here.
Technically, he didn't see her die. Only,
Oh, he
only
said-
everyone
Oh,
else. Zephyr was
right.
dead at that point.
Give me 1 second.
I mean, it's
I've
probably
been
just
redoing my
another
music
clone of her.
playlists.
I think we probably
So
did
gotta
kill the one that was there.
switch this real
'Cause
fast.
he said he was sure that she died.
I
Or
mean,
he told him
resurrection
that he
magic
was
is a
sure.
thing.
All right, okay. I'm gonna roll for her real quick, by the way. She didn't roll high. She got a 9.
What was your initiative, Trinity?
Unfortunately, that's
5.
still high.
Yep.
Still higher than you. Okay, so she does seem to be. She seems to be
Oh, she's
bladeless,
not his
currently, or she
girlfriend.
doesn't seem to be bladeless. She does not have weapons, so she is unarmed as of this moment. So, as you start to cast your spell, she goes, "Come on, Zephyr, I thought we were friends." As she's going to rush to you, and effectively she's just going to try and grapple you to disable the ability to cast somatic spells. So this is going to be athletics versus either acrobatics or athletics, your choice.
I'm so great at this. Come on.
Covered.
That was a good roll, actually.
No, because they're talking.
Well, if I
Yeah,
have
yeah,
any
yeah,
chance,
yeah.
it's now.
But I was
Um,
saying the more realistic is
For
covered.
sure, they're both +0. Yeah. 18.
19.
Oh!
As she grabs your arms and immediately takes them up. So the way that she pins you, she takes both your arms, and this is going to be her full action. She technically has 2 attacks. So the first attack is she's going to take your arms and effectively clasp them behind your back. This is going to say you can no longer cast somatic spells. And then in addition to that, she takes your arm and headlocks you and is going to try to start to choke you out. Effectively, the way that this is going to work, she's going to be going against your Constitution modifier in rounds to choke you out.
Okay, well,
Each round she'll have to roll to.
it won't
keep
matter
going.
in a moment.
Well, that's her turn. So it's your turn now.
Thunderstep. It's
Okay.
verbal.
That would work. Boom. Okay, where are you going currently?
Well, he's being choked. Can he speak?
I mean, you'd still have a little bit of air. with
You'd
you
have
there.
enough air to cast. Like
You could
Well, because
like
choking literally cuts off your vocal cords. But yeah.
when it comes to verbal spells, I wouldn't say you're like reciting a spell or like a whole thing. It's more of like you're saying like a word that represents the spell. But yeah, very much like a command word. I'd say you'd be able to get it out as long as you can.
Fair enough.
It's very wheezy, but
It's like, have you ever seen someone choked and then they whisper like "fuck you" and you can still understand they're saying "fuck you"? That,
okay.
like
So, I mean, so what's the Jetson's on Thunderstep?
90 feet.
Okay, I am just casting at the lowest level for now, so which is level 3. And I will move 90 feet.
So
currently Away.
your visual is this.
Well,
Actually, out in the cone.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll try.
So just far into the room.
And on top of something if I can.
You on the wall?
Do I have any?
There's holes.
There is like a bunch of like
Holes. Debris,
chairs.
terrain.
Chairs and stuff. And actually, I would say that there would be even the town hall would have enough destroyed. You could likely even go out here if you wanted to. Using this as a visual.
Yeah,
kinda
we'll
using the
go
hole.
as far as we can.
Okay, so you just want to go completely outside, effectively breaking your sight line on her.
No, I want to keep eyes on her. So
13 is the edge of the room, which would be 65
So
feet.
you're right here,
Just be Quinn, bro.
and you got like visual right here. And I would say that crack in the wall, is canonically actually a hole in the wall that you can see outside of.
And we realized Rick Shaw stayed behind so he could convert the whole village.
Can I like
To the children.
Like come up here?
On top of the building?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm with you guys.
In the hole.
Where's Rickshaw?
That's what I do. And
No one bumped the
let me
table, or
Let me
he
see if
will.
I got a bonus action.
No, I don't think we're here yet.
It literally is going to take you guys 20 minutes to get here. This fight is going to be over by the time you guys show
This
up.
particular
Maybe.
one, as soon as you guys decided to split, would this is going to go to some kind of fruition, whatever it is. You guys would be coming back towards town. This is our first only one-person combat.
And it's still
I mean,
going
to be
just
honest,
slow.
this is like a grudge
not
match between Zephyr and
Right.
the Star. Yeah.
Onrus versus
I'm
himself.
just trying to see if this is a.
This is actually perfect.
Wait,
This is,
oh,
this
yeah,
is what
yeah,
he needed.
That was
So I'm
still
gonna use-
during everyone else.
Yeah, no,
Manifest
we
Mind.
had two combats going
Yeah, that was a
simultaneously. And that
simultaneous
bounced between
combat.
them. Do you have a bonus
Oh,
action?
you know
to
what?
use?
Actually, even better yet. Okay, I want to change how I do this. Actually, I do teleport out as far as I can.
Because that would still be to right here.
But before I did that, I bonus action manifest mine.
Right next to her.
Not right next to her, just above.
Yeah. Where is the mini we were using for that? We haven't used it in a little bit.
Yeah, because I haven't been able to use it. I think I was just.
a spell sword effect in the top right corner.
Yeah. Or you use like that ghost apparition looking thing.
Just a beholder.
I'm just gonna do this wizard, this ghostly wizard.
that
Where'd you
works.
want him?
Just floating right here.
Oh, in the air.
Yep. So it's
So that would be where you
Yeah,
sight
about
on
that.
her.
okay, and then I teleport back as far as I can.
And
Cool.
she has
Alright.
to make a con save.
Okay, and then her con save 12, which I think is a failure.
That does spell, and I believe it's 3D.
3d10?
10, right? Yep. I'm just gonna hit this to make it quicker.
Then she whips out a hand crossbow and shoots a drow poison dart
25.
to put him to sleep.
25 damage.
Damn!
Ooh,
Just go ahead and beat her up real quick.
okay. As you just blink back out and you kind of like look back in and then you quickly focus through your manifest mind as you as effectively you just what would be the description of that? Teleport out.
It literally,
Yeah.
you literally just.
So as you
bolt of lightning.
she kind of like dazed for a moment and she looks at your manifest mind. She smiles and she says, "You know, I've learned some new stuff too. It's actually quite fascinating." At this point, she seems to almost like step back into the wall.
Okay.
And then seems to almost out of your own shadow seems to jump up. Also, in addition to coming out of your own shadow, she almost seems to grab part of it and pull it up, and the shadow seems to turn into a pseudo blade. As she pulls it up, she says, "Wonderful part about how much time we spent together. I was able to mock most of you." As she's going to attempt to plunge this shadow blade into you. So she only can make one attack with this.
It's gonna be really
This,
awkward if you
for
die
what it's
again.
worth, the thing that she did is called Assassin's Step.
Okay.
That is a 16 to hit.
I'm gonna react to shield.
Okay, as she takes the shadow blade and you
I don't
just
want that hitting me.
in her, as soon as she appears next to you, you just kind of shield wall up. As the shadow blade hits it, it seems to disappear. It's almost as if the blade is converted into it. You don't want to think about what it would have done if it was in you, because as it hits the shield, it like and spreads, and then seems to almost like smoke, almost like evaporating off. And then at that point, she's going to use her movement to go around the pillar.
Take an
That
opportunity
is an
attack?
opportunity attack if you would. No, you just shielded. You can't. So
Yeah,
it is your turn.
It's gonna be really awkward if she 1v1s you.
Well, I don't have the most spells right now.
Yeah, we
either.
literally have not rested for 3 sessions.
Do I have to use my bonus action for this? Sorry, it's been a while since I've had my manifest mind available.
Since you actually had your spells
yeah.
available.
Okay, so I can move it.
You
30
still have the
feet as
inspiration
bonus
for what it's
action.
worth.
You do still have inspiration.
So, ideally, I'm gonna try to. I don't know if I can get line of sight at my manifest mind, but ideally, I'm gonna.
What's its movement range?
It's 30 feet.
Oh yeah, you could totally get within range. Oh well, she's behind the barrier.
30.
He
Well,
needs to-
I can
he wants
even
line
go
of sight,
up.
so it'd be like
I
right
can
or
even
left.
go up.
So
Or
yeah,
left or
you would
right.
effectively be going up
Yeah.
higher. I
Yeah,
put you,
yeah.
I put your manifest mind about 40 feet in the air now, but then you could see it'd be partial cover, but I don't think that matters for spells, depending on the spell.
Okay.
You can see her head. Shoot her head.
Yeah. Just trying to think what I want to use.
What is it you want to do?
You know what? Why do I play this game? I'm going to cast Fly.
Whoop!
He's casting Le Fi.
I cast Fly and I fly, what, 30 feet?
60
right?
feet.
Is it 60?
It's 60 feet of movement.
Oh, 60 feet. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I fly 60 feet in the air.
Okay. As my stuff isn't loading again. Lovely.
I'm not letting her get close to me. F that woman. Okay. I'm concentrating on Fly.
All right. Is manifest mind not a concentration?
Nope.
Nope.
It's a spell feat
That's
class feature.
effectively what his subclass is being able to utilize manifest mind and go through it. It's kind of like how your mage hand has a
it's
unique
effectively
version of it
my,
and stuff.
My spell book has sentience,
Yeah.
and that's what Manifest Mind is.
That's crazy.
I would say you have Aerith here as well, because you sent
yeah,
her
that's
out
true.
and she
Yeah.
also would have come back.
That's true.
She can't attack, though.
I'm gonna let you pick within the parameters of. I'm gonna say she needs to be above the manor. Apologies, I should have.
We'll just put over here for now.
She's also had several turns to move.
Yeah, I mean, this round she would just like move her. She'd move what, 60? She move 60?
She's got a lot of
If she's
movement.
dashing, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure a hawk gets like 40 feet.
and
minimum.
60 feet flying.
How does her assassin step work if he's flying?
How
Just appear
indeed.
And stab him and then fall.
He doesn't have a shadow. I guess he would.
Okay.
Unless
and
the
she's
two suns were
flying.
opposite
Notice
directions.
how he named it? He didn't say
'Kay.
shadow step, he said assassin step.
But she went through the shadows.
I think
'Kay.
that
'Kay.
maybe for flavor.
But she still went
And then
That's all I got.
That's your turn. Okay. As she kind of like looks up at you, she goes, No, that's the one trick I haven't learned yet. But it's okay. Come on, girls, let's have some fun. As you look around at every shadow. And so, for the sake of this, actually, I need you for this.
I'm fine. That's fine.
Just fly away.
Into the sunset.
They're all just gonna start shooting you with crossbows. Choo 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 choo.
Just
Zephyr's
fly
like-
so far away
Zephyr's
they
like
can't
trying to play
shoot
the
you.
Matrix while he's in the air.
If they're shooting you with hand crossbows, they would be a disadvantage.
Each of these quite literally looks like a perfect replication of Zestaria. They all seem to, in a similar fashion, come up out of shadows. She says, but I have made some new friends, and who knew we get along swimmingly? As that is her action.
Why?
Worth noting,
How many children did you have, Seth Aaron?
with the Arcana that you
You
have,
killed me.
you're confident these
Roslyn killed
aren't. This isn't like mirror image or a spell or anything. These are humanoids. Whether or not there's a spell making them look like Zestaria or not, she very much so seems to have just called multiple other humans through the shadows. It does take her action, and then they join in at initiative 20, which would be the top of the round. So technically, it would now go back. Oh wait, no, she can move.
She can move.
She can't really break line of sight. She can break line of sight as she goes, and I don't like lightning, as she seems to almost like jump and into a shadow.
Just fly away.
I mean, I may need to.
You can action dash 120 feet. Just pew.
I feel like we need to move the map.
It's gonna be real bad if she hits you and it breaks concentration.
I
You
know.
start falling.
No, that's fine.
He's got featherfall.
I'm safe.
You've got Featherfall, but you can't outrun her anymore.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I could cast Fly again. Gosh. I mean, to
Are
be
they
honest,
actually real people,
the
or
smart
are they
the
fake?
smart play is to go back to the party.
If you want to, you're
So
welcome.
I would start flying back to the party.
Okay, are you leaving your manifest mind in Aerith, or are you having them? I don't remember if your manifest mind have a range.
I think
it
my
does.
manifest mind it has a range, and for like it won't be able to keep up with me. I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, Aerith's got the same speed as me right now. Let me double check the manifest mind real quick. Da-da-da-da-da.
Do they have ranged weapons on them?
No, so I grabbed just a couple minis. All of them seem to be exactly like her.
Yeah, but
And she clearly didn't have a ranged weapon because you didn't shoot him?
Nope.
they have something planned, and I don't trust it. Like pride 60s, tangible, doesn't occupy space. Dark vision.
While you're
Yeah.
while you're looking that up, she does actually. So this actually isn't specifically the one that jumped into the shadows, but another one of the Zestarias.
Once it's 300 feet away from me, it'll despawn.
Okay, as you're effectively you're starting to
But
fly out.
I will
this-
use. No, I'm going to use my bonus action dash, so it's not going to get any movement. So after.
You can't bonus action dash.
Or not bonus. Oh, no, action dash. Duh. Sorry, yeah. So I use my bonus action 30 feet every round, so it's.
It would stay for about 5 rounds, give or
Well,
take.
Like
4 rounds.
Yeah, it'd be 4 rounds normally.
Can you hear
It'll be
through
double
Manifest
that.
Mind? Remind me.
No, because you'd be 120 feet per turn.
So
Dashing.
hold that thought for a moment. Can you
Oh,
hear
that's
through
true.
Manifest Mind?
Yeah. I believe I have all senses. Yeah. I can hear, see. I have dark vision through Manifest Mind.
Okay. As you effectively you spend your turn, you're
Mm-hmm.
dashing, flying away. Zestaria would effectively come back out of a shadow, and effectively she's getting to the point where she's very clearly in range of your Manifest Mind.
I mean,
So
I will probably end up casting a spell.
hold your thought for just a moment. As she kind of like looks up at it, she says, "There is a reason I didn't try to kill you at first. I want to make a deal with you. I have some payback to get."
Can I speak through it? Here's no action, whatever.
Raises eyebrow.
Uses its senses. I don't think it's. It doesn't say it can speak, but it also doesn't say it can't speak.
But you're only one turn away at this point, so you can fly back.
I don't want to fly back.
Read this real quick.
That girl's dangerous. I'll keep my distance. No, I could cast through it technically.
It says that
I
it can.
can cast a message through it though and communicate.
Yeah, I would
Yep,
say
yep,
that would
yep,
work.
that would
However, as it explicitly states it can see and hear, and doesn't say that it can
Yeah,
speak,
yeah.
I would say normally it can't, but you could cast messages.
But I
through
will
it.
cast message through it.
What do you say?
What kind of deal are you looking for?
She gets like a very familiar, mischievous smile. She says, "I know that we've had our differences in the past, and you've met one of my." And she kind of like looks to her right.
I cast
towards-
message and like scoff at her.
Okay. As she's looking to these other seemingly Zestarias, and she says, "And now that I know I have many sisters, I'll have you know this is the real me. No, well, I guess we're all the real me. Whatever the case is, it seems that I need. Well, I want a little bit of payback, and you seem to not be getting along so well with Cytherin." And she kind of like looks down for a moment. She says,
I just stay silent.
"I learned what a real family is. And my dad died to help me. And I don't think I'd quite get the feeling that I want just from letting Cytherin die. And I know you need some help with what you're doing too. So, I was proposing that I'd give you some information. And in response, I wanted you to do something for me. It would take you up to the northwest, to be specific." Don't worry.
I'm listening.
There's more in it for you as well. I can promise you that your family is still alive. And for what it's worth, this actually wasn't my doing. Capitalized on, yes. But I myself have no proclivity towards Talos. I just caught wind of a plan.
You do realize I don't trust you one bit.
Oh, nor should you. I can't say I typically trust you, although I would say you're my favorite of the group. That said, I know what happened to your family, and I know that they are alive, and I can get them for you.
either information or retrieve them, completely up to you. In response, I simply, and this isn't a big rush, I believe that Talos is keeping your family alive as a, we'll call it a final trump card. But if you're able to sever a connection for me, above the serpent's spine, there's an aisle. Citharan's power seems to come from that, and it somehow is keeping him alive. I need it to be cut off.
I gotta kill Citharan.
Again. Wait, now his own daughter wants to kill him? Jesus,
You guys
I can't
killed
get the-
Serval right in front of her.
No, Serval was dead when she was dead. Serval died when she was dead.
She
Got teleported out.
she's upset.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just.
Wait a minute.
Okay, shush. How do you respond? She chimes in again. She says, "Well, for what it's worth, you can have some time to think about it. I can promise that I can get your family, or at the very least, I can give you some information. I'll even tell you that they've been moved to Vortikal, or at least soon." As she looks towards the storm that seems to be traveling north. He says,
You do realize if I do agree to get rid of Citharan, then I'm coming for you next.
"Oh, that's fine. I am perfectly okay with that. There are certain lessons that I feel need to be learned. And if I might have to suffer for those, I don't think you'll be able to catch me. But if I do, I'm okay with that. For what it's worth, I can give you connections as well. You don't seem to be... Well, let's just say you're not the most kind-hearted person I've ever met. It's one of the things that I like about you.
I hate her so much. I hate her compliments so much.
Along
That
those
is
lines...
so true.
I have an
Truthers.
information network that the likes of which your Crimson Blades, whatever it is, Razu put together, we have much more information.
I'll need to speak to my party about this.
More than fair. I hope we can be business partners moving forward. I did love working with you previously.
I just move out of range and the Mathis mine disappears.
Okay. Like as you're moving out of range, the last thing you see is she turns and seems to start to say something to one of the others, Astarias, which does seem to talk back to her, but you don't quite catch it as the range breaks at that moment.
And you know what? I'll end it with a thaumaturgy while we're at it. Just a big sound of thunder.
Okay. As you end your discourse with thaumaturgy, the sound of thunder, you all actually moving back towards town can see Zephyr is flying towards you guys on the horizon.
Maybe it worked.
Oh, we should have done this.
Let's see here. Fly. By the way, I just need to see how.
Last
fly
10
lasts
minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
You'll easily make it.
yeah.
Okay. Within a few minutes, you're able to meet back up with your party. Manifest Mind disabled. However, Aerith is still flying in tow with you.
Watch out for Zestaria. She may be around here in the shadows.
What happened with the big lightning? Did it work?
No, it did not. I wasn't able to save the boy, and my sister was a decoy of sorts. Wasn't really her. It was Zestaria.
How's that bitch still alive?
Don't know.
Hasn't it killed her like 4 times already?
She tried plunging it was a black dagger, right?
Shadow dagger.
It was
Shadow dagger,
literally
yeah.
made out
Yeah.
of your shadow.
Some dark shadow dagger into me. I managed to escape, but as I was leaving, she offered me a deal. I think she wanted to immobilize me to try to get me to do a favor for her. I told her that I would need to speak to all of you before we agreed to it.
I don't want to work with her.
Don't either, but it may benefit us in the long run.
Playing from Hiram Motorola.
How so?
Apparently Citharan's still alive, being kept alive by
I texted it too.
some creature, I would assume his patron that he followed.
Yeah, the snake. He talks to it all the time. I heard him once.
I assume she'll get. Assume Zestaria will get in contact with me again, and probably is watching us now. So if we agree to our terms, she'll probably know it. She says that this creature, this being, is in the northwest somewhere, and in order for Setharin to pass, it would have to be.
Wait a second. Didn't
The-
Setharin say that we needed to go south?
I'm not sure.
Why would his patron be in the north if he told us to go south?
At least something about his connection to it is somewhere in the northwest. It's probably not pressing right now, but it may be something we consider checking out.
What's the benefit of working with her again?
She knows where my family is. Apparently Talos is keeping them as leverage. But I don't plan on becoming Setharin. But if I ever do try to sacrifice innocence for my own family, my own personal gain, stop me.
But you're okay with sacrificing Setharin because you don't like him?
Setharin made his choice. And he's a dangerous being.
And yet the only thing that he was doing this for was for his daughter, who is now recruiting us to try and cut off his life support?
What doesn't add up is why he wants him dead. 'Cause
He's a tool at this point, being manipulated for everyone's own gains. And he's happy to go along with it, as long as he gets promises of of treasures of his family.
We traveled with the guy for a while, and I didn't think treasures was really what motivated him.
Treasure comes in many forms. His family is his treasure, which I can understand, but innocence can't be hurt because of it.
I'm
And
just saying it's kind of messed up. He's doing it all for his family, and his family wants him dead.
it is. And I've tried convincing him not to, unless you can have better luck. But I believe he will go to any lengths to try to be with his family. Any lengths. Even
He
if it
did
meant,
save me from his daughter. You know that, right?
yeah.
Like, she was coming to attack me, and then he was like, "I'm sorry, girl." And I thought he was going to attack me, but then he didn't attack me. He actually attacked her.
I know Setharin has good in him, but I don't think he knows how to act upon it.
I am so sick of me killing people, them teleporting out some black voodoo magic, and then coming back.
This is
Sick of this shit.
this is a problem when you're
Didn't
dealing.
that happen to you?
This is when you're
Titanium is bullshit.
Razu. This is what happens when you meddle in the affairs of gods.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, she could say the same thing about you. You got chopped in half, and
I didn't teleport away.
That's a big difference.
One thing for you, Zach,
Huge.
it's been a bit since we were inside the car.
massive. I'm glad
But
Tikura
as
sees
a
the
quick
irony in this.
As a quick reminder for you as well, you have found multiple Zestarias.
Oh yeah. No, I remember.
Tico is in the bed confused. So Darren's daughter keeps coming back, and his power is keeping him alive.
His patron, I
How
believe.
come Terry doesn't? Oh, he serves the god of death. Never mind, I just answered my own question.
Did you
Yeah,
share?
Terry embraced the death when it happened to him. He was like, "Yes, it's my
But he
time.
promised
Take me
me."
home."
Quite literally was even like,
No, Segway did that.
Segway did what? Segway didn't want to.
Out of game. Out of game. It's when you're like, Razu.
That was a fever dream.
That was your mixed motives imparted onto our poor segue.
So we're going to the lava mountains, right? To go free the god killers so we can kill the asshole gods that keep coming back to life.
We're going to Zinnerald first.
Or don't
yeah?
die. And the girl that doesn't keeps coming back to life.
I mean,
If we have a quick way to get to Cinder Isles, we should have time to get back to Zinderhold if we decide
don't
to.
think there's
That's
a quick way
fine,
to
but I
get
don't
there is
think
the
there
problem.
is. It's a
We
boat.
We can
You
look
can
into
schedule
it
your match,
real
right?
quick. It's not.
You don't have to be there. Oh wait, you can send
Really?
Do
word.
I know?
You can
Other
send
I
than-
know what to
word.
do.
We just all talk at the same time. Chill. One at a time.
Didn't you say that I could send a messenger in to like postpone it?
To
To
schedule your
Zinderhold,
match.
you could send someone to accept your challenge and schedule it. Yes. So as long as you were to respond basically to the challenge within 3 months, you can set a date for it. The
Oh, that's
only worry is that the other person could decline and propose a new date, and you could end up in this like back and forth. But as long as you responded to acknowledge the challenge, like you're not running,
Hey,
Then-
it sounds like you drag this out like the U.S. court systems.
it's not entirely wrong.
Listen, we can make Dalaran.
Dalaran, you got it.
Dalaran. We can make Dalaran negotiate on your behalf to keep pushing back the date. If we really want to go to Cinder Isles. But hold on. Hear me out. So, first off, let me clarify one thing. Sistaria is following us because she needs us to cut off the connection between her real dad and whatever snake charmer he serves.
Yes.
But she's also friends with the god's person, envoy guy that we fought.
Make a religion check for me real quick.
I'm
Actually,
saying,
I
why
would
would
allow
you
religion
ask-
or history.
Why
your
would
choice.
she ask
think they're both
us
the same.
instead of asking
Tell me
him?
which one you do. Because
I'll go history.
history,
As a 21.
21. You've seen the symbol that was on her cheek before. The book with the dagger through it. It's been a while. Or technically you've heard about it.
Okay.
Specifically, Razu told you about, or not Razu. Razu would have seen it too, but Gurgle had referenced this. This is the same symbol that you saw in the individuals that appeared with Torel right after you have killed Weirin.
Azoth's assassins?
Well, no. I
That
was
was
unconscious, so it would have
Citharan
been
and Razu.
Citharan and Razu. that saw
Apologies.
that.
So it was Razu. I was right in the first place. So Razu has described that symbol to you. The only way that he described it to you, though, was when he saw Torel on the, what is it, tower?
Parapet.
On the-
Parapet, yeah.
it was on
When
the
he
wall.
saw Torel with the two individuals on that parapet that came to collect samples from Weirin and then elected to let you guys keep the cube, they both had this exact symbol on their forearms.
that he somehow saw through their cloaks.
No, I specifically...
They like
narrated
reached
this.
down and it
I
raised up.
specifically said that as they did, you see this symbol on your forearm. I even put it in my notes right afterwards.
I draw on the dirt kind of the symbol. This symbol you mentioned, Razu, this from earlier, Zistaria had it.
So, did you inform us that you saw more than one Zastaria?
Yeah, for sure.
I would say that he recapped the events
Yeah,
of this.
yeah, like,
We
she-
frequently
she-
don't actually like fully recap it, but when he came back and he told you that like
She tried to
Zistaria might
kill
be
me.
following you and all
Like,
that
she
stuff.
summoned shadow
Personally,
clones.
have seen 2 Zestarias, just FYI.
Yeah, you know that there are multiple Zistarias. You guys even made the
And
Fablehaven joke of like they're growing new Zistarias
And
back in Zinderhold.
They seem to be
Well,
Distinct.
they seem to be
we knew.
connected, but I didn't notice the symbol on the other two.
No, only the one that you talked to had the symbol, and it was on her right cheek.
The
There was
one-
3 others.
The one that claimed to be the real Zistaria had this symbol. The others didn't.
So, assuming that there's multiple Sistarias,
What if they all think they're the real Zistaria?
they probably do. But here's the theory. The Sistaria that I killed the second time said maybe he would let Citharan be part of her family. Could have been a lie. But they could be different Sistarias. That Sistaria and the Sistaria that we killed the first time with Serval could be different. The one we killed with Serval is now back. Wants revenge, and the other one is working with him.
I like to think that Razu actually does this. Whenever he says a plan, he's just like finger to his head, just points to all of you.
This is way too digging deep into this psycho bitch's mind.
We've now seen at least 4.
Yeah, and they're all crazy.
And we have intel on more than that.
And one of them, I'm assuming that symbol, is part of the, Azoth's assassins.
I just assumed that whatever
Yeah.
she says, if it doesn't benefit her, she's probably lying at this point.
I was hoping that you might know, considering you had a run-in with some people with that symbol before.
Well, I assume that they're part of the Azoth assassins. That's about it.
So you don't know.
Make a history check yourself as well.
I mean, I can, when we get back to Zaprokar, I can do some research on that symbol.
1 second.
I mean, if it's the same one that he said he saw on the wall.
I'm almost wondering if Zestaria wants to not necessarily kill Cetharin. Cetharin's just a byproduct of this, but be released from Cetharin's patron.
12.
Wasn't Azoth in that choir of gods that agreed to
pretty
lock
much all
this
of
guy
them
in
were
the
there.
cube?
I want to think back for a moment.
But at the same
Were
time,
there any primordial beings, like
Primordial beings.
Make a
yeah,
history check.
because there's because I know they're gods, but I wasn't sure if there was anything else.
Make a history check. To see
I'm
if
pretty
you
sure
can recall.
Magnamemnar is the primordial fire, right?
Yeah, I just don't know why he would even be there. It doesn't really make sense for him to be there. But Magnamemnar is the primordial fire.
21.
21. There were a few other beings present, but they did not, as you did not inherently focus
Yeah,
on
yeah,
them,
yeah,
they did
yeah.
not seem to almost corporealate is what I was going to say, but I don't think that's a word.
But if there was a giant serpent, for instance, it'd be a little noticeable.
Yeah, there was not a giant serpent. You're confident Seth was not present specifically as one of the examples. You also did not get the sense that any of them were like elementals. You very much so still got all the images that you can think back on, and you're pretty confident.
I'm probably assuming there's probably some demons hanging out in there, but on top.
So what I'll tell you is you didn't focus on all of them. Let me real quick double count these to make sure I don't get it wrong. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's 24 individuals. You only know of 17 major gods.
I thought you said there was 13 major gods last week.
There is. Did I?
You definitely said 13 last week.
I definitely miscounted. I apologize. Because here, let me recount this one more time. Because I definitely have the gods here. Just the number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 100% there's 17. If I said 13 last week, that was a mistake. I apologize. There is for sure 17 major gods currently known. And with the history check you got, there were 24 people total there. You could not place who the other individuals were, though.
Okay.
Did Adaro...
Why is it important if elementals are?
What?
Did Adaro, the
Just to
Azoth
know.
champion, can I make some kind of history check to remember if
Did you
he
ask that question
had
or he asked?
the mark?
I'm not here.
You rolled a 12 on your history?
He came to ask.
But I stayed behind with the group.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, specifically thinking back to the
Okay,
time
so
that he
for-
appeared above Zastar and got her the first time, and he appeared.
So I'll let you make one additional history check as it results as it compares to Adaro. The one thing I will give you with the 12 history that I was having you roll the first time, I said these off in fast order, but worth noting, one of the names that you heard for Azoth's assassins, you heard Mage Hunters, Azoth's assassins. You also heard the word Shadow Blade, for what that's worth. Shadow Blades specifically.
Well, that's oddly specific. She did try to stab me with one.
It's like I wrote it all the same. And then go ahead and make a history check to see if you can recall if Adaro specifically had that.
If I were to
16.
guess, Zestaria may have more interest breaking that connection to her bloodline than not necessarily going after Citharin, but to devote herself to maybe Azoth.
I just don't know why she would not ask them.
I think it's a task that she's been given to take care of, to prove herself.
You said she's around. Why don't we just ask her if she wants us to work for her?
I doubt she pops up with us all around. She may be crazy batshit, but freaking she's not stupid.
The last 3 times you've seen her, you have tried to kill her on sight.
As I get a weird sense of approval from her.
Adaro did not have that tattooed on him. However, his spell book had it on the cover.
So, it was on the book of the Azoth champion,
Right.
Adaro.
I kind of already pieced that together. My point is the reason I was asking the question is why would she be asking us to help her if she's got that network of people that she's working with?
Because she knows we're powerful. And we have an interest
Not
in
that powerful.
we have an interest in seeing Citharin taken care of.
Also,
One way or another.
We also have killed her twice.
Also, just saying, she's not the head of her group.
I don't think she's gonna be any more dangerous without the influence of a creature. Do we know it's the serpent, right? Do we know it's serpent? I don't know if that was ever
Yes,
said
we do.
out loud.
No,
he saw
because
vision
I
and
saw
then-
him talking to it.
And then
Okay.
he said the only thing he knew of a serpent is that
I've been dancing around it because I wasn't sure.
So Citharin specifically said the only thing he knows of a serpent, because he wasn't sure that it was a serpent, is that he fought a serpent, and he did tell you that he believes that he killed it though, so it wouldn't make sense that it was that serpent. But
I
we
do know that
there's-
he was
his
talking
patron
to
is
it.
a serpent of some sort.
you would be able to infer it very easily. You technically wouldn't 100% know, but you'd be like, I'm pretty damn sure.
No, when he was underneath before we met Zestaria the first time, he was talking to it, and I heard him talking to it.
But I also never called it a serpent.
Yeah. All you saw was he had
I saw the snake eye.
You saw
The
serpent.
big ass snake
That also
eye.
could be a dragon eye. It's
You
the
saw
same
serpent-like eyes. Again, it'd be like a. I'm pretty
Pretty
damn
obvious.
sure it
Just
is,
put it together based on
especially
your
based on the
backstory.
story that he gave you.
Well, and also,
But yeah,
who lived? Oh no, Citharin's the only one that had that vision. Never mind.
thing. No,
Right.
Razu had the vision.
Oh, Razu had the vision, so Razu would know.
Razu knows
he
that I turned
turned
into a serpent.
wasn't that you?
in the cube.
It was Razu.
No, I was.
It
I
was one of Razu's
MIA.
bad visions that he actually doesn't
I was
remember
stuck
fully.
in the cube at that time.
It's when he rolled the natural one or something.
Who? But there was.
I was playing. I
You were
played.
playing Strike.
Yeah, I was
or-
playing Strike at the time. I technically played Zephyr during that
You're right.
iteration.
Yeah, I apologize. You're right. So yeah, Razu would have also straight up seen Citharin in that
But
vision.
you also said his
turn into a
memory of
serpent and
that
try and
was
kill the party.
extremely hazy because he technically failed the check.
True, but not hazy enough that he wouldn't remember that he turned into a serpent and tried to kill you.
Also, you turn into a serpent after saying, I don't care what you take from me, just
We're gonna
save
even-
her.
we're
That
gonna-
wasn't
Yes,
that
we're gonna
vision.
say that
We're
you guys
assuming
know
the
that it's a
serpent.
serpent.
Okay.
Carry
Even
on.
if it was inferred, like as soon as he said his connection to the serpent, it would have been like, oh yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
We're-
so
it would've been
we're,
like
we're
an,
just
"Oh,
gonna
yeah,
say
obviously"
like
moment.
for sure you guys are confident that it's a serpent.
Where I think she just needs to break that connection, and she thinks we're strong enough to take care of it because she's.
But wouldn't he be also strong enough to break that connection, or any number of people in her crazy organization?
She might not be able to be high enough in it to convince, like, Adaro to do it, because, hear me out, she got rezzed, but she didn't res Serval. Which means she can't do it herself.
See, that's the thing about Serval. Yes, there was a portion of him that was evil, but I don't think he would have worked for this assassin.
Agreed.
Okay, regardless, Gurgle, I don't have a problem with doing this errand. I do have problems if she asks us to do anything that's
Which is what you want me to stop
That's
you for. I got it. I got
evil,
that.
per se, right? Innocents dying because we're following her. Sure, yes, we won't do any of that. But this does fall in lines with something I believe in, and I would, if anything, like to see Citharin pass on without the serpent's influence claiming his soul.
I mean, I would have liked to, actually talk to him before we.
If we
stabbed him,
can,
but
my intentions before was to incapacitate him, not to outright kill him.
that lightning bolt did not seem like the incapacitated kind of lightning bolt. I'm just gonna say.
It takes a lot. I knew it was going to take a lot to try to slow down Cytherin, so I wasn't going to hold back punches.
Listen.
But
I still stand by. I think what you did was stupid, but at the same time, I also think what he did was stupid. So,
which we will have to address when we get to Zoprokar to figure out the fallout there.
but I agree with you. At this moment, I don't particularly see anything super negative about working with her until she tells us to do something. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna be like signing my blood and ink on some kind of agreement.
I did tell her after we do her job, I'm coming for her next.
And how did she feel about that?
I think she expects it. I think she actually excites her, unfortunately.
Of course.
Kinky that way.
I stand by the crazy bitch statement.
That's what happens when you have daddy issues, I hear.
Double daddy issues, apparently.
It's true.
Well, I mean...
The double D. Sorry, I had to say it.
You're stupid.
Well, I mean, I guess we can. Is she like waiting for you to walk back there and say, "Yeah, we're gonna work with you for now"?
I'm pretty sure we could just say it here.
I mean, didn't she say she would know?
Hey, yo, crazy bitch, you out there?
We'll take the job, but we're not going to be in a rush to get to it. We got some other things to take care of.
As you just call it out and you're just like, did she hear me? As you guys would see from behind Zephyr's shadow, someone's worth noting is Astaria that does not have the tattoo on her face seems to come out of the shadow and actually leans on your shoulder and goes, wonderful.
It's one of the clones.
That's hurtful.
No,
I wouldn't say that I'm a clone.
Hold on, we don't work with copycats. The real one said that she was here. Bring her out.
Are we supposed to kill her?
No, not yet.
She like with the same mischievous smiles across
You
her
know
face.
the weird thing is we've already killed her twice.
Well, that.
Oh. Well, you do know death isn't the end.
Well, especially not for her.
Well, that's not entirely true for what it's worth. As a show of good faith, I'll even tell you how this works and what you're dealing with. While we will admit you did kill the original Zestaria once, she was brought back. However, I've been fine for quite some time. I grew up off the outskirts of Tiltifar.
And you're some orphan child that got polymorphed into her.
Oh no, I've always been Zestaria.
Of course you have.
Then why, if y'all different people, y'all think the same? Y'all act the same. Some don't add up.
I mean, technically, you're the one that pointed out that they don't all act the same.
Fair point. What's up with that?
She actually laughs a bit herself and she says, that's why I said it's not entirely right to say that we're not real. I am still me and she is her.
I didn't say you weren't real. I just said I've killed you twice already.
I'm fairly certain you just said we want to work with the real one.
Well,
Just
that's
barely.
only because he told us that the real one said she was a real one. If you've got beef with how you describe yourself, take it up with yourself.
If I'm not mistaken, she referred to herself as
The real one. That's what he told us.
the real one as Zephyr knows. It was simply prospectively her saying that she was who he thought she was.
The
However,
one that
again,
we talked to
So,
in Zoprokar that has a
do
pet
have-
wolf.
I do have a question for you. How did you split?
I feel you're more familiar with this method than you are letting on here. Our information network is quite good as well.
Indeed.
Well, on that note,
I think it would be very beneficial for us to share this information. Don't you agree? As I cast suggestion on her.
Charisma saving throw?
It is. Hold on.
It's a 17 total.
Oh, that would be a failure.
You have an 18 DC?
It's 19.
No? Ties go to roller.
I said 19.
His DC is 19. He literally, you don't remember that Rickshaw was built for persuasion and high charisma checks?
Well, like,
He's
he
the
has
charmer
to have
that
a
Melissa
plus-
tried to make.
he has a +2 item, is what I was saying. I didn't.
Oh, yeah,
expect
that's
it.
right. Sorry, the DC is 21.
Nani the fuck?
Okay, well, she kind of like looks down, or for a moment she seems to almost like scoff at it before kind of like looking down. She goes, maybe it would help you.
What?
We are, well, I should say I am, to answer your question as well as maybe it is perhaps good to share information. We are part of a greater whole. You see, as a child, I had quite an affinity for magic, even as it were, especially as it comes to dealing with animals. And then it seems after Cytherin got his blessing, it somehow passed strongly onto myself.
Oh
And
shit, are there?
Adaro learned that, put some gears in motion. He utilized one of the sprigs. It is a kind of, we'll call it a magical fruit. Funnily enough, you've interacted with it even though you didn't know it. Upon consuming a sprig, or better said, bonding with a sprig, it is to say, become you. And that is why I am. That is why I am real. However, it takes part of your power, your magic essence, I guess you could say, and it almost splits it in pieces. Your friend here is the same as me, so if I am not real, then neither is he.
Oda.
I don't think it's the same.
From my information, I believe it is.
Well, you just keep on believing that.
I will.
So, is there only one Cytherin?
Cistaria.
Yes.
So there's only one Cystaria that had a father.
Cistaria. Get off my shoulder.
She like leans back and she's still smiling, but it's almost like a little bit of like a
Okay,
pout.
so-
Sits back.
So, did you hear the question that was asked?
I believe I answered, but
No, you answered his question. The question that I asked before I asked you to come out. Why in the heck don't you get whoever the heck these guys are?
And she seems to debate for a moment. She goes, it's hard to explain, but
We can't
the
possibly
easiest-
be the strongest people you know, as flattering as that would be. I think you're full of bullshit if you say that.
Don't say yourself too short. However, you're not wrong. Those that are more powerful, though, seem preoccupied with their own games. I suppose they're more important.
And you can't just like conglomerate all the Zestaria sprigs to go after this snake without us.
I think you missed a important part of the information I gave you. How long does suggestion last, by the way?
It's just
24 hours.
Okay.
Or until they complete it,
I
right?
thought it was just like one sentence that they complete.
I thought, yeah, suggestion
Like
just
you
one
tell them to
action,
do one thing
right?
and then they complete that one thing.
I believe it lasts
How do you spell
Really?
suggestion?
with letters.
SUGGESTION.
I'm just
Why was he
pulling
spelling
it
it with a J?
I don't know nothing about suggestion.
It's 8 hours.
I've never used that shit.
He might have upcasted it.
up. Oh no, it is only 8 hours. My bad.
But does it have like an activation and then complete, or is it like constantly?
No, she's
active?
charmed for it, but I'm trying to figure out how often she
suggestion
can
is
use it.
Activity
just
described
until you
in no
complete
more
the
than
task.
25 words to the creature you see within range. That
which
can
he
be our
said to
understanding.
share her knowledge with you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The
And it can
suggestion
continue
must
for the
be
entire
sound-
duration.
Yeah, sound, achievable, not involve anything that would obviously deal damage to target or allies. For example, you could say, "Put your key." Yeah, continues for the duration.
Yeah, no, she's effectively currently charmed. Okay. So, in response to you, Gurgle, as the course of action was to share information with you guys, she says, apparently you weren't listening to our story.
I mean,
What gave us enough power to actually, well, clone, split, however you want to call it, was the blessing that Cytherin got that was passed on. If we were to go after this, I guess you could call it his master, that magical influence is still what gives us a large portion of our strength. What is to say it couldn't just take it away? And then what happens to us?
Why
and
wouldn't it
what
do that
happens
when
if
we
he
go
finds
after
out-
it?
What happens if he finds out that you're trying to attack him through other people?
Oh, I don't
Isn't it-
imagine he's ignorant of it.
Then why would he care one way or the other if he's? I just don't know why you attacking him directly or indirectly would matter to him if you're talking about him taking away your power.
Because he's an arrogant bastard.
I
Really,
mean,
the
I
easiest
guess
way
I
that
can
I
see
could see
that
that.
with Talos recently. I mean, I guess that checks out.
Wait, if
As
we
strong as you are currently, to most of these godly beings, we are all still just pawns. And I can say for certain, I hate that. Which is why both I can help with you, Zephyr. Perhaps maybe even a little bit further than that. I can't say I have a favorable, or I guess, a pleasant taste towards Talos. Maybe I'd even be willing to help with that afterwards. But at least with your family.
hold up.
God,
Hold
if
up.
Zephyr gets married to this crazy bitch. I'm gonna
Oh, I'll kill you both.
just like I'm just thinking like the future. Like,
I'll kill you
there's
both.
no way this happens, right? Like,
Nah, check
I'll
out.
kill you
Just
both. This will
lightning
be
bolt.
Red wedding.
Little did we know.
I'm gonna
At
become
least he calls
Arya.
it from the get
I'm
go.
gonna become Arya, and you guys
Stalker
are
because-
Riverrun.
Yeah, just wait for a roll.
Well,
Fucking
I-
21 on
If you-
persuasion and convince you to take it up the.
You know, I can't
He's had a
officiate
pleasant
the
night.
wedding.
he was a gentleman, okay?
Don't you talk shit on
Adorned in magical items too.
All right. Anyway, back to reality. All right. So you need us. The thing is, it's probably not going to be soon. I'm going to tell you. Also, tell me this: why in the heck did the Zephyr that we killed and the Cytherin that we killed want us to go south to water? If you're telling us that the snake is northeast or northwest.
Wait. Tickle knows this one.
I'm
Tickle
decided
knows
the
this one.
suggestion spell is being abused.
Tickle knows this one.
Well, I mean, this is
That-
just
the
relevant to
spell
what
is
you
to
want
be
us to
meant
do.
to be
What he
abused.
actually said was give us information about the cloning process, not really anything else.
Well, this isn't about the cloning process. So you can decide what she wants to say, whether or not she's magically. You can decide whether she answers this magically or whether she answers this normally. But this is like why in the heck
And
are
I
we
did say
going
it would be
northwest?
beneficial for us to share information.
You might also be looking at the.
But
2024 version.
even if she's not magically
There's the
influenced,
2014
I would still try to ask her this question and get.
No. I'm just trying to figure out how truthful she's gonna be.
Tickle knows this one. Serpents can move.
Well, she believes that sharing the information is beneficial
Wild.
to her.
Okay, so
Sort
sorry.
it out.
Repeat your question one more time, Virgil.
Why did you tell us that we need to go northwest to break the snake connection if Cytherin told us that we need to go south to the water
Gurgle.
to revive the people?
Gurgle. Tickle knows this one.
Go ahead, Tweaker. Apparently I missed it.
Serpents can move.
Well, that's my point, though. If he can move, then currently he's in the south, not the northwest.
No, because she's telling us now. That means
Oh yeah, the serpent just teleported across the whole freaking continent.
Dude, gods can do shit.
She seems to ponder for a moment where she goes, if you were given a job, let's say a benefactor is in Zopraka,
and someone wanted to kill your benefactor.
I don't need all the wishy-washy stuff. You're saying that there's a person
a
that is
job.
working for him in the south, not actually him, and he is technically in the northwest. That's what you're telling me.
He wanted Cytherin to do something in that area, but if you're looking to sever the connection or kill it,
We have to go to where he is.
yes.
So, well, from my understanding, what he wanted it was he was going to reward him for doing whatever he did in Zapokar, which we still don't know. Oh, actually, we do, because Dalaran told us.
You guys are very aware that Mutulin was murdered and put it together.
But we didn't figure that out until after you lightning bolted him.
I just knew he had killed an innocent.
So
Doesn't
yes,
matter who it was.
in terms of why you would need to go to a different location, it would be to deal with the source, I guess you could say. I wish they were all as smart as you.
And he gets his power from the snake, and the snake can revive
was
people across the
smart.
continent, apparently.
It's smart.
Why wouldn't you want one of your own people to be revived?
Tiku is being patted. Tiku likes pats.
That's what he was going south for.
You
I-
seem to think...
I just don't know why you're fighting yourself, it feels like, on a lot of different fronts. Maybe you guys aren't all you as much as you think you are.
Gurgle.
She seems like kind of confused for a moment and almost like looks down and like starts to think. She goes, well, I think if I was going to put words to that, and as she's like going into this sentence, you having a high perception, so is she still standing in Zephyr's shadow? You see in like a quick motion, the back of the shadow almost seems to jut and like almost like a spear, and just seems to straight through her chest, almost like, and then just pulled back.
Oh,
She goes-
she just killed herself! Oh my goodness!
and she kind of like looks forward and she goes, "How?" And it almost seems at this moment she realized that she was under the effects of magic. She goes, "That makes sense," and falls to the ground.
She did herself!
I don't think
Her
she
skin
killed herself.
immediately seems to almost like start to wither as well. Her cheeks get
No,
soaking.
no, no, Tiku can't eat her! Tiku tries to grab her and throw her in the bag.
She's as the body starts to rapidly age, Tiku just and she starts shoving the body into your. It's not a bag; it's technically an amulet.
Yeah, I can't eat that!
As Tiku starts to shove Zzdaria's body into a magical hole or a magical necklace.
This
It's
is
like
a horrific
slowly-
scene because like,
it's like
so
turning-
Zephyr's being like pulled, like this is like corpses being like just
I
like
think-
grated in front of
it's like
him.
turning to ash as she like dust as she like shoves it in there.
Well,
Diego, stop! Oh, yeah! There's so much blood.
There actually wouldn't be that much blood.
Well,
just due to
No, it's
the-
like
Zephyr.
it's like the ashes of somebody as they like wilt away.
Yeah.
This is more so like
I just feel like there's like still blood like gushing out of it as it's like decaying, and she's like shoving it in there.
the idea
Zephyr?
behind this would be that it's necrotic damage and is effectively deteriorating her
Zephyr.
rapidly.
I do have a question for you.
Got
How do you
it!
feel
Dirty now.
in here?
Dude, the Packer is gonna love her.
Confused.
Yes. That's currently where I am. And
Well, cut it out.
I'll just you have to worry.
Worth noting again, you guys currently have the entire the
anyone have
remaining
pres-
village of Ethelbald, the 13
prestidigitation
individuals who are
by
waiting for you
chance?
guys.
I'm still with them.
No? Okay.
Well, I guess we go back to Zapokar and bring your village with us so that they can get some medical attention.
Don't you have a mansion?
I mean, the town, or is the town stable?
Ethelburn, like at this point, is mostly destroyed, but like it could
Yeah.
be rebuilt.
Well, yeah, but there's not like weird magic shit anymore, right?
No, so the magic, effectively, there was a large magic circle, and while there was other stuff that could happen, you did successfully channel that magical energy. So the magic circle around the town is no longer there.
Okay. I mean, they can go back to town, but in such a small group, it may be dangerous.
like half of them can't feel shit.
They're
Can't
blind or
see
deaf.
shit.
They
No, that's-
definitely
and
need to
can't
come with
hear.
us to
What I'm
Zapakar.
saying, we should probably bring them with us, minimum. And then, if they would decide to go back on their own afterwards, they can. We'll send them with some supplies and stuff to help rebuild if they decide to. I think that's a fair thing to do. We may not like in the short term, but it'll be better for them in the long run.
I mean, it's your village. I just think it'd be better for them if they came with us to Zapakar.
No, that's what I'm saying. They can do that, but some of them will want to go back. But we should
Okay.
send them back with supplies and stuff and some
Back
assistance.
to Zapakar. All right, here we go.
I mean, if it was me, I wouldn't really want to hang out in the place that just
Bye-bye,
got nuked and all my
Gurgle.
dead family members were
Bye,
there. But, you know,
Gurgle. We're going.
Tiku's just starting to walk away. Funnily enough, you, Kane, staying back with the group, Hethel would have actually approached you, Hethel being the mayor,
But,
and
by the way, Gurgle.
and he actually would have also asked. It's like, unfortunately, due to the situation most of us are in, I don't think that we could survive in Hethelburn for the time. If you are all friends of Zephyr, is there any chance that you could take us to the nearest major city, perhaps Baklaval or Zaprakar, if it's on your way?
Zaprakar is the closest, and it is actually where we were planning on heading.
And we
If-
have.
And suddenly Zephyr
And-
barely shows
so
up.
Zephyr just
teleports.
well, it was funny because you were saying that they may not want to. I already was gonna have him ask because realistically, in that situation, the mayor would be like, "This is like, there's no chance we can survive now."
We. I
I
don't.
assume you're wanting to wait until the end of the whatever happened.
How do I explain this? I own, was it like 2/8 of the city?
So now that
What the-
Cytherin is out, you would actually own a larger portion. So it was split up between the 7 high princes.
No,
So
'cause we
Theron
share.
is definitely.
Yeah.
Yes, but he would technically own more because he was splitting it with you. And if Cytherin is out of the picture, he would by default own.
So Theron
Well,
just
he
made
already
himself
owned
a
that.
traitor.
It's just
Yeah.
2 layers. is what we're
Yeah.
saying.
So the answer is you would own.
It was 1/7
sevenths.
split
Okay.
4 ways, and now you own 1/14.
I-
No, because there were princes that died as well. You
I
guys
am-
were given 3/7 of the city as
Only one
districts.
prince died.
No, you killed Mutalim, and he was disinherited.
We got Mutalim's thing, and then Talak died, and we
Mhm.
got Talak's thing. So
and
I
then
guess it'd be 2
Dalaran
sevens.
stepped down and joined his group
That's true.
because he didn't feel he was meant to be king effectively. So he stepped out of succession and gave leadership of his land over. So you guys split 3/7. Gurgle decided to take Ralpurgin. So you two got 2/7, and then
got
no, he decided to join
It
as
was
captain
Kleider?
of the guard. It was
Kleider, yeah.
It was Kleider who actually would have given it back to the crown after
I own
after starting to rank up with
I
him.
am a lord over a large portion of Zaprakar. I can definitely set you up some lodging.
So how did it go?
No, I had upper
Worth
side too.
noting, while she still does struggle to hear,
Tiku's gonna come
Uh,
up quietly to
EI
Kane and
is
say, "Terrible,
still like EI and her mother are both still very much so in this group.
terrible."
And
Wait,
she is approaching you. She seems to be very clearly
Eager?
she's approaching you slowly, like she's scared.
Because she doesn't see him.
I look at her and just nod my head.
Why? Shake your head. It's not hard.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Whatever. Shake my
Um,
head.
EI is unfortunately EI is also blind.
Oh. Oh.
She can only hear
oh,
out of
I
one
didn't-
ear.
I didn't
She
know.
only can hear out of one ear, and she and her mother both lost sight.
Tiku's gonna start on some quick lunch for everybody. I'm sure everybody hasn't eaten in a while. She left all the
Ooh,
meat
I'm
back in
famished.
the village, so we didn't bring that, but she will make.
You still
I-
have a decent amount of supplies that were in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
wagon.
yeah. I'll make regular.
I go to her. I kneel, put my hand on her shoulder, and say, "I'm sorry. I couldn't save either of them."
Similarly to the individual who tried to talk, but in much more of like a broken sadness, as she starts to try and say something, she's and she just like falls and starts to effectively almost like silently sobs. She doesn't start to wail loudly like you would hear from some people. She just instead seems to just collapse and start to sob into the dirt. With that,
I can't do anything. Zephyr just stays there and tries to be there.
okay, so Tiku is able to prepare food. Again, you guys were bringing a large shipment of supplies to Hethelburn, and while you did lose a decent portion of it, I'd probably say about 60% of the supplies that you guys had purchased before traversing to Hethelburn
Good thing
were
we
just
lost
destroyed.
90% of the village.
That's fucked up.
That was dark, Paul.
I was going to say you have plenty of food for a group of this size. I guess that's another way to say it. But yeah, so you're able to prepare food, and you have enough to make it for the journey. That said, it took 2 weeks to get here, and you initially were planning to teleport back. Now not having horses, having to push the wagon or pull the wagon even with repairing it, and having wounded people, it's probably going to be like at least 3, potentially even up to 4 weeks.
Have I been to Zuppercar?
You would have been to Zuppercar, yes.
Technically,
I could
still
teleport.
teleport.
How
We
many
just do
people can you
multiple
teleport
trips.
with it?
Yes. Let me double check.
So you guys have a total of 19 individuals.
Wait
'cause
a
you have the
minute,
13
you had
survivors plus the
teleport
6
this
of
whole
you.
time? You
Yeah, there
lied
is no
to
limit.
Tiku?
It's transport via plants.
Oh wait, transport via plants?
Yes. As long as there is a
got it
plant
last
here
level,
and a plant
in case
there
anyone
that
was
is of the
wondering.
large size class or bigger, which I assume there would be. And all I've had to do is have seen it before.
Is there?
It's effectively the tree walk that Keyleth
Keyleth
does.
can do.
I'm just
in-
trying to think. Like, it's like Death Mountain. Are there trees?
I assume there'd be plants. He himself said there's trees on the volcano.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
okay.
is still
Roll to quest achievement.
unique wildlife, I would say, within the whole region of Zotrakar and effectively the Cinder Isles.
It's a 2.
So no, actually that would work. How many times can you cast it?
Just once per day, so I'd have to take a long rest before I can cast it. But it literally lasts 1 round, and as long as everyone holds their actions, technically it would work.
At this point, you actually would be getting into
Are
the
they all in one Google Doc?
Night.
the night.
I don't have the spell slot currently
Do you-
because I used
I
it.
would
If,
say
if we want to, we could do it in 2 sections. We do it tonight. Send.
he actually doesn't have any
I
spells. this
used
round.
everything
Oh, okay.
to help the villagers.
Well, we can do it in 2 days then.
I would say
Worst
that this is
case.
going to take multiple days because the likelihood that you could get 19 people through an entryway in 6 seconds, like that would be the most rushed thing
Especially
ever.
when
In
they're
addition to
blind
that,
and
like you've got
stuff
people who are
and, yeah.
blind, can't
Yeah.
feel, broken limbs.
So,
Um,
my suggestion is that we send in half of them and then like half of us as well.
Well,
And then we send in the other half the next day. And the rest of
That
us.
works. I actually do want to say, in response to your question, Familia Tiku, I am able to teleport. Just in case it was pertinent.
Okay, nice to
And
Tiku.
how?
Tiku.
I never
He
said
never said
anything
it
last
again.
time, to be fair. I didn't say no.
So how?
He
How do
withholds
you want to?
information.
Do you
Tiku
need-
don't trust the homeless guy.
Do you need help writing down like a magic circle or anything?
No, my magic doesn't require circles. It is
Oh,
more
well, that's
innate.
convenient.
well, mine does require circles.
As you
Dinner's
look around,
ready.
Circle
and
in
there's like,
Zuppercar.
Lunch is ready. I'm in.
as you quickly look around, you realize there's
Food.
not any plants
Food,
near
food.
you. You have to go like half a mile to get to like a good tree that you could utilize, and you're like, however.
It does require the natural abundance of material, though. And currently, there is nothing around here. We will have to march for at least a little bit.
What?
And I'm also extremely spent today.
Tiku has lunch ready.
We can camp here for the night. We should be.
It is also very
TQ,
light.
did you make enough for everyone?
Always,
I'll be pointing to all or.
of course.
For the sake of this, she was using the portion of the Heffelburn supplies that you still had, so she was definitely able to make enough food
All right.
that you could
so
feed everyone.
I'm going to prepare
Who do you think I am?
in the morning. That is.
I am Chef Tiku.
I'm going to take off thaumaturgy and prepare, create, and destroy water.
Okay.
Oh,
Aren't you just making normal food?
it's very good.
What did you get?
Very, very good.
Dirty 30.
Heard that.
27.
It is very good food, which actually does teach you something. While it's not something you would have been able to determine while investigating the village, there's 6 of these people that have also lost their sense of taste. Whatever it is that happened in Hethelburn literally seemed to be able to delete people's senses, or delete.
That is the
probably
saddest
wrong
thing
word,
Chico
but
has
Control
ever
Alt
heard.
Delete.
Lock.
lock, make them cause them to lose their senses. That's be the way to say it. Whatever it was that happened has just caused them to lose senses, and 6 of them, which as I actually rolled for the
You
survey,
guys know a priest,
lost their
right?
sense of taste.
Speaking of
These
as
6
well,
people need a priest.
I am a priest,
uh,
and I am proselyting
Blind,
with them from the
deaf.
Book of Jubilations.
Blind and deaf, Tika's like, can't taste. Oh no!
This god is the worst. That Zephyr's god was the worst.
Yeah,
any
this
of
guy's
you-
way worse.
Are any of you by chance in possession of diamonds or their dust? As I'm currently run out of my supply.
You guys
Terrible.
lost all your diamonds.
The
Terrible.
thing about
Aaron
this
had all
is
the
the only
jewels.
guy that
I
had
mean,
jewels.
I do have one for chromatic orb. I use.
Funnily enough,
Now we killed that guy.
I actually do.
What?
Are you willing to part with it? I can assist these fine individuals in the morning. Additionally, if you can.
Sure.
I hand him the dust of the diamond necklace that I shattered and collected that what came off of Ralamon's neck.
What's the gold value of that?
Ralamon?
You literally said it turned into diamond dust and I collected it.
He did. Ralamon is a very flamboyant. He just handed you like 3,000 gold worth of diamond dust.
Oh, shit.
I would say, wait, roll me a percentage die. How much of it were you actually able to collect? Because that was like outside, there'd be wind and stuff. Whatever your percentage, whatever you roll, you collected that percent of 3,000.
Of 3,000.
worth
Roll
of
high,
diamond
my
dust.
man. Oh.
59.
Oh no, 59. That's not.
59.
I saw the 9. I was
We
all
can just
excited.
call it. We can call it 60%, which would be
So,
about.
It's
60%.
If you want to make it easy,
Oh,
it's
no.
1,770.
Oh, there you go.
1,800 is 60%.
Well,
Yeah,
59% is 1,770.
We're going to stay true to the dice. It's going to be the 1,770. So you have 1,770 gold worth of diamond dust that he was able to collect from the.
Wait,
necklace.
hold up, hold up.
Would you be able to season your food with this herb?
I would ask you,
Why do you want this?
To be able to assist them, it is required for the magic.
What does it taste like?
It's
Diamonds
mesh.
have an innate amount of magic. I am not able
Yeah,
to
sure.
supply it all myself.
how much gold
A
do
little.
we
A
have?
little. This has to taste good.
170.
Accent.
You know what he just gave you, right?
Drugs. Yes.
177.
And I'm going to.
I use
read
it like
from
an
the
herb
Book
spice.
of Jubilations.
Wild.
Would I have any money?
Aren't you the gold carrier?
That's what you have like 200.
How much do we have?
It's like a herb, so it'd be like, you know how you use like
like
alcohol
100 and
cooking, kind of like that.
brain and
Oh,
112 flat.
and listen to,
So that was
to me,
177,
ye
right?
downtrodden. Brothers and sisters, it is known unto us that the
Yeah.
balance
He's
is the
preaching
path of the
again.
true gods. And as we strive to bring the world into an alignment,
How much of this
with
do
their
you actually
divine will,
need?
we must also
Well,
take heed to the balance within our souls.
He's preaching.
The true gods, in their wisdom and abundance, have bestowed upon us the gift of joy, that we may delight in the bounty of the earth and partake in the pleasures of life as a form of worship.
So
And now I shall read from chapter 2. The world is filled with many gifts. Among the greatest of these are the sacred herbs and plants that grow in abundance upon the earth. The true gods have placed these herbs here not merely for sustenance, but for the elevation of the spirit and the healing of the body and the opening of the mind. Please, let us all partake of this wonderful meal Tiku has prepared for us today and enjoy in each other's company.
Okay. So I was taking your roll from before. You've gotten 2 of these individuals to at least be interested in these
Truthfully,
teachings.
Razu, I could utilize this entire bag and only cure around a third of their ailments. It is not a cheap process, but I believe it is worth it in Zephyr's opinion.
Okay.
How much do you care about Zephyr?
Money.
Fix it takes.
It is ultimately Razu's, so
If you do not wish to separate, you do not
Taste?
have to.
Taste is most important.
When I picked up the dust, I didn't actually know it was worth that much. Would have picked up more.
I assure you, Tiku, with that seasoning I gave you, they will be experiencing wonders beyond imagination.
What?
So
How
are
much
you,
were you
Now we
actually
have to
giving
worry
her, by the
about
way?
2 people doing weird seasonings to the food?
How much did you actually give her? Like, how much were you cooking in? Are you
Oh,
purposely
I
making
like
so this is?
I gave her,
Hey,
I
Zephyr, you wanna-
gave her like a dime, or I shouldn't say a dime bag, more like a. I gave her about 10 mushrooms.
How much are you actually putting in this?
Only enough. Like, use it as like a spice. Like, to make it
Chop them up. It's 10.
it'd be
like
you would add pepper
sage
or salt.
Yeah.
she is sprinkling it, is the answer there.
Okay, so that with that amount, it would not be enough to actually get people high. Effectively, you'd be cooking it in of more of like a flavor. You get a little bit of a flavor, and you'd get like a very subtle spike from
It's
it.
like, oh,
but
she's like, oh, I know what this does. You got to cook it this way so it doesn't cause negative
you,
effects.
the way that I would say is
Yeah,
you
yeah.
treated it the same as when you were in Gongili and you figured out they cooked with poison, and you're like, okay, I can't actually cook like they do, but I can put this in and almost give it a little bit of a spike without
Zing
killing
to it,
people.
yeah.
You're effectively treating this drug that same way.
Yeah.
It's not a poison, Tiku. Well, I guess it is a poison, but it's not a poison to kill.
Right.
Okay,
You just get all the diamond dust.
I appreciate it greatly, Razu.
okay, so we're gonna be both speeding this up. But there's also one thing that we need to do first.
Also got to do one more thing too.
All right,
Um,
you can go yours first before I go to mine.
Razu, I want to head out early in the morning before everyone gets up to go back to town and do a ceremony.
Okay.
Well, this would have happened on the first.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
first rest.
Because I assume we wouldn't get incredibly far, and me and him could just travel really fast.
You guys are still only like a mile out of town. If you
Yeah.
left early, you can.
And I would
easily
just
do
cast light on both of us.
It would take you like 5 minutes in that case.
Yeah, just be really quick. I go, so I swap, picked up ceremony, and I just effectively use ceremony to,
Sacred.
effectively to
Yeah.
perform a rite.
yeah,
Okay.
to help the dead rest.
I assume you do a company for that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like, what are you asking me to do?
He's-
I want
he's
you
effectively
to
performing
come
a
with
rite.
me to
help
perfor-
you
so I
bury
can,
people.
Yes,
Sure. Not like I have anything better to do anyway.
it's just help the dead rest, so don't come back as zombies.
Okay. So finishing off that night is that actually would have been to like the later afternoon by the time you guys actually had met back up, kind of made the plan. One thing's worth noting: EI has said nothing and seems to continue to say nothing, knowing that her mother can no longer hear her talk and likely grief-stricken by the fact that she has now lost her younger brother as well.
Was the mom one of the four that
Um,
lost all three?
She only lost sight and
Okay.
sight and ear. She still had touch. But EI is definitely, again, seems to be grief-stricken and not talking. That said, in the morning, who is the group of people that are going to Zoprakar?
I'm going to cast Greater Restoration twice on the last fourth individual that does not have sight and the mom.
Okay. Which one are you using it on? Because I would allow you to pick. Are you giving her hearing back or sight? Sight.
I'm just across the board. I'm letting everyone see first.
Yeah. So sight is the primary that you're
Yes.
going for. In real world function, I think that would be the most important. If you had sight your whole life and then you didn't have it, that'd be the hardest
Correct.
to overcome. Okay, so I believe that puts you giving
Tiku
everyone
is a little
sight, yeah?
disappointed because she's
No,
I
really
don't
sad
know how many
that
people
he
lost
didn't
their
do
sight. I
taste.
wasn't keeping track of that.
No. So you did the 3 earlier, and then how many?
I've cured 5 people of sight.
Okay,
at this point.
there's one person left that
Okay.
is still blind. Which, for the sake of this, we're
He's
gonna say
going to
that-
be the mayor.
yeah,
Because he
it's
would-
gonna be Hathel himself, and that's also what he would actually ask you to do, is to take care of the people first. So you're able to look at now. You have only one person left, Hathel, who can no longer see. you're casting the spell. I assume you're staying behind
Oh, 100%.
because you need to go the next day. So who is actually going with the people, or are you guys just sending the people to Zoprakar?
We definitely want to send 3 of us because they will get attacked by wyverns or some shit because there's probably no plants inside of Zamprokar.
I mean, we
No,
don't
you'd
need
be like
all of
just
us,
on the
we just
outside
need one of
outskirts
us.
of Zoprakar.
I will go first because they're gonna stay in my area. So
Also, that's a misconception. I also had an area above ground. I know because we had me roll 2 separate rolls, one for Waralpergan and then one for the upper, and the upper didn't do as well for the first year because I messed up the roll. And
You are
Waralpergan
right.
did
I
well.
apologize. So it
So I
was
have an upper
it
district
was
as
you
well.
two split, Collider.
Collider
Effectively,
didn't
but
actually
Collider
take
would
one,
have
so
would have
Burgle-
elected upon again prioritizing his relationship and his standing with Kelimvor and Ikladon
So
to
7th,
not
7th,
be
7th.
fully tied. So yeah, it would effectively have just gotten split to where it's a 7th that Zephyr would have, a 7th that you would have, and then a 7th that Sitharion would have
And
had.
also, you combined our information networks together because he ran the up information, I ran the down information.
That is still very much so a thing. But in terms of actual dominion within Zoprakar, with Sitharion currently AWOL and you guys were together, this would put Sitharion with 2/7 of Zoprakar would be under his
Zephyr.
Zephyr,
Yes, sorry.
yeah.
Zephyr would have 2/7 of Zoprakar under his leadership, I guess you could say. Gurgle would have 1/7, and then the remaining 4 would be under the current High Princes.
Okay.
Worth noting, Omratin actually doesn't have his own jurisdiction.
Yeah,
he's like the
king-
level above it.
He's
where
like the
he,
king in line.
He's
I
the
think.
overarching.
yes,
He's
while
the king in line.
while his father does outrank him, his father is frequently gone. And so Omratin is very often left to be the leader of Zoprakar. What's up?
I message Dalaran.
Yo, can you send a messenger to Zinnerold to schedule our fight?
You get a response back fairly quick of just, I would be happy to, but I must ask when you are planning to return to Zoprakar. You guys are going to have an inquiry, I guess I would say. I don't believe that you were involved in Mutalim's death, but Omratin has been, easiest to say, distraught.
Am I allowed to keep going? Or is
You'd
it-
have to recast it.
And your sending stone only has one per day.
But me and him are going. Me
Ra-
and him are going.
Razu, just give you
Probably
a
me, him,
heads
and
up.
Tiku,
If
I
you don't
guess.
begin the sending stone with yo, you'll get an extra day or extra word.
I know. I didn't need it.
Okay, so Zephyr is planning on moving forward. You said you guys are going to have 3 of you. Who are the other 2 that are going?
I was thinking probably me, him, and Tiku.
Truthfully, we could send you 4. I could stay back with the remainders as well as Rickshaw. It has been rather peaceful. The wildlife has not assaulted us in any degree.
It's the calm after the storm.
Well, I would then just, if I was going to be one of the people staying, I'd just be like,
Tell Dalaran that I will be there tomorrow for my meeting.
I reminded the DM about something. I'm worried.
It's actually not bad. You said the calm before the storm. You guys do notice that this coming morning,
Storm's
you've now
gone.
gone to almost just like a rainfall. It's still cloudy, and you can see off in the distance the storm is definitely still there, but it's like almost past that the actual, like, I guess, peninsula that Zoprakar is on the edge of. It's almost even past that. The storm is moving fast, and it's moving north.
So it's
to
gonna
where-
hit Zoprakar?
No, it's like already past Zoprakar.
I
Even in
would
just one
also-
day. Again, it quite literally seems to be traveling.
Did it
like,
hit Zoprakar, or would it would have went to the left of it?
It definitely went over Zoprakar.
I would also say to mainly you two, because we're like the ones that are like from Zoprakar.
So, from what Dalaran also just told me, we have court date on the whole Mutalim thing.
Court day?
On the
So-
whole Mutalim
I'm
thing.
sure they have questions for us.
So you would know this as well, just so you know. An inquiry wouldn't be like, okay, now we have to go stand trial in court and everything. It's like Ormerton would call you, and you basically would be having an audience with him.
Like a debriefing.
We're going to have an inquiry with
I mean, I suspected that something like that
the
would happen.
Royals.
That was it. That was it.
Okay, so we're doing the 3 of you.
I guess so.
Yes.
Okay. we're gonna do. So for the sake of this, what would actually happen
Or-
is as you're
The 4 of us, right? Then it's
That is what I
inventory.
suggested, but
Do the inquiry quick.
do you want to do that?
Well,
I
but
You guys
Wow.
would know that
He's the only one that's in
Dalaran,
question.
or to Omerton and Dalaran, these two would be X factors. They would just be effectively extensions of you. It is that if you guys wanted to actually go through and have your inquiry,
No offense, but I don't know if I trust
I was thinking
these
like
two.
if you with that group just would.
Okay, if you could
Mhm.
stay with these two, and at least one of you two stay with them, because I don't.
That's
Tico
okay,
can stay.
Zephyr,
I think that's
that
Tico needs to
actually
cook.
hurts a little bit. I've done nothing but help these people.
first time.
There's a lot of shady people around. Okay,
I understand that, but that still does
then
not
you
give
should
you
understand
cause to
why
distrust
I have
me.
not known you that long.
And I've not known you that long.
Yeah, and I would not expect you to trust me with a whole bunch of my village.
They are your people.
Exactly.
Who
that's the
can I
point.
trust if not you?
Wait. They're my people. Yes, they're my people. If they were your people, I wouldn't expect you to trust me.
Unless you had done everything you could to help them.
Just saying, I would prefer someone I know known longer
That is
to
fine.
stick around.
I'm just saying,
If I was
do not
really
insinuate that I would hurt these people for no reason.
For what it's worth, it was mostly not about you. It's about the guy that works for the guy that's been trying to kill us.
That is fine, but he insinuated.
Tico's happy to stay and cook.
Thank you, Tico.
No need to fight.
so we're doing the 3 of you instead. Sorry.
Razu,
got more
Gurgle,
point.
and Zephyr.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so I would effectively say you just have it split in half. So you'd be sending, we'll say 9
7.
individuals today, and then you'd be a total of 19 individuals. So
You said 13, including the 4.
13, including the 4, plus the 6 of you
Oh.
is 19.
I thought, yeah.
So
3
for the
and
sake of
7.
this, I would say you send 9 first, and then you'd be 10 the following day.
Well, we'd want to send 10
and-
first because they could get treatment faster. But,
True.
yeah.
True.
By the way, you two are still super sketch because you just like popped out of nowhere.
That's fine. I'm just saying, from my point of view, I've been nothing but helpful, and you insinuated I would hurt these people essentially.
I was extremely helpful.
You both are
I do want to
high-risk
point
people.
out when we were dealing with that strange
Zephyr has
woman.
had
Tico's
bad
fine with
experiences
King.
with individuals that he meets that are friendly up front.
Tico's fine looking anyway. He's friends with friend.
I was a good old country boy. I trusted everyone. I thought we were all here to get along and all this stuff. And then I went to Zoppercar.
Well, specifically, Ralpurgan is where it really went south. That's
true.
Okay, so for the sake of this, we're gonna speed certain aspects of it up a little bit. You would utilizing pass through plants.
Transport via plants.
Transport via plants. You guys would end up on the outskirts of Zoppercar, where the walls are a bit lower, as it is a almost staired city.
I just want to describe that just real quick. So basically, he would start saying arcane words and basically like trace opening along the plant, and the plant would almost like split, almost a ring of fire around the plant, but dimming down to just embers as the spell completes, and you can see Zoppercar on the other side.
Almost as if it had been burned into the tree.
Does it actually like produce smoke?
No, it is a smokeless flame.
Okay.
Magical.
It's like you ever seen a paper
pretty
burn
cool.
where you can't see the smoke because the light's too much in the room.
Flash paper.
Flash paper.
That is pretty cool.
Alright, go through.
Okay, so for this review, again, certain aspects will speed up a little bit. Upon actually ending up on the outskirts of Zoppercar and approaching Zoppercar proper, guards upon seeing you would actually immediately come out to what initially would be like a greet, but it's definitely a bit more tense. As these guards come up, the captain's currently there. His weapon actually like proffered a little bit forward, not aggressively, but like almost like ready for combat. As he kind of like looks to all the injured individuals. I assume that you're looking for help for these ones. Yes.
Hey,
They need
Yes,
medical
I-
attention.
plan on taking them up to my residence to get him patched up.
He kind of nods and he just calls for one of the guards with him to take him, and he says, "For the three of you, I apologize. As far as I know, you've done
We
nothing
were
but good
already
for this city.
informed.
But
We were already informed. Take us to Armiton.
well, if you would, then." And the guard just effectively starts to escort you. Unlike what they would normally do, though, he doesn't make an effort to take your weapons or anything like that. He does seem to have a
Oh.
baseline trust there.
Just before we leave you, because I'm guessing,
Yeah,
one of the guards are staying, right? Because they're stationed.
Oh yeah, so
right?
no, he actually would assign a few of the guards with him to start to escort the people over to your district.
There's gonna be another group coming by tomorrow.
Same tree.
You'll see a kobold with them.
She was originally part of our group, but we'll speak on her behalf to Armiton.
And we've been informed of Tiku. Dalaran made note that she helped you in the Dyson Woods.
Just don't be shocked when the same thing
We
happens
already
tomorrow.
know all the details about the prince, and we'll inform.
And you said that they will be injured there as well.
Yes, about the same number.
We will have someone posted by the. I was going to say the gate. We'll have someone posted by the tree. We'll help escort them. We'll do what we can to help. And again, I'm sorry to treat you like criminals.
That's
I've
fine.
not
That's
been
not-
appraised of the details.
It's just protocol.
It's
I understand.
It's unfortunate, but it was one of our group that was responsible for the situation, and we know it. So we have a responsibility to report it to the prince anyway. So we were gonna do that regardless of whether he called us in.
No. He almost lightly bows to you guys as his sign of respect. He does the Zoprakarian. Yes, that is what I did. The Zoprakarian salute to you, and then at that point he kind of steps in line with you. Weapon made it very much so it's like you're being escorted. He calls a couple guards with you as well. You guys you'd be escorted. You'd actually be escorted by a group of 12 guards, even though it's just the three of you, due to their knowledge of your standing. And all of them seem kind of confused, but very much so seem to be carrying out orders. As you guys would be taken through the streets of Zoprakar again, it takes a decent amount. There seems to be within a little bit. They send word. They bring a wagon. And this would be like a jail wagon where the carriage itself would lock. Two of the guards come in the carriage with you. You guys are locked inside and brought to the palace. Very easy to get through all the different checkpoints, as it seems
Google.
very planned.
Do you think this is weird that's putting us in here?
It's weird putting us in where?
In this wagon? Because it's not like we couldn't just break out at any point. This is
The
all
three
just a
guards
facade.
immediately just seem to tense up, hold their weapons a little bit tighter.
I'm just saying.
Why
you
are
may-
you psyching out the guards, Zephyr? What's the point? You're trying to intimidate
I
someone?
just think security needs to be updated a bit. That's all. If this is how they handle high-profile people,
I mean, I don't think they suspect us to fight back.
it's all freaking a theater then.
Well, I mean, that's half of what being a prince is, I think.
The captain actually sat in with you guys on the
Security
carriage, and he actually does respond to that. He says, "I do believe, sir, that it is partly for appearances. As far as we know that a situation has arisen in the palace, but further details have not been disclosed, other than it seemed that the Cubix Ascenders had caused issue. So if the Cubix Ascenders were to cause an issue with the palace, and then the guards just about the city saw that you were treated more so amicably, I suspect that it could lead to a lack of respect for some of the different aspects of the authority in the
No,
city."
I get that. I'm just thinking you might need to upgrade your
He's just saying
processes.
that you should have treated it more. It should have been more of a show, is what he's saying.
I mean, and he actually gestures. There we go. Sorry, gestures to on the sides of the door. There's sets of manacles, and he says, "We do have ways to seal magic. I just didn't feel that would be respectful or necessary against you."
I mean, you should treat us like everyone else.
He would
Yeah.
kind of confused. He would effectively take the manacles.
Especially this one.
And he would put each of you in the manacles based on that, unless you chose to resist.
Yeah, I'll go to manacles. I'm encouraging good procedures.
Okay,
Don't trust
Theric.
anyone.
He listens. You would seal each of you in them.
You know what I find funny? You know what I find
This is
funny,
much better.
Zephyr?
You should have started with this.
You know what I find funny,
He's
Zephyr?
very confused.
You know what I find funny, Zephyr? I think it's funny that you've known me this long and you think that this could hold me.
They hear him. Okay.
You're just making these guards into a nervous wreck. Like they're like visually sweating. Even the
Not.
captain at this
And what were you
point.
saying about me psyching them out, Gurgle?
Even the captain is definitely a bit stressed, but with what is a panic-inducing trip for them, you're taken to the palace. You're taken out of the wagon. You are left in manacles, however, as the manacles are able to detach from the inside of the carriage. You're taken up the lifts for the castle itself, built into the volcanic wall, and you're taken to you would be taken to the library. You're not taken to the throne hall. This is actually the same place you met with Omerton before. As soon as you guys actually get to the door after going across some of the bridges, Captain says, if you could give me a moment, I'll appraise Omerton. I believe he's aware, but goes inside. You can kind of hear a little bit through the door, especially you, Gurgle, as he announces your group as a whole, and you're brought in after a little bit of time. You're brought into the library. You see Omerton at that familiar table. The books have largely been cleaned up. It's definitely not nearly as messy as it was before. However, the paleness that Omerton had from before is actually worse than when you left. Before, it was very much so seemed to be lacking sleep. He had lost color in his skin. He was frantic. Doesn't seem quite as frantic. However, he has not regained the color in his face. His hands look a little bit more tight, like he hasn't been getting proper nutrition for the last bit. He has 2 guards with him on the right and the left, and then the captain, as well as all 12 of the guards, come in with you, bringing you down to Omerton, who, as soon as you guys all come in, kind of like sitting down at the table, and he looks up, and for the first time, actually, you guys have ever had on Omerton, there's very clear distrust on his face.
Omerton, before we get started, you've been laying off the magic.
Yes. I do appreciate
Insight.
sleep. Go for it.
As a dirty 20.
He does not seem to be lying. It seems to be a truthful statement.
Good. All right, let's get down to business.
At this
Do you
point,
need a truth circle or something first before we start?
I don't believe we're so low as to require that. However, and he points to one of the guards and says, "Fetch Dalaran. I believe he should be close to the throne room speaking with Father." One of the guards nods.
Are we reporting to
Upstairs.
you or your dad or everyone?
Father is saddened by the news. However, by his station, there is no extra precautions or steps that are being taken to solve this.
Well, we already know all the details, so whoever you want to hear should be here, just so we don't have to repeat the story multiple times.
Dalaran, perhaps my brothers as well. Not all of them, though. He again to another guard, he says, Fetch each of my brothers, that all those that visited me in the library." That guard nods as well and runs out to go fetch them. He says, "Before they get here, I must ask, as I feel I've built at least in a semblance of a close relationship with all of you. Did you know what was going to happen?"
What was going to happen? No. What did happen? We do.
Nothing.
He signals to one of the guards, another one of the 12, and he says, "Have them wait at the door for just a moment." The guard goes up, says, "The rest of you as well." All the guards, kind of confused, nod, and start to go up the stairs to the top floor of the library, out where the exit would be. And then again, he to the guards next to him, he says, "I meant all of you." As both those guards, kind of confused, look towards you. These 2 guards seem much less trusting of you guys. And for a moment, they don't
We have
respond.
magic shackles.
For a moment, those two don't actually respond in the order. And
Slipped one off.
Hey, magic check.
I didn't pick him yet. I didn't pick him yet.
as they don't seem to respond right at first. Now, at that point, the two guards, they both accept or seem to acknowledge the order, and they go upstairs as well. At this point, he pulls out a small pouch from his pocket and puts it on the table, and he opens it up, pulls out a candle, and then seems to just take like a handful of the dust and pour it into the candle as the dust seems to almost like magically spread into the area around you, creating an artificial bubble. You've actually seen this, Tiku, so have you, Razu. You're not there. You've seen this, Razu.
I've used it multiple times.
Yeah.
and
Live
everybody-
vicariously.
Yeah, but not everyone was in that game.
I used it for with Zephyr could see when I was.
Oh
speaking
wait,
to
no, you're right.
Zestaria.
Apologies. The three of you have seen it. So yes,
Yeah,
this
we've
is
seen
that
it
same.
multiple
It's the dust of silence, as he creates this orb around him. He says, "Well, as it seems you know, Gergo, Mutilim has died, but I was able to figure out a bit more information. I can honestly say I did not suspect all of you." But I don't necessarily believe that the castle is safe. I have reason to believe that we've been infiltrated. I think Mutilim was an attempt, and I have been able to confirm, in your absence, that his mind was altered. I think that is why, if I'm not mistaken from what Dalaran told me, a message from you, Razu, that Cetherin would have taken his life.
That's what we suspect as well, based on events that went down.
He pulls out a paper and kind of puts it across the table. And as he's pulling it out, go ahead.
Multiple things. Firstly, we just knew he killed someone in the palace. Once Dalaran told me it was Mutilim, we put 2 plus 2 together. I sent the message to Dalaran and he could fact check that. But secondly, on Mutilim, Squawk went into the cave. Did you look into it?
He nods, but he doesn't respond to your question. Instead, he says, "I must know, though," as he's kind of spreading this paper, which very much seems to be, it seems to be a section of his notes. He says, "What became of Cetherin, as I see he's not with you?"
I killed him.
That is what transpired in the end.
Well,
So what we had done is Cetherin was wrestling with his demons for a long time, being twisted by his so-called daughter. Eventually, he went down a dark path and divulged to me that he had done something horrible. I came to a conclusion that he had killed some innocents to try to resurrect his deceased family. I immediately tried to stop him in his tracks as the dangerous fugitive he was. I was talked to by Gurgle to try to bring him in for trial, but in the end we found that it was he almost got away ultimately. So it was better that we struck him down as is rather than letting him run free.
and yet
We
we
have
have suspicion that he might still be alive, weirdly enough.
it seems like his patron, where he derives his power from, may be sustaining him in some way. We don't know to what extent. We will be looking into that further. All we know is his patron's some kind of powerful serpent creature.
But I do agree with you that the castle might be infiltrated. Apparently, we've come to learn that his daughter, Zestaria, the little devil,
And
we've had these conversations before.
and
We thought we killed her twice, actually.
and ultimately,
And she might still not be dead.
I think the one question you really want to know is, why did he do it? he was doing it to try to for his family. That was his motive. Doesn't make it right.
But I do think you're wise to be on the guard, is what I'm saying.
Oh, also, your guards need to stick up to protocol. They weren't going to put these on initially.
He nods to that. He says, it's hard when you have what is heroes of the city, but I do agree. I tried to tell them that they needed to stick to proper procedures. That said, I'm glad you're all here. I think I might have put something together. And thank you, even if he's not. And again, there's like a very clear like sign of anger on his face, and he says, even if he's not dead, I'm glad he at least got something that was coming to him. Now, as he's on this paper, it seems that he effectively has a small map that he's just put a bunch of notes on. It is only the bottom right region of Altira. So up in the top left, you've got Zinderhold, Zaprokar down here. You've got Baklaval, along with a little bit of the Cinder Isles. It's effectively just like you took a snapshot at the bottom right, with where it goes a little bit into the Dryson Woods and Stilmakar, but really it's the flat top hills down to Baklaval, Zaprokar, and Zinderhold. But it seems that he's like taken some kind of ink and he's drawn lines between, or like interconnecting lines between all of these different cities, and it almost looks like he's built a tunnel network, or sorry, not a tunnel network, it looks like a road network from these different cities, kind of connecting them all, and they go to where they spread out from the current section of map that he has, but it's cut off as the map ends. He has Zaprokar is currently circled, and Baklaval has an X on it. At this point, he kind of points to Zaprokar and he says, along the lines of the infiltration, similar to what you were saying with Zestaria, having multiple iterations, I have reason to believe that in a similar fashion, there are multiple of my family. Specifically, I have reason to suspect His Majesty is not who I initially thought him to be.
Your father?
He almost like looks at the silence cloud
To make sure
like,
it's still there.
And he says, this is not to leave this room. I never suspected any of you, truly, but I needed a reason to be able to speak with you privately. I think when I looked into what you had asked, Razu, you left a message to look into the details of Squawk and why he would have accompanied Mutalim. Squawk was not against Zabrakar or what we were doing till after the events that happened with Mutalim. So I tried to find connections or reasons that Squawk, who was widely known as the most trustworthy amongst all of the alchemists in Zabrakar, would so readily turn against the crown. And we found that there is, and at this point he points to all the lines and he says, the Raupergen does not end beneath Zabrakar. We knew this for some time, but there was no reason to really explore it, as there is many dangerous beasts below. But part of what Dalaran has been doing, and the network that you've been able to establish with the Seven Winds, they've been most helpful. We believe that is the underbelly of Zabrakar may be the underbelly of Altira, and a way to just connect different sections of land. We don't know the source, but there seems to be something that is influencing or duplicating creatures.
We actually figured that out too. Apparently it's something called a sprig.
I didn't know a name for it, but
We
believe...
We actually have met a man that seems somewhat familiar with at least a process similar.
Wallace. If you hear that name, or if you see anybody that identifies him as Mollis, keep tabs on him. And know that he is bad, and there's a lot of him.
he kind of nods, and at this point he points to kind of Zinderhold and the network that kind of goes up and to the left of it. He pulls out another piece of paper, and it's another map that kind of adds onto it. It's just a small section, and then the one that he puts down there, he says, "This is what I've been obsessing over recently, as far as the source of this. This would also make sense why Squawk and Mutalim were gone for so long, and perhaps I don't think they were necessarily missing within the Ash Mountains. I think that the section of map that he just added to it is it seems to be his own drawing of the Crystal Eye. And he has gone through and drawn to where all these different tunnel networks seem to connect into the Crystal Eye, even coming down from that small section of Stilmakar on the map he has. The way that he kind of has it drawn up, you can see that it very clearly, even though it kind of separates, it looks as if it continues onto it. He said, and he kind of like taps on the Crystal Eye, and he says, "While I don't know what the source is, whatever it is, if this breaks, anything like that,
Comes from there.
yes, and I think that currently the most common." And he points to Zinderhold. He says, "I think that they're facilitated or grown within Zinderhold, and they might be utilizing somehow the strong fighters to build their own army."
So how would Drumas, is it?
Drumas Forge Maker.
Yeah. How come he wouldn't recognize something wrong in the king? I feel like, or does he know?
I don't know, but I'm afraid to bring it to him, because if His Majesty is not who he seems,
Then
and
he
Drumas
surely
is
knows.
in league with it, I can't imagine Drumas not knowing. And if he knows, and I were to confront him about it, I am not so arrogant as to assume
That you could fight him. Neither are we.
that I could even phase him.
You know, I wasn't going to bring this up to you, but it seems like I kind of have to at this point. On that note, we have reason to believe that there's something locked away on your guys' sacred island.
He seems very cautiously interested.
We don't know what yet, but we need to go and be back within 3 months.
Or, I mean, we can send a word. So we maybe get a few more months.
Point is that we need to go and be back, and we can't take the trial, the 2-year trial that you guys do for your priests.
It's 3 years actually, but
The problem is, and I wasn't necessarily going to bring this up to you, but since it seems like there's maybe some connection issues here, some connected tissue here,
And conveniently, we have the silencing field. Which is
and yes, our intention was to figure out a way to get there so we could investigate this, which I know is blasphemy, but I suppose with the things that are going on, you might be more open to the fact that there might actually be something going on if the king himself potentially could be involved. And at the very least, if we go check it out and there's nothing there, then we can probably write off the fact that your dad probably is your dad.
go ahead and make a persuasion roll. As he is already suspicious, I'm going to say that you will have advantage on it. And then while you're rolling that, what is...
I was just going to ask why, or if the king was here, because how he said it, it sounded like he was, but the knowledge we had was he was technically south for the...
He didn't necessarily say
Dwagar?
the king
He
was
said
here.
that he was near the throne room, likely speaking with his father. So,
Oh, did he?
But the knowledge we had was that he's supposed to be off continent.
yes, that is true.
Can
This would mostly be directed at Zephyr.
a major god hear through a silencing orb?
I mean, if they really want to, they can do pretty much whatever the fuck they want.
It would be obvious, yeah.
It depends on how much they
I
care
don't know if
about
that's
you.
true.
I
What did
would-
you get?
I would.
24.
So let's just say, if they were trying to do it subtly,
The only way I
it'd be
could
a
think-
lot of effort.
The only way I could think that possibly be possible is if the god had a similar feature to like observant, and then they were scrying on you and they read your mouth.
So what the way that I would actually say, just and this is very much like if a god was trying to see through a silence bubble, they would break it.
Okay.
The
we'll do
laws
that.
of magic would still be applicable to a god, but if they saw it and they wanted to hear, they would just break it.
Tech-
And could they break
Or-
it subtly enough that you don't notice that they broke it? Yes.
They could also
Or
cast scry inside of it.
they could do the same thing that I just said. They could be looking at you through like a scry spell, and then if they had the ability to read mouths like observant feet,
Short
then they could
answer,
just
if
read
they
your
wanted
mouth.
to hear through it, yeah, they could figure out a way. Even very powerful mages could. It's a low level spell.
I think we're still
But-
below the notice of most gods.
I mean,
I don't think we're quite to that level yet.
To you, he says, I do believe that there is something more at play here, and
Also, you remember
Is-
when I talked to you about my grandpa? When I first got here, I told you one of
yes,
my
you asked me
missions was to get
look
information
into
on
it
my
as much
grandpa.
as I can, and
You haven't found
unfortunately-
anything, right?
No.
Everything is a dead end, right?
It is almost as if he is. The only information I've been able to find on him is what you have told me.
So that's the thing. I know that he's in the Obsidian Heart because I talked to something that knows. And I have strong reason to believe, even though I hate this thing, that it is in fact being truthful about this. And I happen to know that the Obsidian Heart is in the middle of the Cinder Isles. You probably wouldn't even know that I would know what the Obsidian Heart is called unless I was told by somebody in the temple, which I'm sure that's not common knowledge.
He does like seemingly nod. He says, it is not, even if rumors of the Obsidian Heart are spoken of, only those, even those that embark on the three-year trial likely would not have the knowledge.
Something's off.
But there is a problem with your. If that is the case, then
There's no way to get in the Obsidian Heart because Moradin crafted it himself. I understand that. But
not only that, but the only key that we know of is missing.
is it perhaps
What is the shape of
I
the
pull out the
titanium thing?
titanium ball.
It's effectively a D20 in its shape.
Does it happen to look something like this?
He kind of. He immediately like
We are
also
in-
starts
we
to
are in
look.
a room, right?
You're in a room. The guards have not left the room.
Oh,
You're
well,
on the
then
edge
I
of
would've-
the room.
I would have
Hold
been.
it
I would have
up,
been. I would have
using
been
his
like.
body
I
to
would have been
shield.
like showing it through. I pull it out of this extra dimensional space, and then I like.
Almost
showed on my
immediately upon you
cloak.
doing that, he like gestures his hand very clearly to
Then I
tell you
put
to
it
put
back
it
in.
back. This is-
Does it happen to look something like that?
Yes, it looks exactly like that.
Did you just like pick your handcuffs and get your hands free?
Yes.
You don't even know when he did it. He just has it. They're just undone.
30
and he just
31.
pulls it out. Overton does not seem phased by the fact that you don't have your handcuffs on. He says,
Sorry, I just.
Force habit.
I am too involved in the events of Zappa.
I understand
to
that.
assist
That's
you
not
in
why I
this,
told you.
but
I told you because I was hoping you might know a not necessarily sanctioned way to do it, but a plausible way where I don't have to hire a bunch of pirates to fly to sail us to an island that
A
we have
back
no idea what kind of
door,
defenses they have.
Something.
Dalaran would be your best bet in that regard.
is Dalaran in on this with you?
He's the only one that I know I can trust currently.
Is there any way you can let him know the information that we have sent here without? Because like I don't have silencing spells, and if I tell somebody, it's very likely people could hear.
And with how much I converse with Dalaran, is there any information I should withhold?
I believe Dalaran is fully trustworthy. If he is not to be trusted, then
We're fucked.
yes, that's a simple way to put it. I can assist you slightly. And he again reaches down into the cupboard, and he actually pulls out just a large pouch and pulls out another one as well, and he puts them on the table, and he says,
I look back at the guards and I like
as you
put
look,
my manacles back on.
looking at the guards, they are purposely like face the other way. It seems that they are purposely
Well,
not
then
looking
I'm
at him.
I'm like,
And he says, I do trust most of my guards as well, but you can never be too careful. You said
Well,
you don't have a
especially
way to
'cause they
speak
can-
in silence.
they can shapeshift.
That's a terrifying thought. And he pushes the two bags to the side of the table and he says, this is the same silencing dust that I am using. A good
perhaps you could get 10 uses, about 5 per bag. Perhaps that can help as well, but I can get word to Dalaran.
All right, well, we'll trust you on that. In the meantime, about approaching the Cinder Isles without setting off alarms or getting caught by any boats that patrol or, like, I don't know what to expect, I guess is what I'm saying.
Dalaran is going to be your best friend in that regard. One thing I can say about my father, he does love his sons. Dalaran has gone on, one might say, a few illegal adventures that might have been covered up.
So,
It's so strange to me that if it wasn't him that stuff like that would happen. Or I guess you're saying that this could have happened predating Mutilim's trip into this mine.
I think this has been at play for quite some time. This is not a recent... just think about the amount of time and effort it would take to
What I'm saying
export
is, has
goods
your
from
father
Zinderhold.
shown the affection since the mine incident, or have you noticed him being distant
He's
since
becoming
then?
more distant. He's also becoming absent. He's also... is to say he's been absent. I initially assumed he was looking for a way to cure Mutilim, as after those events, he very frequently would leave the kingdom to me. And again, it made sense in my mind. I was easily able to justify it as what he did for all of us. But now I'm starting to be... I'm not so sure, even if it is him, that he might be influenced.
So, with your theory, the Mutilim that returned was a copy. That's why he changed. That's why he wasn't as lively as he was before.
I wish that was true, but I actually don't.
But the weird thing about Mutilim is at the very least he seemed to contain some sense of himself still.
This is one of the reasons I'm glad you're here, Razu. And he kind of like looks to the bubble, which would be getting too close to the end of it, as it technically lasts for 10 minutes. He says, I have a favor to ask of you. And again, he reaches down into this cupboard. This time he actually pulls a key from his pouch and he goes to a different drawer. He unlocks it and he pulls out a vial. And he sets it on the table. And as you look at this blood, it is very much so a vial of blood, but it looks off. It looks oddly thin. And rather than like the deep red that you would typically see from blood, it has a similar white hue to what you have become familiar with, almost like the Blood Hunter serum, but it's not quite the same either. It's something off. And he says, I believe if we can figure out what this is, we can figure out what affected Mutilim. This is a sample of his blood.
So
I can probably help with that.
Need me to get
I'll
in
talk to you later.
contact with Squawk.
He says it to him, he's like, if he can figure it out, or if you can, I think that is going to be the biggest clue to what happened to Mutilim.
Whose is this?
It is Mutilim's.
I can help with that, but I'll talk to you
I'll
later
plug it.
about it
I'll plug it
because
soon.
we're running out of time.
At this point, the silence bubble actually does break. And he says-
Well, I mean, now you know the story.
He calls out to the guards and he says, are they ready? The guard calls back out, confirming that the other princes are outside. And unless there's something specifically you guys want to say effectively, what he would do at this point is call on the guards, have you guys give a report of the situation that happened.
I just go up, put my
can-
hand on his shoulder, like, sorry for your loss.
As you put it on it, as you do that, he calls out to the guards as well, telling them to remove your manacles.
Just like,
I like. Is any of the guards that were in the wagon present?
The captain of the guard,
Oh,
all
I
12 of
walk-
the guards that
I walk
escorted
over
you
to the
leave.
captain of the guard and I say,
It was just a joke to make you laugh, but in all seriousness.
and then I just drop the manacles.
He just kind of looks at them, looks to Omerton, who again, this is where he nods and tells and confirms that you can remove the manacles, and he says, "We're glad to have you on our side, Gurgle." But yeah, at this point, effectively, the inquiry would just be you guys giving the story from your perspective. Worth noting, it would also be Cetharian being declared a criminal. His land would be denounced and given to you, or his claim to the land would be rescinded, I guess I should say.
I just tell him, like, I was running it anyways.
True. But that would be rescinded and given to you. And not only would he be marked as a criminal, he's marked as a criminal with permission to kill.
Kill on sight.
There's like bounties for him.
Yes,
all
like
that.
very much so. Like this would be
Before
like
we leave,
he would have a
to the
bounty and
princes-
guilds and things
to the
like
princes before we leave, to all the princes present, and I try to study specifically anybody not Dalaran and Omerton. When I say this, to
Okay.
draw a symbol of the Azoth's assassins that they did recently. I said,
If you see this symbol, you should be aware that it is an assassin group that is not good and has definitely infiltrated your city.
I also check the guards too to see if I spark any recognition when I say this.
Okay, that's gonna be
Anybody
insight.
present. Anybody present. I think it's 22.
22. Okay. Whether or not they are very good at lying, or
Nobody
Omerton
recognizes.
has pulled a very good group of individuals, no one seems to have an overly apparent recognition to the symbol, except actually Dalaran, who very much so seems to recognize the symbol. Not only recognize it, he actually comments on it when you actually point it out. He says, we've found that symbol as well in our work, and kind of talking to Omerton. He says, in our work, it is those that serve Adaro, the assassins, the mage hunters. I feel as if we've known they were real and not just some story for some time, but I
Well-
have confirmation that that is their mark.
There's two of them that I know for sure were working through Razu. I was passed out at the time, but at the time of Weirin, which was some years ago at this point, there were two of them that were interested in an artifact that we carry.
They worked under Doral.
And they did work for the Alchemist Guild.
With your insight, as you're like starting to give a little bit more information, Omerton, he subtly signals to you that don't talk too much in front of everyone.
I just quietly point at him and message him, and I just say, I was trying to actually see if anybody here recognized, and it seems like we're clear for now. Good job picking good people.
Omerton responding to you says, I don't know what artifact you speak of. If it is important enough that I don't know, even if they are trustworthy, it may not be beneficial that they know of it.
I point to him. I mean, it's not a big deal if you guys know, but I do think it's something that they're after, so that's just why I brought it up.
Okay. With that, is there any other points that would want to be made within this small inquiry, or do you feel as if you guys?
We can move to the Dalaran thing, or if we want to speed that up, we can just speed
So
up.
for
to
the sake of
end
that,
part.
I would say that you guys would go into the next day. For now, you'd be kind of finalizing,
Get them
especially
on.
because Zephyr especially would now be responsible with switching over a lot of different things. You'd have to be signing basically that Cetherin is no longer involved with the districts that you're over, them actually facilitating all that stuff that they were just saying. And I imagine that you guys would be still helping to, or I know at least Zephyr would still be helping to get the people of Hethelburn taken care of, I'd say.
I'd be helping them too, but I'd probably be helping them more in the supplies because I don't have any medical
Still very,
skill.
very much so possible. But so with that, we'd speed it up a little bit to where you guys go through that day. You have the next day where everyone is able to get back together. The second day, you're much more kindly greeted, even the two of you, by proxy to them.
I do want to use 2 more spell slots, and I'm going to cure the mayor's blindness. And truthfully, I'm going to leave the last one up to him. I genuinely don't know, like, who else I would
Taste. Think about taste.
You're not there.
I'm
No,
here.
no,
she
she's
is
there.
there.
This
Yeah, she
is
is
be
there.
bringing.
She is
This is
there.
bringing, and also you guys would be. You'd be kind of like grouping back together.
think
I
maybe
guess
you
maybe
should-
yours would be. You'd be carrying more people in the
I think
morning.
maybe you should just leave it to the people.
Taste.
What if they don't care about that?
His vote after
Is
you
there
gave sight
someone-
back to the mother, his would be to finish healing.
I gave that yesterday. I gave him sight this morning.
Yeah, but so to
He's saying give more to the mother.
Oh,
it would
give-
be to help. It actually would be able to help EI, so that she can better take care of her mother, as she's one of the only people who's still alive who has someone that she directly needs to take care of. So his opinion would be that helping her to get back in full function would be the best way to ensure that Glodal,
Does she?
Then
She
I
can
shall do
taste.
so.
Is she one of the ones that can taste?
let's see.
Does she have smell, but she can't taste?
There are a few that also don't have a sense of smell.
I will cure EI's hearing as well.
Can you imagine smelling Tiku's food, but not being able to taste it?
Currently,
True
taste would not
torture.
be the priority for him, much to the dismay of Tiku.
True torture.
But again, a little bit for the sake of brevity, I would have that you guys over the next few days help the remaining citizens of
Would I just
Heffelburn.
use the remaining diamond dust? Or can they provide more?
The crown would actually provide you with as much as you need, as you are sponsored, and they are still within the region of Zutrakar. So the princes, specifically Omerton, would consider that still under his responsibility, I guess, and would provide you with as much as you needed to cure all of them. To the point that I would even say you would have still used the 5 uses that you did before you got to the town, but then everything past that, if you're willing to stay for long enough, which that would put you guys staying for like a week.
Because I would be able to cast it 3 times per day.
Yeah, you definitely, maybe even longer than a week.
Probably
then.
be like it'd probably be like 2 weeks. If
Yeah, that would be like effectively like 2 weeks of downtime where your downtime would explicitly be.
Well, no, it would only
curing,
take
and then he can do whatever he wants for
15
the rest of the
minutes.
day.
I guess that's true. It would just be.
I just
minimal.
I can't chain sleep to get my spell slots back.
It's true. So if you guys wanted to take 2 weeks of downtime in Zotrakar, you could do that, and that would actually allow him to cure the
Could I?
the sense loss on the remaining survivors from.
I know this
Heffelburn.
technically isn't a thing, but
It would
could
be
I
like a
use
prep.
lower leveled
If
spell
anything,
slots,
the only
like,
reason I'd be
combine
okay with that
them
is if we
to
talked to Dalaran and the whole time we were
No.
prepping.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Scheduled.
prepping, getting everything like
Getting whatever we
scheduled,
need.
like, what we need to
That's
do
what
to the
that's
Cinder Isles.
I'd
In
be
that
fine with
time,
that.
the-
we would be
the-
prepping with Dalaran for whatever we're doing.
So in that time, so actually, you guys are going to meet with Dalaran. Is it all of you that meet with Dalaran?
I would leave him out. Would be my vote.
I mean, I agree.
Rude.
I
okay,
mean, like
hey.
you can listen, but like at the same time, like my character does not trust
So,
your character.
Kane,
Just because I gave your parents a second
Yes,
chance
Zephyr?
at life.
Well, it's also because you work for Mollis, and we are directly not friends with Mollis.
Hey, you guys are the ones who besieged Seth for aid, and here I am, your best shot.
Which is
Okay.
fine. We just wouldn't give you state secrets. We just wouldn't.
I don't think you'd be able to hide state secrets from me.
Well, I think I could. I think I could.
Well, so for the time being, you wanted to talk to Kane.
Before you say anything, I would like to spend at least a
Maybe
couple
they
weeks
could,
here
but I think I
continuing to cure the residents. If that is
Oh,
alright with everyone and we are not under a time
mean,
constraint.
you'll walk. I was more wondering, do you still have a mission to stay around us?
No. My mission was to accomplish within the temple. However, I was going to ask if you were heading to, I don't remember, the volcano in the Cinder Isles. I was going to ask to accompany you.
And why is that?
Because I believe that it is in my best interest to also
Where's this
bring
conversation
about.
happening?
It's just happening with the group.
Just in the middle of nowhere.
This is just he's
It's
talking
just
to
at some
you guys
point.
are-
Yeah.
I believe it
you
is
could be here for it.
within
Well,
my.
I would just, as soon as he started saying something like that, I would immediately be like looking around for people.
I would assume that you guys do it in a
Oh,
a secluded area
yeah,
where you're not
let's
going to
just
be
say we're
dropped
doing
in
it
on
in my manner or whatever.
that. Like,
I believe it is in my.
Careful with the Cinder Isles talk when you're in the city. It's
Is it
nobody can
sacred?
nobody can go to
Yes,
the Cinder
that-
Isles without
Very.
So if you say that,
Some-
and there's dwarves around, or really anybody that's resident of the city, they're going to immediately think that you're questionable.
Which you're
Because
already,
they
but
probably won't recognize
which
you
you're
as
already
somebody
pretty
in their
questionable.
They cannot deny the entire oceanic passage. That is where most trade goes.
temple. My
They
understanding
cannot
is it
ban
doesn't
the
go through
entire
the.
Cinder
My
Isles.
understanding is it doesn't go through the center of Cinder Isles. It probably
none of them would
goes
pass.
through-
So you'd be like, you could see the
Yeah, you might sail by it, but I don't think you would go there. And I think most everybody knows not to go there.
So as you recall, the volcano itself is called Ironheart. You can see Ironheart, but no one would ever actually make landfall on Ironheart.
Yeah.
Very much so.
But they would make landfall on all the islands around it.
Yeah, you'd stop on different islands, but specifically Ironheart, no one would actually
say
know.
Ironheart. I said the center of the Cinder Isles.
Center is
That is
Ironheart.
Ironheart.
That is
Kind of, but kind of not really.
This is just information for you on what Ironheart and
Just
that
be
volcano
careful
is.
saying that out in the open of the city. Yes, it is a sacred place. No, we're not supposed to go there.
All right. Regardless.
But you
what-
are
We
going there.
we are
Hey,
going
okay.
there.
Regardless, why is it that you need to go?
Because I believe it is in both my best interest as well as Olivel's to release this prisoner you spoke of. And I assume the only reason we are going there is to do such that.
It's a twofold.
It's, the prisoner is your
information.
father, right?
It's information.
not father,
It's not
grandfather.
my father. It's my
No.
I
grandfather.
meant
And
grandfather.
The other prisoner that I assume you do not wish me to say aloud.
He's talking about getting the key that Seth told us about.
Well, we're not. That's just a key to release him. It's not actually to release him fully.
That
from my
is
understanding.
still part of the process
Yes,
of releasing
yes.
him, yes?
We are going there
So,
with
so
the intention of checking.
your
most of
intention
these.
is for the gravekeeper.
That's what
yes.
he's here for. That's what you're here for. Yes, you can both come.
Truthfully, that is not my original intention. My original intention was to assist you in the temple and then continue on with Olivel's
See,
mission.
he's less trustworthy than
However,
I.
I am curious, you two.
I never verbally said I don't trust you.
Do
Just for the record.
how much?
Oh, I can feel it in
How
the
far are
air.
you willing to go for the gravekeeper?
All the
You know
way.
Orlamel's goal.
I know.
Even death?
I would not
Death
say
is not
that
the
far.
first time.
He's constantly talking about killing people and raising them from the dead so he can ask them if he wants to bring them back to life. He's a weird one.
I have never. I'm no stranger to the experience of death.
I will say that it is one of my... It will accomplish what I am seeking for on this journey, but it is not worth dying for.
Well,
I don't believe
in the
much is.
In the intent of not beating about this and letting people hear, yes, you're welcome to come. We were planning on you coming.
I just
appreciate
wanted
it.
to know how far they were gonna go.
But yeah, you might also die, so just keep that in mind, both of you.
I will endeavor my best not to.
I shall do my best to keep you all alive.
Well, that's what you're here for, so I'm glad.
How
Virgo,
did
are you personally okay with rickshaw? Like okay enough.
I told you guys.
I
back
know
in
I
the
know you're
city,
not happy about it. Just make sure
I
you're
don't
still
like his
okay.
master. That doesn't necessarily mean I hate him, but it does mean I'm cautious about it.
Look, I do want to apologize for anything that Malice may have done. I want you to know I was not there. It was not me, even though we look the same.
That's why I haven't stabbed you yet.
And I am terribly sorry for, I guess, Malice taking over your temple.
No, the temple I could care less about, honestly.
Oh,
by the way,
what else
Gurgle,
happened in there?
I need to ask you a question. You mentioned that when we were seeing if the villagers wanted to stay or not, or before we figured that out, you mentioned that it seemed like you wouldn't be comfortable living in a town where your family died. Is that why you left Grungilly? Or, well, never wanted to stay there anyways?
It's not that I would hate it, but I do think that I just would never feel like home.
Just too many bad memories?
There.
I was just curious.
Okay. So, continuing, effectively what I would say is you guys would set a night in a similar fashion, probably meeting within your manor, in a closed off area. I would say that you guys set a meeting with Dalaran, and it'd probably be about a week out that you'd actually be able to meet with him in secret enough that you feel confident that you can actually talk about your different plans. So over that first, real quick, is there anything specific that anyone wants to do during these 2 weeks of downtime apart from like just planning? I'm guessing you're preaching.
He's getting followers for the cult.
I'll say go ahead and make a. Honestly, I'm gonna say persuasion is yours isn't like a surefire religion. It is more so actually persuading people on principles. Is that's what
Isn't
it's
it like
based off
mostly
of.
anti-God?
I think wouldn't that be more like carousing,
Isn't it mostly like anti-God?
carousing,
It's like
or
an-
religious services?
anti
You would do religious
What's
services
the
still.
word? hierarchies.
So persuasion check.
Anti-hire. I mean, that doesn't seem like something that the dwarves would be happy about letting this happen in their city.
You say that, but he has started preaching about Riveron within
but
and then a
Riveron
church.
isn't anti-hierarchies.
and him and Morden don't have like a bad relationship.
Yeah, same. And you'd also have Kalimdor, but the answer
if he's
is
preaching against like, hey, the princes and the crown are not there to help you guys. They're a structure in place to keep you guys oppressed and
17.
miserable. It seems like that would be
Now,
something
I
that
do
maybe
wanna
set
say
off
there,
flags.
there
Who-
may be effects.
Who I am preaching to is the downtrodden, the people.
So he's in Ralpurgan.
I'm in Ralpurgan preaching.
Ralpurgan's
And
not as
particularly
downtrodden as it once was.
Looking at they are. I'm
Yeah, but-
more
but if
preaching
anyone
out
were
of
to
the
agree with
book
it, it'd be the
of jubilation.
Okay. So
I would think
let
more
me
like
real
prisons,
quick
personally, but-
check religious activity. Is there
Like
anything
the guy
specific
that
again?
you convinced to-
Your 2 weeks would be. You're pretty much every time that you come back to Zuppercar, between continuing like going to the Church of Riveron and especially now dealing with the
all the trade
details
and
of
everything.
the trade and getting to where it's no longer Cetherans involved with any of it, having all that transferred over. That would definitely take the majority of your time, especially with also helping your village.
And, and I give some more details to my BFF.
How much? While we won't necessarily need to go through and play out the whole
Yeah, yeah,
interaction, tell me what you tell him.
I'll tell him how the Gravekeeper was trapped.
So the scene that you saw with the gods then?
Yeah.
Okay.
But very hush, very quiet, and tell him to not spread to
maybe
that
anyone
would be
because
like a
you will be
one-on-one.
murdered
Sir.
by a random god.
Okay. One thing. So as you kind of finish that, there actually is one piece of information that he wants to tell you. He says,
Don't trust Morden either.
Don't trust Morden.
True.
He's all for it.
Trust
Like
the
this
two
guy is
gods.
in fucking deep. And one thing that he does tell you is he's like, so something that I discovered, very very nice, very important. There is someone up north, closer to the Planet Plains. It seems there's a group that's been looking into this as well. I'm still looking for their name. I know that there's at least 4 people involved. But yes, I thought you should know. There's a group that seems to also be looking into this in the northeast. Again, near the Planet Plains, or within the Planet Plains, I guess you could say, near Plaza, the city itself. That is where the news came from.
That's like all the way northeast, like in the snow. Right?
It's like top left almost. Kartafel is technically in the snow, just down and to the left of that. He actually tells you as well. He
You
says,
said
just so you know,
northeast.
I plan
Northeast is top
northwest.
right.
I apologize. Northwest. You're correct. He says, just so you know, that I plan on making a journey there. I'm going to pay for a couple of teleports along the way, so it doesn't take me forever. But if you don't find me here, it is likely that I have made my way to Plazet, as he has a fire in his eyes for the next step of his journey. So that is something he would tell you.
Here's a couple of paper birds. Let me know if anything happens. Try not to get killed.
He takes it and he's like, I will keep you informed. Thank you. And he bows to you, treating you as almost like a master or a sensei. As yes, he is going to via his
Yes, go my
his own
minion.
means going to traverse to Plazet to
This reminds me of the blind guy that followed me.
Yeah,
I'm being
a little
chased,
bit.
about to die. Good luck.
Okay, what's up?
So that was only for the first week. For the second week, here's the roll.
I give him 2.
So that is a
specifically.
22 on the second week.
Sorry, what was the first roll?
17.
All right.
And now there's a 10% chance each week for me to have a complication.
Yeah, so I'd say 1 to 10. Is there anything that you guys are doing with this
6.
downtime?
I want to spend the couple
No
weeks in meditation
complications.
as well as assisting the actual townsfolk, make sure they reintegrate into society, make sure they're all right. And specifically what I want to do is I want to be working towards a feat. I was going to talk to you about this on Sunday, but yeah, I'll talk to you about this sometime.
We can do that after the session for sure. So you're going to spend the time effectively training. Tiku and Razu, what are you guys doing for the 2 weeks of downtime?
Firstly, you're gonna talk to Dalaran, and
We're going to do
We're
that.
going to do that. That's a group thing. We're going to do that as a group thing.
fair enough.
I think that's going to be like probably next session is my guess.
Before I retire for the evening, I go into solitude.
For 2 weeks?
Actually, this is something that I'd probably do with him because I think I know what he's going to do.
I go into solitude. Bird noises.
Dad, come out. I need you.
Wow.
And the tiki
I don't know how you communicate, but I feel for some reason times like this my intentions come through. You weren't a traitor to the ground. First, a dumb reason. And Omiten's found a vial. I'd like to converse with you and also know, because I think you were at play at this. Did you talk to Mother and my sister when I went to go check if they were there and orchestrated that I would not know they were there?
So, for the sake of events, we're going to hold off on that. So, the way that we're going to play this out, I'm going to say that for the first little bit, you have that we're probably going to be starting with something close to that. And we probably will just do that in session, actually. We're going to say you did that close to the end of the 2 weeks. But at the end, about the week point, this is just so we can kind of keep it, the events moving together.
Work. I thought I already figured out how that thing works. But
Well, what happens, I'm not going to say. That said, what we're going to do for this is, so this is what you guys are effectively doing over the 2 weeks. You're currently working to try and, I guess, get in contact with Squawk. And I would say that you're actually testing out a few different methods over those 2 weeks. You're helping with your townsfolk. You're effectively training. What are the two of you doing?
so
for the
I
downtime?
actually have 2 things, but I can probably do them out of session with you if you want. But my
No, you
first
can
is going to be
say what they are for
My
sure.
first is going to be I was going to check in on my order, which that one should not be.
Technically, it's not yours anymore.
My order. I ordered.
Oh,
something.
so-
I ordered armor, and I dropped off like serpent skin and wyvern stuff.
I can tell you right now that so the requests that you guys have for items, those are being prepared, and effectively just telling you guys how it's going to work. The equipment and everything is going to be provided at the end of the 2 weeks of this because they're kind of all
Okay.
preparing and everything, and they're going to have it ready
Then-
for the journey.
Then what I actually do is I go to the temple. Well, actually, there's 2 things. So first, I need to have a conversation with Gale, which we can do out because that would probably be just between me and him.
Okay.
And then the second thing I can also do later, which is I'm going to go to the fire temple and I'm going to do some prayers and I would probably just be working on smithing because how I'm building my character is I'm going to be a rune knight on next level. I'm going to be a rune knight.
Okay.
So I'm just going to build it into my character where he starts working on training blacksmithing because rune knights are very, very good at blacksmithing.
Okay. So that'll be what you're working towards over the next 2 weeks. And what are you doing, Tiku?
Tiku is gonna work in her restaurant and try to find all new ingredients, any ingredients she can, that's new. And also wait. How long do I have to wait before I can do my packer? A week, right?
Mm-hmm. No, a month.
It's a month.
It's a month.
It's a month.
For sure.
Damn it, I don't think it's been a month yet.
It is not. It has been, at this point, you'd be at like 3 weeks thereabout.
Shit.
It would be a month at the end of the 2 weeks time skip.
Razu! Tiku's gonna try to find Razu and make him
Depending
a packer door.
on how this goes, I might not be here. So it's a week to the docks and back, right?
Yes.
Packer
It's a week
door.
there and a week back.
Correct.
Yes. If you're buying, if you
Duration of the 2 weeks, I'm going to the docks. I'm going to try
Well-
to find my family.
If you went by Wyvern, it'd probably be a day.
I would try not to travel by wyvern because first off, it'd scare people. Secondly, it might disturb the other wyverns. Isn't that what you said?
if you flew too near, because you guys didn't, all the wyverns aren't dead. It's just Wyrn, who was effectively the leader of the nest, was dispatched with. So,
Tiku, why are you looking for Razu?
I need a packer door.
Why?
Don't you have a packer door?
Hers is on cooldown.
Mine's on cooldown. Yeah,
Would it be on cooldown? When did you
it
use
is.
about 3 weeks ago.
In the woods.
She could use it in the second week.
Yeah. Conceptually, I would just
I mean,
Tiku's gonna
I-
cook in the restaurant.
I mean, I can open a door.
You have a packer door?
I beat
Oh
the packer.
yeah, you were the first one to get the packer door.
I beat him too, but he hasn't given me my symbol yet.
Can you make me a packer door in the restaurant, please?
Wait, did I have a conversation with him
I
about
guess
after I
that's
beat him?
fine.
I feel like I did.
You talked to him.
I did.
You
Is
didn't
like the
compete
packer
with him,
your
though. You just
your
didn't see
deity
him
you're
do
following
something.
right now?
No,
No,
remember
he's
I said
mentor.
I was going to steal his ladle? And then
Do the
he-
mark.
He didn't have it, so
So
I
you got a
stole
packer
card.
door. You can do that next week.
Yeah, we're gonna hold in that. So the way that we're actually,
I'll be cooking in the restaurant is ultimately what it is.
yeah. So the way that this is actually gonna go, how we're gonna do it. I wanted to know what you guys were doing with the 2 weeks of downtime, which I guess technically I could have done off stream, but just so I could make sure that I could plan around the stuff. But actually, timing wise, based on what you guys want to do, what I would do is you guys quickly set up a meeting with Dalaran, and then you'll be going into the 2 weeks, the 2 week downtime that you all just mentioned. But going the where we're gonna end for the evening is you guys actually meeting with Dalaran towards the start of it. So we'd say you have the day with Omerton, you finish up the next day, and deliver the people of Heffelburn, and then as you guys set up to actually speak with Dalaran and make your plan via the information that he has and what you guys want to do going into the Cinder Isles, that is where we're going to leave off. And then the 2 week downtime, the actual results of that, we will be playing out next session.
I was just saying, since I can technically do this, could I make healing potions during that time too?
Not if you're training.
Does it take all the time to make the potions?
Making a potion takes like one, so it's technically I think 1d4 days per potion.
And it takes 24/7 of that time? I truthfully don't know how making potions works. So that's a
I'm gonna look into
genuine
that. So
question.
again, what happens in the 2 weeks downtime, we're gonna resolve next time. But for now, we are gonna end the session with you guys going into a meeting with Dalaran. The results of that to be determined, and then again, we'll actually enact out what is happening in the downtime for everybody. So yes, that was it for today. Thank you for anyone that hung out. It's always nice to see you, Jasmine. We all saw your meme. It was great. Everyone laughed. I'm pretty sure. I don't think anyone didn't laugh.
It was
It
hilarious.
was great. I also love the picture. I appreciate that. But yeah, thanks everyone who hung out, and we will see you again next week. Goodbye.